Chunyu is an ardent gaming enthusiast, spending the majority of his time immersed in the realm of video games, aside from his work commitments. One day, he and his friend Liang made plans to visit a newly opened immersive virtual reality gaming center. This establishment had garnered significant buzz online, particularly for its latest release of fantasy games steeped in ancient lore, which promised players an unparalleled sense of realism. Liang, do you think this game lives up to the hype? Chunyu inquired excitedly as he paid for their entry. Liang adjusted his glasses and replied with a smile, "The reviews I've seen online are quite positive. We'll find out for ourselves once we step inside." Upon donning the state-of-the-art gaming equipment, they were instantly transported into a fantastical world of immortal heroes. Before them lay mist-shrouded peaks resembling a celestial paradise, with cascading waterfalls creating a symphony of splashes. Players clad in ancient attire flitted about, soaring on swords or casting spells, creating an atmosphere of vibrant activity. As Chunyu maneuvered his character, he marveled at the astonishing realism, feeling as though he had truly become an immortal warrior. He and Liang began their novice quests, battling creatures and gathering herbs in the vicinity of the beginner village. With each completed task, they earned experience points and rewards, their characters' levels gradually rising, which filled them with immense joy. Chunyu, the experience of this game is truly exceptional. It far surpasses any I've played before, Liang exclaimed with enthusiasm. Chunyu nodded in agreement. Indeed, I find myself reluctant to leave this world. However, just as they completed a task and prepared to claim their reward, an unforeseen event transpired. A sudden flash of white light enveloped Chunyu, and he felt as though he were spinning through a vortex. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a strange room. The chamber was adorned with an air of antiquity and elegance, its walls embellished with calligraphy and paintings, while a desk bore the instruments of writing: ink, brushes, paper, and an inkstone. Instinctively, Chunyu glanced at his hands, only to discover that they no longer resembled those of a game character, but rather the genuine hands of a human being. A wave of shock coursed through him as he rushed to the mirror, where he was met with the reflection of an unfamiliar face. What is happening? Have I traversed time and space and transformed into an NPC from the game? Chunyu murmured in terror to himself. In a state of panic, he paced the room, striving to comprehend the bizarre circumstances he found himself in. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside, and the door swung open to reveal a man clad in traditional attire. Upon seeing Chunyu, the man paused momentarily, then clasped his hands together in greeting and inquired, "Young master, how do you feel today?" Chunyu was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. His mind raced as he contemplated how to navigate this peculiar situation. I feel quite well," he stammered. The man smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. "That is good to hear. Should you have any requests, please do not hesitate to command." With that, he withdrew from the room. Chunyu exhaled deeply, realizing that he must remain composed and devise a means to unravel the mystery of his predicament. He began to scour the room for clues, hoping to discover a way to return to the world he once knew. In the course of rummaging through, he stumbled upon an ancient tome. The text within was somewhat indistinct, yet Chunyu managed to discern that it contained information regarding this mystical realm of immortals. It turned out that this world was home to numerous sects, each possessing its own unique spells and cultivation methods. The location in which he found himself appeared to be a modest establishment known as Qingfeng Pavilion, a relatively minor force within the realm of cultivation. Qingfeng Pavilion? It seems like merely a minor character in the game, Chunyu remarked with a furrowed brow. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Entering was Liang, yet he bore no resemblance to his in-game self, having transformed into an NPC figure. "Chunyu, you have traversed here as well?" Liang inquired, astonished. Chunyu offered a wry smile and nodded. "Indeed, I am as perplexed as you were suddenly. I found myself here. What about you?" Liang sighed. "I am in a similar predicament after completing a quest. I was transported here. It appears we have both become NPCs within this game world." The two settled at a table, deliberating on their next course of action. They understood that to return to the realm of reality, they must uncover the pivotal clues within the game. "Let us first ascertain our current identities and tasks," Chunyu suggested. Liang nodded in agreement. "Precisely only by comprehending the situation can we discover the path back." Thus, They resolved to leave the chamber and seek information regarding Qingfeng Pavilion. Upon stepping out, they beheld several disciples practicing martial arts in the courtyard. Chen Yu stepped forward and inquired, "May I ask, is this the Qingfeng Pavilion?" A disciple glanced at him and replied, "Indeed, this is the Qingfeng Pavilion. What brings you here?" Chen Yu smiled and said, "I have recently joined as a disciple of Qingfeng Pavilion and wish to learn more about our establishment." The disciple scrutinized him and remarked, "Since you are a new disciple, allow me to enlighten you. Although our Qingfeng Pavilion is modest in size, it holds a respectable reputation in this region. We primarily cultivate wind-based spells, renowned for our agility and lightness." Chen Yu and Li Yang listened intently, contemplating that this information might assist them in finding their way back. "Are there any significant events occurring in the pavilion recently?" Li Yang inquired. The disciple pondered for a moment and responded, "There isn't much of note at the moment, but I have heard that in a few days, there will be an exchange meeting for cultivators, with representatives from various sects in attendance." Chen Yu's eyes brightened, perceiving this as a potential crucial lead. "An exchange meeting for cultivators? Are we permitted to participate?" he asked. The disciple nodded. "As long as you are a disciple of our pavilion, you are eligible to attend. However, you must prepare in advance, as many skilled practitioners will be present." After expressing their gratitude to the disciple, Chen Yu and Li Yang returned to their room. They believed that this exchange meeting could very well be the key to their return to the real world. "We must devise a way to stand out at the exchange meeting. Perhaps we can attract the attention of certain individuals and uncover clues for our journey home," Chen Yu remarked. Li Yang nodded in agreement. "Indeed, however, we are currently utterly ignorant of wind-based spells and must hasten our studies." Thus, they began to delve into the contents of an ancient tome concerning wind magic within the confines of their room. Although the text was scantily detailed, they managed to glean some fundamental cultivation techniques from it. In the ensuing days, Chen Yu and Li Yang devoted themselves tirelessly to the practice of wind spells. They persistently experimented in the courtyard, enduring countless failures at the outset, yet they remained undeterred. At long last, on the eve of the Cultivation Exchange Conference, they had mastered a few rudimentary wind spells. Although their proficiency was still lacking, they held firm belief that they would be able to showcase their capabilities at the conference. "Chen Yu, are we prepared?" Li Yang inquired anxiously. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yu replied, "We are ready. Regardless of the outcome, we must give it a try. Perhaps this exchange conference will present us with our opportunity to return." The following day, Chen Yu and Li Yang accompanied the other disciples of Qingfeng Pavilion to the venue of the Cultivation Exchange Conference. The place was teeming with people, disciples from various sects adorned in splendid attire, each showcasing their unique flair. Amidst the crowd, Chen Yu and Li Yang observed their surroundings with a mix of trepidation and anticipation. They understood that their destinies might hinge on this very exchange. At that moment, an elderly man with snow-white hair ascended the stage, proclaiming the official commencement of the Cultivation Exchange Conference. Chen Yu and Li Yang clenched their fists, bracing themselves for the challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 2. The turning point of fate. Upon completing that heart-pounding hidden quest, I had anticipated that life would gradually return to tranquility. However, the wheels of destiny had only just begun to turn. As a hero, I rose to fame within the realm of the game. Players began to regard me, once an inconspicuous NPC, with newfound admiration, and even the game's developers took notice. They sought to contact me, yet I was utterly bewildered, for I had never envisioned myself as the center of attention. Resolved to confront the game company, I returned to the real world to demand an explanation. Upon my return, I eagerly reached out to the game's officials, imploring them for a reasonable account. The head of the game company received me, his expression one of sheer astonishment, as though he had encountered a specter. As I pondered his reaction, he suddenly erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "You are the player who completed the hidden quest? This is utterly astounding. You have no idea. You are now a legendary figure in the game." Confused, I pressed further, "What legendary figure? I am merely an NPC." The executive was momentarily speechless, scrutinizing me with newfound clarity before exclaiming, "Good heavens! You truly are that NPC? This is inconceivable. How could an NPC possibly complete a hidden quest? This is undoubtedly a miracle in the annals of gaming history." With a sense of resignation, I clarified, "I am as perplexed as you are. I simply followed the quest clues step by step. The executive, brimming with excitement, proclaimed, "Regardless, you are the hero of this game. We have decided to reward you with a substantial monetary prize, along with a lifetime privilege of playing the game for free." A sense of clandestine joy welled up within me as I listened. Yet a hint of bewilderment lingered. How could you ascertain that I was the one who completed the task? The leader, with an enigmatic smile, replied, "Because we have instituted a unique tracking system within the game, one that can only be activated by players who have accomplished hidden missions. And you, my dear, are that fortunate individual." Suddenly, clarity dawned upon me. So that was the case. The leader continued, "However, we hope you will persist in your exploration of the game world, for you may uncover even more delightful surprises." I nodded in agreement, yet my thoughts wandered. This was merely the beginning. My adventurous journey must continue as I sought to explore realms yet unknown. Armed with the rewards and expectations bestowed by the game company, I re-entered the gaming universe. This time, however, I stumbled upon a staggering revelation. In a concealed corner of the game, I discovered an ancient stone door, adorned with intricate, mysterious runes. Curiosity compelled me to touch the door, and suddenly, a formidable force enveloped me, drawing me into an uncharted realm. Within this space, I beheld a magnificent crystal orb, within which floated an ancient scroll. As I reached out to seize the scroll, a surge of enigmatic energy coursed through my being. An ancient voice resonated in my ear. "You have awakened the sealed power. Now, you must confront new challenges." I gazed in trepidation at the scroll in my hands, uncertain of what would transpire next. Abruptly, the scroll unfurled, revealing a line of cryptic text: "Seek the lost artifact and save the world shrouded in darkness." A tremor of realization surged through me as I recognized that I was once again drawn into a new adventure. I took a deep breath, reminding myself to remain composed. Having reached this pivotal moment, I must confront all challenges with courage. I began my quest within the realm of the game, seeking clues to unravel this new enigma. I traversed countless villages and cities, inquiring with numerous NPCs, yet I consistently found myself devoid of any valuable information. Just as I was on the verge of surrender, I encountered a mysterious elder in a remote mountain village. The old man gazed at the scroll in my hand, a flicker of surprise illuminating his eyes. "Young one, this artifact you possess seems to bear a connection to me," he spoke in a deep, enigmatic tone. Startled, I hastily inquired about the scroll. The elder recounted a tale, revealing that he had once been the guardian of this world, and the power within the scroll was the key to his past sealing of the dark forces. Now, as the shadows threatened to awaken, I was declared the chosen savior. My heart swelled with both astonishment and elation. Astonished that a mere NPC like myself bore such a monumental responsibility, and elated to finally discover my worth and purpose. With unwavering determination, I assured the elder, "No matter the obstacles that lie ahead, I shall fulfill this mission and save our world." The elder nodded, bestowing upon me a mysterious talisman, imparting valuable insights regarding the dark forces. Armed with the elder's hope and my own conviction, I embarked once more on my journey. In the pursuit of the sacred artifact, I endured countless trials and tribulations. I traversed perilous forests, confronting ferocious beasts. I ascended treacherous mountains, overcoming inclement weather. I plunged into the abyssal depths of the ocean, battling a myriad of marine creatures. Each challenge left me utterly exhausted, yet I never succumbed to despair. At long last, by a stroke of serendipity, I discovered a lost artifact within an ancient temple. However, just as I was about to claim the artifact, minions of dark forces emerged, attempting to thwart my efforts and ensnare me within the temple's confines. With resolute determination, I chose to engage them in a desperate struggle. I employed every skill and piece of wisdom gleaned from my adventures, engaging in a fierce combat. The battle was brutal, leaving me gravely wounded, yet I persevered. For I understood that failure would plunge this world into eternal darkness. In the climactic moment, I unleashed an unprecedented surge of power, successfully repelling the dark force's minions and seizing the artifact. Grasping the artifact, I felt an immense energy coursing through my being. Following the elder's guidance, I unleashed the artifact's power, launching a final assault upon the very source of the dark forces. With a resounding explosion, the dark forces were utterly vanquished, restoring peace to the world. Exhausted, I collapsed to the ground, yet my heart brimmed with joy and a profound sense of accomplishment. Not only had I fulfilled my mission, but I had also salvaged this gaming realm. Players within the game extended their congratulations, hailing me as a hero in their eyes. In this grand adventure, I discovered my own belonging and worth. I have resolved to remain in this gaming realm, continuing to explore its mysteries and safeguard its tranquility. Henceforth, I shall lead a life of freedom and fulfillment within this virtual world. Together with my companions, we have woven one legendary tale after another, each uniquely ours. Though I am but an NPC, my existence is more vibrant than that of many others. Chapter 3. Hidden Elements in This Gaming Universe. My life as an NPC may appear unremarkable, yet it underwent a profound transformation with the emergence of hidden quests. Through considerable effort, I gradually acclimated to this new identity and began to embrace the reality of my entrapment within the game. Each morning, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the cobblestone path as I set up my modest food stall by the roadside. The sound of fried dough sizzling in the boiling oil mingled with the intoxicating aroma of freshly made soy milk wafting through the air. Passers-by, players hurrying along, were either preoccupied with completing quests or preparing for the next battle. Amidst this bustling scene, I commenced another day of trade. Boss, I'll have 2 pieces of fried dough and a bowl of soy milk. A young player clad in simple garments paused before my stall, his eyes reflecting the curiosity and anticipation of a novice venturing into this vast world. With practiced ease, I placed the fried dough into a paper bag and handed it to him. Here you go, young man. Your fried dough and soy milk. Be careful, it's hot, I said with a smile, though a sense of nostalgia stirred within me. Once, I too had stepped into this game with such naivety. Now, I had become a vendor providing breakfast for others. Thank you, boss, he exclaimed, grasping the food and hastily making his way into the distance. I gazed at his retreating figure, suddenly struck by a sense of déjà vu. Was this not reminiscent of the early stages of a game, where players, in a bid to conserve their finances, could only satiate their hunger at roadside food stalls? A faint smile crept upon my lips, and a wave of warmth surged within me. Good sir, what brings your stall to this location? Are you not aware that this area is designated as a no-vending zone? A player clad in resplendent official garb approached me, flanked by several imposing subordinates. I looked up to find his expression grave, his eyes betraying a hint of impatience. My heart raced. What was I to do? I had merely set up shop here in accordance with the game's parameters. Was I to be ousted now? I hastily set down my tasks and respectfully addressed him. My lord, I am but a humble vendor seeking to earn a modest living. I beseech you, show mercy and allow me to continue with my small stall. He scoffed, ready to retort, when suddenly his gaze fell upon a sign at my stall. I had just hung it up the previous day, proclaiming, "Today's special, buy one get one free." His eyes sharpened, as if attempting to see through my guise as a mere vendor. "Pray tell, what does this sign signify?" he inquired, his tone tinged with scrutiny. Though puzzled, I quickly explained, "My lord, this is merely a strategy one devised to attract customers. Business is tough these days, and many vendors are offering discounts. I simply wish to sell a bit more and earn a little extra." After a moment of silence, he suddenly erupted into laughter. "Huh, how amusing. You, a humble vendor, possess quite the acumen for business. Very well, I shall let you off today. However, do not let me see you setting up shop here again," he declared before turning on his heel and departing with his followers. I exhaled in relief, silently congratulating myself. It seemed that with a bit of cleverness, I could still carve a path to survival in this virtual realm. Just as I was preparing to resume my business, I was suddenly startled by the sound of hurried footsteps. A player clad in tattered armor rushed to my stall, his face smeared with blood, revealing the severity of his injuries. Alarmed, I realized he was a high-level player. How could he be so gravely wounded? "Boss, please, I need something to eat. I'm on the verge of starvation," he gasped, his eyes filled with exhaustion and despair. Without hesitation, I swiftly handed him the remaining fried dough sticks and soy milk. "Here, take this and replenish your strength," I urged with genuine concern. He accepted the food and devoured it ravenously. Watching him consume the meal stirred a sense of compassion within me. In this game world, regardless of a player's prowess, anyone could find themselves in dire straits. And though I was merely a humble NPC, I could offer them a glimmer of assistance in their time of need. "Thank you, boss. You are truly a kind soul," he expressed gratefully upon finishing his meal. I smiled faintly, deeming it a trivial effort. "You should make your way to a safe place to rest. Don't let the monsters attack you again." He nodded and limped away into the distance. As I observed his retreating figure, an idea blossomed in my mind. Perhaps, in this game, I could discover my own worth by aiding other players. As time elapsed, my humble snack stall gradually gained a modicum of renown. Many players became aware of the amiable vendor by the roadside, whose fried dough sticks and soy milk were not only delectable but also affordably priced. Occasionally, some players would visit me specifically to engage in conversation, sharing tales of their adventures within the game. One day, a female player clad in a resplendent mage's robe approached my stall. She exuded an air of elegance, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of weariness. "Good sir, I would like to order a portion of your signature delicacy." She smiled at me. I handed her a steaming basket of meticulously crafted soup dumplings. "These are made with great care. I hope they please your palate," I remarked with respect. She took a bite of the dumpling, her face illuminating with satisfaction. "Indeed, your reputation is well-deserved. You, as a vendor, possess remarkable skill in creating such delightful fare," she praised. A wave of joy surged within me, and I promptly replied, "It is my utmost pleasure to satisfy your taste. If you enjoy them, I would be honored to have you frequent my stall in the future." She nodded in agreement and then, with an air of mystery, confided, "In truth, I have heard that you have garnered quite a reputation in the gaming world. Many players speak of you, claiming you are an NPC with a story." A shock coursed through me. Had my secret been unveiled? I hastily shook my head. "Dear lady, please do not jest. I am merely an ordinary vendor. There is no tale to tell." She chuckled softly and shook her head. "Very well, I shall cease my jesting. However, do exercise caution. In this virtual realm, many perilous events may transpire. As a humble vendor, you must be wary of becoming entangled in those conflicts." A tightening sensation gripped my heart, yet I managed to respond to her with a smile. "Thank you for your reminder. I shall be cautious." As I watched her retreating figure, I fell into deep contemplation. In this realm of gaming, what path should I pursue? Should I continue to exist as an ordinary NPC? Or should I venture into the uncharted territories in search of a way back to the real world? Just as these thoughts swirled in my mind, a jarring clamor of metal clashing reached my ears. I looked up to see two players engaged in a fierce battle not far from me. One was a warrior, the other an assassin, locked in a struggle that seemed impossible to resolve. "Look over there, two masters are in a PK," exclaimed a passerby, as several onlookers gathered in excitement to witness the confrontation. A wave of anxiety washed over me, although I had grown accustomed to the battles within this gaming universe. Each encounter still stirred a sense of unease within my soul. Hastily, I began to dismantle my stall, intent on departing from this tumultuous place. Just as I was about to leave, the warrior cast a furious gaze in my direction. His eyes brimmed with rage, as if he perceived me, a mere vendor, as an adversary. "You, yes you, come here," he bellowed. My heart raced. Why was this warrior shouting at me? I had done nothing to provoke him. After a moment of hesitation, I approached him slowly. "Sir, what do you mean by this?" "I assure you, I have done nothing wrong," I said respectfully. He glared at me with seething anger. "You, little vendor, are you secretly aiding that assassin? How else would he know my attack patterns?" My heart sank. This accusation was truly unfounded. As a humble vendor, how could I possibly partake in their battles? I hastily clarified, "Sir, please do not misunderstand. I have merely been tending my stall, doing nothing else. You must not wrongfully accuse me." Upon hearing my explanation, a flicker of doubt crossed his gaze. Yet he chose not to press the matter further. "Humph, consider yourself fortunate. Should I discover any further suspicious behavior from you, do not expect my courtesy to endure," he retorted before resuming his skirmish with the assassin. I exhaled a sigh of relief and hurried back to my stall. It appeared that within this gaming realm, one must remain vigilant not only against the onslaught of monsters, but also against the suspicions and treachery of other players. As the days passed, I gradually acclimated to life in this fantastical world. Though I was merely a lowly NPC, I found joy within this journey. Each day presented me with the chance to encounter diverse players and hear a myriad of tales, enriching my understanding of this universe. Nonetheless, I recognized that I could not remain in this confined existence indefinitely. I had to discover a way to return to the real world, to reunite with my family and friends. Thus, I embarked on a more diligent quest to explore the gaming realm, seeking hidden clues and secrets. In the days that followed, I forged friendships with like-minded companions, fellow players ensnared in this virtual domain. Together, we exchanged experiences and offered encouragement, forming a team to delve into perilous dungeons and confront formidable bosses. Through these endeavors, I not only enhanced my abilities, but also deepened my comprehension of the game world. One day, we stumbled upon an ancient tome within a mysterious cavern. This book contained secrets regarding the origins of the gaming world, as well as a collection of formidable martial arts techniques. Upon meticulously examining its contents, we discovered a method to return to the realm of reality. It became clear, by gathering 5 scattered mystical crystals hidden throughout the gaming world and employing them at a specific time and place, we could unlock the gateway to reality. I exclaimed excitedly to my companions. Upon hearing this, their eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. What are we waiting for? Let us hasten to seek out those enigmatic crystals, one friend declared with enthusiasm. Thus, we embarked on a new adventure. During our quest for the mystical crystals, we encountered a myriad of obstacles and challenges. At times, we found ourselves ensnared in perilous mazes, unable to find an exit. At other moments, we faced formidable monsters, narrowly escaping death. Yet, regardless of the trials we faced, we persevered, for we shared a common aspiration, a desire to return to the world of reality. After a considerable period of dedication, we finally gathered all 5 mystical crystals. At the designated time and place, we followed the instructions from the tome, arranging the crystals on the ground and reciting the incantation. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light erupted from the crystals, coalescing in the air into a colossal vortex. Chapter 5. The Hidden Mission. After completing the harrowing hidden mission, I had anticipated a period of tranquility within this gaming realm. However, the wheels of fate began to turn once more, propelling me towards an entirely new challenge. One day, as I busied myself at my humble stall, a blinding beam of golden light descended from the heavens, striking my booth with fervor. In sheer terror, I realized that my body was ensnared by this radiant light, rendering me powerless. Soon after, the world around me began to blur and fade. When my vision finally regained clarity, I found myself in an unfamiliar setting. No longer was I amidst the bustling thoroughfare I once knew. Instead, I stood in a desolate valley, shrouded in dense fog that obscured the path ahead. Panic surged within me as I grappled with the bewildering circumstances. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm me, a deep and authoritative voice resonated in my ear. "Young one, you have finally arrived." Turning towards the source of the voice, I beheld an elderly figure adorned in resplendent attire, standing a short distance away. His gaze exuded an undeniable authority. "Who are you? Where am I?" I stammered, my heart racing with fear. The elder offered a slight smile and approached me with measured steps. "I am the guardian of this gaming world. Your arrival here signifies that you possess unique capabilities. From this moment forth, you shall undertake a significant mission to save this world teetering on the brink of collapse." In astonishment, I could scarcely process his words. Save the gaming world? I am but an insignificant NPC. How could I possibly achieve such feats? "Do not underestimate yourself," the elder said, patting my shoulder with an encouraging tone. "You are no longer the ordinary NPC you once were. You have awakened self-awareness and possess the ability to grow and learn. Henceforth, I shall impart to you special skills and knowledge that you must wield wisely to vanquish the dark forces intent on corrupting our game world." Though my heart brimmed with uncertainty, the elder's unwavering gaze instilled within me a sense of the weighty responsibility I bore. I took a deep breath and resolved to embrace this challenge. In the days that followed, the elder commenced a systematic instruction of various skills and knowledge. I learned to harness potent martial techniques, to maintain composure in the face of crisis, and to foster harmonious relationships with both players and NPCs alike. Gradually, I came to realize that I possessed greater freedom and potential within this gaming realm. Simultaneously, I began to covertly investigate the movements of the dark forces. I discovered that they were a collection of abandoned code, monsters incited by envy of the player's joyful existence within this world, seeking to plunge it into darkness. By chance, I encountered a group of like-minded players. Upon learning of my identity and mission, they unhesitatingly chose to stand by my side. Together, we devised plans, coordinated our efforts, and gradually achieved minor victories against the encroaching darkness. However, as the conflict escalated relentlessly, I began to realize that this struggle would not be as straightforward as I had imagined. The dark forces were far more formidable than we had anticipated, laying traps and mechanisms throughout the game that plunged us into perilous situations with each encounter. During one intense battle, a dear friend of mine was tragically struck by the leader of the dark forces while attempting to shield me, sustaining grave injuries. I watched helplessly as he fell, my heart swelling with anguish and fury. I vowed to vanquish these malevolent entities and avenge my friends. The elder seemed to perceive my resolve and reappeared before me, presenting a shimmering sword. This is one of the most powerful weapons in the realm of the game, imbued with boundless strength. It now belongs to you. Go forth, bearing the hopes of all, and defeat those dark forces to save this world. I grasped the sword tightly, feeling the immense power it conveyed. Turning to my companions, I saw their eyes brimming with trust and support. Taking a deep breath, I led them into a final charge towards the lair of the dark forces. Along the way, we encountered countless obstacles and challenges, yet we overcame them all through unwavering determination and steadfast belief. After enduring numerous life and death trials, we finally arrived at the headquarters of the dark forces. The leader, upon seeing us, erupted into a maniacal laugh. "You insignificant humans dare to challenge us? Today marks your demise." I replied with a cold smile. "Today shall mark the end of your dark forces." With that, I brandished my sword and engaged in an intense battle with the leader. The brilliance of my sword clashed with the leader's dark powers, sparking dazzling flashes in the air, as if the entire game world teetered on the brink of collapse amidst our conflict. At a pivotal moment, my friends joined the fray, their assaults surging forth like a relentless tide against the leader, leaving him beleaguered. Seizing the opportunity, I thrust my sword with all my might toward the leader's chest. With a piercing scream, the leader shattered into fragments, and the essence of the dark forces evaporated in an instant. The game world was restored to its former peace and tranquility. Standing amidst the once perilous land, I was filled with profound reflections. I had evolved from an inconsequential NPC into a hero capable of saving the game world. It all felt like a dream. The old man reappeared before me, smiling as he said, "You have done well. The game world is a better place because of you. Now, you may choose to return to the real world or remain here, becoming a true denizen of this game realm." After a moment of contemplation, I resolutely replied, "I wish to stay here, to continue guarding this beloved game world and, alongside my friends, create even more beautiful memories." The old man nodded in agreement. With a wave of his hand, my body began to grow increasingly transparent. "Remember, no matter where you are the most extraordinary presence within this game." The voice of the elder resonated in my ears, and soon thereafter, I succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon awakening in the realm of reality, I found myself sprawled upon my own bed. As I surveyed the familiar surroundings, a wave of nostalgia washed over me for the adventurous and camaraderie-filled world of the game. I launched the game and logged into my account, only to discover that everything within the game had transformed. My humble stall remained, yet the players around me gazed upon me with an expression of reverence, as if I had ascended to the status of a legendary figure in their eyes. Chapter 6. A new turning point. I stood at the city gate, gazing at the bustling throngs before me, my heart brimming with confusion. As the proprietor of a roadside stall, my existence ought to have been monotonous, yet fate took a dramatic turn that fateful day. On that day, as I navigated through various scenes within the game, a blinding light suddenly enveloped me. When I opened my eyes once more, I found myself as the owner of this modest stall, relegated to the role of an inconsequential NPC. Initially, despair consumed me, as I felt trapped within this virtual realm, seemingly unable to return to reality. However, as time progressed, I began to notice some extraordinary occurrences. This world appeared to diverge from the game I once remembered. Certain details, which ought not to have manifested, were subtly shifting. On one occasion, while organizing my goods, I stumbled upon a tattered book. The book seemed unremarkable, yet when I opened it, I discovered it contained peculiar symbols and patterns. Astonishingly, these symbols and patterns bore an uncanny resemblance to a hidden quest I had once completed within the game. A thought flickered within me. Perhaps this was a clue. Thenceforth, I began to observe everything around me with greater attention. I discerned that, periodically, peculiar occurrences would manifest within the city. For instance, a once bustling marketplace would abruptly become desolate, the visages of the populace etched with trepidation, or seemingly insignificant corners would inexplicably bear strange markings. I resolved to no longer remain passively expectant, but rather to proactively investigate the truth veiled behind these events. In a fortuitous encounter, I became acquainted with a player named Lin Feng, a wandering swordsman. He invariably carried a blade, his swordsmanship superb, his demeanor unrestrained. Our acquaintance was born of an accidental altercation. He had intended to chastise me, a mere stall holder. Yet upon beholding the book in my possession, his gaze underwent a sudden transformation. "Where did you obtain this book?" he inquired, his voice trembling, his eyes brimming with astonishment. I presented him with the book and articulated slowly, "I discovered it while sorting through merchandise. I initially believed it to be a commonplace volume. Yet now it appears to be far from ordinary." Lin Feng nodded in affirmation, informing me that the symbols and patterns within the book were connected to a cryptic quest he had once undertaken within the game. He surmised that imperceptible transformations were unfolding within this world, potentially intertwined with the genesis and destiny of the game itself. From that juncture onward, Lin Feng frequented my company. Together, we deliberated upon the enigmatic symbols and patterns within the book, endeavoring to unearth any latent clues. In the course of this endeavor, I ascertained that Lin Feng not only possessed exceptional swordsmanship, but also harbored a profound comprehension of the game's world. He revealed to me that this world is not as simple as it appears on the surface. It conceals numerous secrets, and we may very well be the key figures in unraveling them. As time progressed, we gradually uncovered a series of hidden tasks. These tasks lay concealed in every corner of the city, requiring our keen observation and contemplation to discover. Each task we completed bestowed upon us certain rewards, which not only proved beneficial but also seemed to be intricately linked to the transformations occurring within this world. On one occasion, we stumbled upon a hidden task in a quaint village on the outskirts of the city. The villagers lived in a state of unrest, frequently besieged by mysterious creatures. We resolved to assist them in uncovering the origins of these enigmatic beings. Through diligent investigation, we traced these creatures back to a nearby forbidden area. This area was shrouded in a peculiar energy, rendering it inaccessible to ordinary individuals. With utmost caution, we ventured into the forbidden zone, where we encountered twisted trees and eerie mists. Deep within this realm, we discovered an unusual array of formations. At the center of the array stood a stone tablet inscribed with ancient script. Upon meticulous examination of these inscriptions, we unearthed a long-forgotten legend. According to this legend, the world had once been besieged by a dark force, which infiltrated through such formations. We came to the realization that these mysterious creatures were merely the vanguard of this malevolent power. If we did not act swiftly, our world would plunge into a monumental crisis. Lin Feng and I collaborated in our endeavors. He took on the responsibility of safeguarding the villagers, while I ventured deep into the forbidden grounds in search of a method to unravel the intricate formations. Within those treacherous confines, I encountered numerous perils, as enigmatic creatures seemed to possess boundless strength, relentlessly lunging at me time and again. Drawing upon my knowledge of the game and the combat techniques imparted by Lin Feng, I struggled to fend off these monsters. Just as I felt on the verge of collapse, a particular symbol from the tome flashed in my mind, bearing a striking resemblance to the formation before me. Gritting my teeth, I persevered and ultimately discovered the key to dismantling the formation. Following the instructions from the book, I positioned several unique items at critical points of the formation and recited an ancient incantation. As the words flowed from my lips, the energy within the formation began to oscillate violently. The mysterious beings emitted haunting cries before dissipating into nothingness. The formation was dismantled, and the fog within the forbidden grounds gradually lifted, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. The villagers gazed at us with gratitude, hosting a magnificent celebration in our honor. During the feast, Lin Feng remarked, "We have succeeded, yet I sense this is merely the beginning. The transformations within this world are far more intricate than we can fathom." I nodded in agreement, my heart brimming with reflection. Indeed, while we had accomplished a hidden quest, the secrets lurking behind this world were akin to an immense labyrinth, awaiting our exploration. From that point onward, we continued to traverse the martial realm, seeking further clues. We have forged connections with many like-minded friends, some of whom are formidable players, while others are hidden masters within the community. Together, we stand united, confronting the unknown and perilous aspects of this world. Chapter 7. The Source of Mysterious Powers. After successfully deciphering the forbidden array, Lin Feng and I returned to the city, yet an unsettling calm lingered in our hearts. The array, the enigmatic beings, and that tattered book all coiled around my mind like an intricate enigma. "Lin Feng, what do you believe we should do next?" I gazed at him, my eyes brimming with uncertainty. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and replied, "We must uncover the truth behind all of this. Otherwise, similar crises will continue to emerge. Just then, a mysterious voice suddenly echoed in our ears. Do you wish to know the truth? Then come to the Valley of the Moonlit Shadows to find me. Startled, I glanced around but saw no one in sight. Lin Feng furrowed his brow and remarked, From where does this voice emanate? I do not know, but I sense it carries a hint of malevolence. I confessed, a sense of unease creeping into my heart. We resolved to follow the voice's guidance and make our way to the Valley of the Moonlit Shadows, situated deep in the mountains beyond the city. The valley is said to be a gathering place for malevolent spirits, where ordinary people, once entered, are lost forever. We tread carefully along the path, leaving no room for negligence. Navigating through a dense forest, we suddenly encountered a rugged trail, which led us to the Valley of the Moonlit Shadows. Within the valley, mist enveloped the surroundings, exuding an eerie atmosphere. Gripping our weapons tightly, we advanced step by step into the unknown. Suddenly, a shadow darted out from the mist, lunging directly towards us. Lin Feng reacted swiftly, his sword flashing as he repelled the shadow. As it took form, we discovered it to be a massive wolf, entirely cloaked in darkness. Be cautious, this wolf is no ordinary foe, Lin Feng cautioned. I nodded, retrieving a dagger from my pocket, bracing myself for battle. The colossal wolf emitted a low growl and charged once more. We engaged in a fierce struggle, its claws razor-sharp, each strike imbued with formidable power. Just as we were on the brink of exhaustion, a symbol from that book flashed into my mind. I quickly recited the incantation of the symbol in my heart, and the dagger in my hand suddenly radiated a brilliant light, aimed directly at the wolf. The creature let out a mournful howl as its form gradually dissipated into nothingness. That was close. The runes in that book truly possess power, Lin Feng remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. We pressed onward, finally halting before a cave at the valley's base. Strange symbols were etched at the cave's entrance, identical to those in the book. This must be the place, I thought, pushing open the cave's door. Inside, the chamber was dimly lit, with only a few flickering green lights illuminating the darkness. As we ventured deeper, we discovered a peculiar altar in the center of the cave, atop which rested a sphere emanating a dark glow. This is the Moonshadow Pearl, a legendary artifact said to bridge the realms of Yin and Yang, Lin Feng exclaimed. At that moment, the mysterious voice echoed once more. Welcome to the Valley of Moonshadow. Now, you shall uncover the truth. As the voice faded, the Moonshadow Pearl on the altar burst forth with a blinding light, enveloping us completely. I felt an overwhelming force surge into my body, and in an instant, a multitude of images flooded my mind. Among these visions, I beheld an ancient civilization that wielded immense power, only to be decimated by a cataclysm. Before their demise, they sealed their strength within the ethereal Moon Pearl, hoping that one day, a worthy successor would arise to inherit this gift. Thus, it became clear that we were indeed the chosen ones. I was astounded. Lin Feng, too, wore an expression of disbelief, exclaiming, It seems that the mysterious power within us originates from this ethereal Moon Pearl. At that moment, the ethereal Moon Pearl suddenly trembled violently, emitting a beam of black light that surged towards us. Instinctively, I closed my eyes, bracing for an uncertain fate. Upon reopening them, we found ourselves back in the city. Everything appeared to have returned to normal. However, both Lin Feng and I understood that our bodies had undergone a transformation. We could sense the formidable power coursing through our veins, awaiting our command. What shall we do now? I inquired. Chapter 8. New challenges. Our experiences in the ethereal Moon Valley had bestowed upon us a novel understanding of our enigmatic powers and further solidified our resolve to unravel the mysteries of this world. Upon returning to the city, we dedicated ourselves to mastering this newfound strength. With the enhancement of the mysterious force, Lin Feng's swordsmanship reached new heights, while I discovered that I could harness this power to amplify my perception and reflexes. As we were immersed in the elevation of our strength, news suddenly emerged from the city. A village on the outskirts had been besieged by an unknown force, resulting in numerous villagers being injured and some abducted. Without hesitation, we set forth towards the village, driven by a desire to uncover the truth. Upon our arrival, the scene before us was nothing short of shocking. Houses lay in ruins. Scattered debris filled the landscape, and the villagers cowered in fear within a corner. We located the village chief, who trembled as he recounted the attack. It had been executed by a group of masked individuals clad in black, possessing formidable skills and vanishing without a trace. Please, you must rescue our villagers. They have been taken to the cave behind the village. the chief implored anxiously. Lin Feng nodded and replied, "We shall go at once." We proceeded to the cave located at the rear of the village, only to find its entrance obstructed by several large stones. Yet, we could faintly discern commotion emanating from within. Carefully, we displaced the stones and ventured inside. The cave was engulfed in darkness, and upon igniting our torches, we discovered numerous cages wherein some villagers were confined, their faces etched with terror. "Who are you? Please, save us," one villager cried out. Lin Feng reassured them. "Do not fear, we will rescue you." At that moment, several dark figures leapt down from the cave's ceiling, blocking our path. They were the very assailants who had attacked the village. "Who are you? Why do you harm these innocent villagers?" I demanded angrily. One of the masked figures sneered. "This is a matter between us and this village. It would be wise for you to remain uninvolved." Lin Feng tightened his grip on his sword and declared, "Today, we shall indeed involve ourselves in this matter." The atmosphere was charged with anticipation as Lin Feng and I stood back to back, engaging in fierce combat against the cloaked adversaries. Their martial prowess was indeed formidable, with each strike of their blades precise and lethal. Yet, we remained undeterred. Through our profound synergy and the application of enigmatic forces, we gradually gained the upper hand. In the midst of the fray, I discerned an intriguing similarity between the techniques employed by these shadowy figures and those of the mysterious beings we encountered in the Valley of the Dark Moon, igniting a flicker of curiosity within me. Was there a connection between these cloaked assailants and the arcane powers of the valley? Who orchestrated their sinister machinations? After an arduous battle, we ultimately vanquished all of our foes. We liberated the villagers who had been abducted and escorted them safely back to their hamlet. The villagers expressed their profound gratitude, with the village elder, tears glistening in his eyes, exclaiming, "Thank you for saving us. You are our great benefactors." We waved our hands dismissively, replying, "It is the least we could do." Upon returning to the city, we recounted the events to the lord of the city, hoping for some leads. The lord's expression turned grave as he listened to our account. "The figures you described are linked to a mysterious organization that has recently emerged in the martial world. This organization is known as the Shadow Alliance. Their motives remain unclear, yet they have sown chaos in various locales. Exercise caution. Their strength should not be underestimated." Lin Feng nodded solemnly, assuring, "We will be vigilant." After departing from the Lord's residence, we both understood that this skirmish was merely the beginning. Greater challenges lay ahead. We resolved to seek out like-minded allies to collectively confront the Shadow Alliance. In the days that followed, we traversed far and wide, forging connections with numerous valiant heroes. Among them were a master archer skilled in the art of the bow, a cunning enchantress adept in the use of poisons, and a colossal force of strength akin to that of a mighty titan. Together, we formed a small yet formidable team, poised to confront the challenges posed by the Shadow Alliance. Our group gradually gained recognition within the martial world, catching the attention of the Shadow Alliance. In response, they began to dispatch more of their elite warriors to counter us. Yet through the strength of our unity and wisdom, we repeatedly emerged from peril unscathed. During one particular skirmish, we unexpectedly unearthed a crucial clue. The headquarters of the Shadow Alliance was nestled within a concealed valley, intriguingly linked to the mysterious realm of Moonlit Valley. Realizing that these occurrences were not mere coincidences, we surmised that an intricate web of connections existed between the Shadow Alliance and the enigmatic powers of Moonlit Valley. To unravel this mystery, we resolved to infiltrate the headquarters of the Shadow Alliance and uncover the truth. We meticulously devised a comprehensive plan, preparing to breach the valley under the cover of night. As darkness enveloped the land, we stealthily approached the entrance to the valley. It lay shrouded in a dense fog, obscuring our view of what lay within. Cautiously, we ventured into the valley, discovering it rife with hidden sentinels and traps. As we evaded the patrols, we remained vigilant to sidestep the perilous snares. After a challenging passage, we finally arrived at the headquarters of the Shadow Alliance. The stronghold was a grand castle, illuminated and bustling with activity. We sought a concealed vantage point to observe, discovering a colossal altar at the heart of the castle, upon which rested a pulsating orb radiating an ominous black light, strikingly reminiscent of the moonshadow pearl we had encountered in the Valley of the Moon. It became evident that the true objective of the Shadow Alliance was to acquire the moonshadow pearl. A jolt of realization surged through me as I grasped the full extent of this revelation. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully and remarked, It seems we must obliterate the Moonshadow Pearl to eradicate the Shadow Alliance once and for all. We resolved to infiltrate the altar under the cover of night and destroy the Moonshadow Pearl. Taking advantage of the guards' momentary lapse in vigilance, we stealthily entered the castle. Along our path, we encountered numerous adept members of the Shadow Alliance, skillfully evading or vanquishing them. At last, we stood before the altar. The Moonshadow Pearl emanated a formidable energy, its power seemingly beckoning us closer. However, we were acutely aware that any approach would likely alert the Shadow Alliance. Exchanging a glance, we decided to take the risk. We dashed towards the altar, but just as we were about to make contact with the Moonshadow Pearl, the guards of the Shadow Alliance suddenly noticed our presence. Intruders! Seize them at once! A guard bellowed. Turning to look, we saw dozens of skilled members of the Shadow Alliance charging towards us. A wave of trepidation washed over us, realizing the gravity of our predicament. Quickly, destroy the Moonshadow Pearl, Lin Feng shouted. I nodded, channeling all my arcane energy towards the Moonshadow Pearl. The orb trembled violently before erupting in a blinding flash of light. When the radiance subsided, the Moonshadow Pearl had dissipated into nothingness. Meanwhile, the entire castle began to tremble violently, as if on the brink of collapse. Flee! We shouted, turning to dash towards the castle's exit. During our escape, we encountered numerous obstacles, but through unwavering determination and the strength of our teamwork, we overcame each challenge time and again. At last, we burst forth from the castle and emerged into the valley. Glancing back, we witnessed the castle within the valley reduced to ruins amidst the violent tremors, and the power of the Moonlight Pearl dissipated along with it. We exchanged smiles, our hearts brimming with the joy of victory. Chapter 9. The Perilous Main Quest. I had been an NPC within the game for some time, gradually acclimating to this identity and mastering various survival techniques that leveraged both my NPC status and the knowledge of real players. However, the tranquil days did not last long. An unforeseen crisis shattered my temporary peace. One day, as I played my NPC role in the game town, dutifully maintaining the daily operations of the local blacksmith shop, a sudden system notification rang out in my ears. Main quest updated. Dark forces approaching. Defend the town. All players and relevant NPCs are urged to cooperate in battle to repel the invaders. Failure to complete the quest will result in the town's destruction, and players and certain NPCs will face penalties. A tightness gripped my heart. I understood that for real players, such penalties might entail mere level loss or a deduction of in-game currency. Yet for me, a unique NPC, it could spell an insurmountable catastrophe, perhaps even threaten my very existence. Before Li Yong could gather his thoughts, the sounds of battle and the roars of monstrous creatures echoed from outside the town. A horde of grotesque beings, radiating an aura of darkness, surged forth like a tidal wave, their claws and fangs causing chaos in their wake. As a blacksmith's apprentice, Liu Yu was supposed to seize a weapon and engage the monsters, according to the narrative's design. Yet, he was acutely aware of his own frailty in the face of such formidable foes. Just as he hesitated, a group of players rushed past him. One player, with the ID one sword across the horizon, glanced at him and shouted, "Hey, NPC, what are you standing there for? If you want to live, join us." Gritting his teeth, Li Yong resolved to join the fray, seeking a way to turn the tide afterward. He swiftly grasped an iron sword from the blacksmith shop and charged towards the throng of monsters alongside the players. The battle was fierce. The monsters unleashed savage and unpredictable attacks, and many players were struck down. Drawing upon his understanding of the monsters' attack patterns, Liu Yu adeptly dodged and weaved, managing to evade injury for the time being. However, he noticed that these creatures appeared to be manipulated by some unseen force, their attacks coordinated with unnerving precision, and their numbers continued to swell, ensnaring both players and NPCs in a dire predicament. During the skirmish, Li Yong observed that the monsters' onslaught seemed focused around an ancient temple at the heart of the town. A sudden recollection struck him. In the real world, this temple was a pivotal location, rumored to harbor secrets capable of countering the dark forces. A spark of determination ignited within him, prompting him to risk venturing toward the temple to uncover its mysteries. Seizing a moment of respite amidst the chaos of the monster's assault, Li Yong stealthily slipped away from the fighting group, hastening towards the direction of the temple. Throughout his journey, he encountered numerous sporadic monster attacks, yet he skillfully evaded them with his agile movements and familiarity with the terrain. Upon finally arriving at the temple, he discovered that its grand entrance was firmly shut. shrouded in an eerie black mist that exuded a chilling aura. Lu Yu attempted to force the door open, but it remained immovable. Observing the entrance closely, he noticed it was inscribed with peculiar runes, reminiscent of ancient scripts he had encountered in game lore. Drawing upon his memories from the real world, Li Yang began to decipher these enigmatic symbols. Just as he focused intently on the runes, a chilling laugh echoed behind him. Do you truly believe you can easily uncover the method to break the seal? You are woefully naive. Startled, Lu Yu turned to see a towering figure cloaked in shadowy robes approaching slowly, his face obscured in darkness, rendering his expression unreadable. Yet, Lu Yu could sense the potent aura of darkness emanating from him. He was none other than the leader of the dark forces. Chapter 10. The mysterious scroll. Since his transformation into an NPC, Li Yang had gradually adapted to life within the game world. Utilizing the experiences gained as a real player, he navigated this realm with caution, striving to conceal his unique identity while simultaneously seeking a means to return to reality. One day, as was his routine, Li Yang patrolled the town. As a town guard NPC, his daily duty was to maintain order within the settlement. Suddenly, a mysterious beam of light shot forth from the magical tower at the center of the town, soaring into the heavens. Lu Yu felt a stirring in his heart. Based on his knowledge of the game, this light likely heralded a significant event. He hurried towards the magic tower, noticing numerous players racing in the same direction, their faces alight with excitement and anticipation. Upon reaching the tower, he found a throng of players gathered, alongside several significant NPCs. At the pinnacle of the tower stood its master, an elderly sorcerer named Merlin, clutching a radiant scroll that emanated a luminous glow. Brave warriors. Merlin's voice resonated throughout the town. This is an ancient quest scroll, originating from a distant past, concealing a secret potent enough to alter the very fabric of this world. Only the most courageous and astute individuals may embark on the task inscribed upon this scroll and claim its treasures. Li Yang felt a surge of exhilaration. He understood the profound significance of such quest scrolls within the game. As a player in the past, he had always been captivated by hidden quests. Now, as an NPC, he was even more curious to uncover whether the secrets of this scroll were intertwined with his return to reality. However, acquiring this quest scroll was no simple feat. Merlin declared that only those who successfully navigated a magical trial would be deemed worthy of receiving it. The trial involved traversing a labyrinth brimming with magical traps and monsters, in search of 3 keys symbolizing wisdom, courage, and strength. Observing the eager players around him, Li Yang began to strategize. He was acutely aware that, as an NPC, he held certain disadvantages in attributes and skills compared to the players. Yet, he possessed the invaluable experience of a seasoned player, intimately familiar with the various traps and creatures within the game. Just as Li Yang was deep in thought, a player team known as the Shadowblade had already taken the lead in signing up for the trial. They are a renowned team of players within the game, possessing formidable strength and an impeccable synergy. As Lu Yu observed their figures vanishing into the labyrinth, a resolution formed within him. He resolved to stealthily trail behind them, utilizing their ability to attract monsters and trigger traps, while he seized the opportunity to procure the key. Li Yang stealthily infiltrated the maze, cautiously following the Dark Knight Blade team. The air was thick with an eerie mist, and mysterious runes flickered upon the walls, while creatures occasionally darted forth from the shadows. The Dark Knight Blade team, leveraging their extraordinary prowess, effortlessly dispatched several monsters. However, they soon encountered their first trap. The path ahead was abruptly obstructed by a wall of flames, roaring fiercely and radiating intense heat. The mage of the group attempted to extinguish the flames with ice magic, yet to no avail. As they found themselves in dire straits, Lu Yu discerned a concealed mechanism nearby. He discreetly activated it, and the wall of fire vanished in an instant. The Dark Knight Blade team gazed in astonishment at this spectacle, astonished that a mere NPC could unveil the mechanism. Li Yang paid no heed to their astonished glances and proceeded onward. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of a vast cavern, from which resounded a series of roars. A colossal 3-headed hellhound emerged before them, each head capable of unleashing attacks of distinct attributes, rendering the Dark Knight Blade team momentarily overwhelmed. However, Li Yang was aware of the hellhound's vulnerability. He stealthily maneuvered to its rear and located its tail. With a decisive tug, the hellhound lost its balance and tumbled to the ground. The Shadowblade team seized the opportunity to launch an assault, ultimately vanquishing the hellhound. In the moment the beast collapsed, a key emanating a radiant blue glow materialized beside it, a symbol of wisdom. Liang gazed at the key, his heart swelling with excitement. He understood that if he could locate 2 more keys, he would have a chance to acquire the quest scroll. However, the ensuing search proved to be fraught with challenges. They became disoriented within the labyrinth, encountering formidable monsters and increasingly intricate traps. The Shadow Blade team began to suffer casualties, and their morale waned. Observing the predicament before him, Liang realized that if they continued on this path, finding the remaining keys would be exceedingly difficult. He resolved to take the lead, drawing upon his knowledge of the game to guide his comrades out of this quagmire. He meticulously scrutinized the environment for clues. At last, he discovered a series of peculiar symbols etched into a wall. By deciphering these symbols, he unearthed the route to the second key. Along this path, they encountered a creature capable of casting illusions. The monster's deceptions plunged the members of the Shadow Blade team into chaos, causing them to turn against one another. However, Lu Yu, bolstered by unwavering resolve, remained unperturbed by the illusions. He called out loudly, urging everyone to maintain their clarity. Seizing the moment while the creature was distracted, he located its true form, defeated it, and obtained the key that represented courage. At this juncture, only the key symbolizing strength remained undiscovered. Liang and Chun Yu continued their quest within the labyrinth, arriving at the edge of a vast subterranean lake, fraught with hidden perils. Liang understood that the final key was likely to be found at the bottom of the lake. Taking a deep breath, he plunged into the water. Within the depths, he encountered a myriad of aquatic creatures and faced formidable water pressure. Through sheer determination and agility, he deftly evaded the monster's assaults time and again. At last, he discovered a cave at the lake's bottom, where he unearthed the key that symbolized strength. With 3 keys in hand, Liang returned to the magic tower alongside the Dark Knight Blade team. Upon seeing the keys they possessed, Merlin nodded in satisfaction. He handed a task scroll to Lu Yu, saying, "Young man, this scroll is entrusted to you. I hope you can fulfill the tasks inscribed within and unveil the secrets of this world." Lu Yu accepted the scroll, his heart brimming with anticipation. He understood that this task would pose the greatest challenge he had faced in this gaming realm, yet it might also be the key to his return to reality. Chapter 11. The memory of the scroll. Lu Yu cautiously unfurled the task scroll, revealing it to be adorned with ancient runes and enigmatic designs. These symbols emanated a faint glow, as if narrating a tale from a long-forgotten history. Although Lu Yu, as a player of the real world, possessed a certain understanding of the game's lore, he found himself somewhat perplexed by these archaic runes. "What do they inscribe?" inquired the captain of the Dark Knight Blade with curiosity. Lu Yu shook his head. "I am uncertain as well. These runes are too ancient. I will require some time to study them." With that, he bid farewell to Merlin and returned to his abode. Upon returning to his abode, Lu Yu placed the scroll upon the table and meticulously examined it. He reflected on the knowledge he had acquired within the game, endeavoring to unearth a method to decipher these runes. After several hours of diligent effort, Lu Yu finally discerned some clues. It became evident that these runes constituted an ancient magical language, requiring specific magical crystals for interpretation. Lu Yu recognized that such magical crystals were exceedingly rare within the game, typically dropping only from hidden dungeons or formidable beasts. He resolved to venture to a dungeon reputed to harbor these magical crystals, the Lost Ruins. The following day, Lu Yu embarked on his journey to the Lost Ruins. Along the way, he encountered numerous players and creatures. As an NPC, he garnered little attention from some players, while the creatures aggressively sought to assail him. Utilizing his combat skills and deep understanding of the game, Lu Yu adeptly evaded the creatures' attacks, ultimately reaching the Lost Ruins unscathed. The Lost Ruins exuded an aura of mystery. Once, it had been the heart of a powerful magical civilization, now buried underground due to a catastrophic event. Presently, only remnants of crumbled walls and perilous monsters remained. Lu Yu cautiously stepped into the ruins, feeling an overwhelming surge of magical energy permeating the air. He understood that peril lurked within, yet the very magical crystals he sought might also be concealed here. Within the ruins, Lu Yu encountered a myriad of creatures, including skeletal warriors, ghostly mages, and colossal spiders. The formidable strength of these monsters compelled Lu Yu to proceed with utmost caution. He utilized the terrain and traps within the ruins to engage in a fierce battle against the monsters. During the conflict, Lu Yu uncovered a peculiar phenomenon. These creatures appeared to be under the influence of some unseen force, their movements strikingly systematic, and their methods of attack alarmingly uniform. Lu Yu surmised that this might be connected to a secret hidden within the ruins. As he ventured deeper into the remnants, Lu Yu ultimately stumbled upon a concealed chamber. Within this room lay an immense magical array, at the center of which rested a luminous magical crystal, precisely the item he sought. Just as Lu Yu reached out to seize the crystal, a deep, resonant growl echoed through the chamber. A colossal guardian beast erupted from the shadows, its form composed of rugged stone, radiating formidable magical energy. Lu Yu recognized that this guardian was tasked with protecting the magical crystal, and to acquire the crystal, he must first vanquish it. Taking a deep breath, he grasped his weapon and launched into a vigorous confrontation with the guardian beast. Its assaults were tremendously powerful, each strike causing the ground to tremble beneath him. Employing his agile movements and mastery of magic, Lu Yu deftly evaded the guardian's onslaught, while simultaneously searching for its vulnerabilities. After an intense struggle, Lu Yu finally discerned the guardian's weak point. Its eyes were its most susceptible area. Seizing an opportunity amidst the guardian's attacks, he swiftly leapt before it and thrust his sword toward its eye. The guardian let out a pained roar, its body beginning to sway. Lu Yu took advantage of this moment to launch another assault, ultimately defeating the guardian beast. As the guardian beast fell, the brilliance of the magical crystal intensified. Lu Yu stepped forward, cautiously grasping the magical crystal. At the very moment he lifted the crystal, it suddenly emitted a blinding radiance, enveloping him entirely. Lu Yu felt a flash of light before succumbing to unconsciousness. When he awoke once more, he found himself back in his dwelling. The magical crystal still radiated its luminous glow, and the runes on the task scroll had become distinctly visible. Eagerly, he employed the magical crystal to decipher the contents of the scroll, ultimately unveiling its secrets. It revealed that this world had once been dominated by a formidable malevolent force, which was subsequently sealed away in a mysterious location by a hero wielding powerful magical abilities. This task scroll was a guide to locate the site of the seal and to bolster its strength, preventing the malevolent force from reawakening. Lu Yu understood the daunting nature of this quest, yet he recognized it might be his sole opportunity to return to reality. He resolved to gather the Knight's Blade team and other like-minded players to undertake this formidable task together. Chapter 12. Partners with the task scroll revealing its secrets in hand. Lu Yu tirelessly began his search for companions to aid him in his endeavor. His thoughts immediately turned to the Knight's Blade team, who had demonstrated formidable prowess and seamless teamwork during their previous labyrinth trial. He made his way to the tavern where the Knight's Blade frequently congregated. Finding it alive with activity, players gathered in clusters, engaging in lively discussions about various aspects of the game. Lu Yu immediately spotted the captain of the Night Blade, Yi Ying, who was engaged in jovial conversation with his teammates over drinks. Lu Yu approached him, greeting, "Yi Ying, it has been a while." Yi Ying looked up, surprised to see Lu Yu. "It's you, Lu Yu. What brings you here?" Lu Yu smiled and replied, "I have an important matter to discuss with you." Noticing the serious expression on Lu Yu's face, Yi Ying understood that the situation was grave. He motioned for his teammates to quiet down and said to Lu Yu, "Please, speak candidly." Lu Yu then revealed the secret of the mission scroll and his plans to Yi Ying. Upon hearing this, Yi Ying's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. "This mission is exceedingly perilous," he remarked, furrowing his brow. "While we possess commendable strength, we must confront formidable evil forces. A single misstep could lead to our utter annihilation." Lu Yu nodded in acknowledgement, asserting, "I understand the risks involved, but the safety of the entire game world is at stake. We cannot falter. Moreover, I trust in our capabilities. As long as we unite with purpose, we shall succeed." After a moment of contemplation, Yi Ying raised his gaze to Lu Yu and declared, "Very well, I agree. The Nightblade stands ready to join you in this endeavor." Elated by Yi Ying's response, Lu Yu expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Yi Ying. With your team's involvement, our chances of success have significantly increased." Subsequently, Lu Yu and Yi Ying began to deliberate on the specifics of their action plan, deciding to issue a recruitment notice within the game to seek out additional players willing to join their cause. Simultaneously, they commenced the gathering of various supplies and equipment in preparation for the impending adventure. Following the recruitment announcement, a multitude of players swiftly came forward to enlist, including numerous formidable individuals and renowned teams. After a rigorous selection process, Lu Yu and Ying ultimately established an adventurous ensemble composed of 20 players. This team comprised a diverse array of professions, including warriors, mages, assassins, and priests, demonstrating a remarkably balanced strength. Once the team was formed, Lu Yu and Ying led their members through an intensive training regimen. They conducted practical drills in a secure area, fostering team synergy while allowing the members to familiarize themselves with one another's skills and combat styles. Throughout the training, Lu Yu identified several shortcomings among the members. For instance, some players exhibited a lack of coordination, and a few were slow to react in unforeseen circumstances. In light of these issues, Lu Yu and Ying devised a comprehensive training plan aimed at enhancing the players' capabilities. After several days of dedicated training, the team's strength and cohesion significantly improved. They were thoroughly prepared, ready to embark on their quest at a moment's notice. Just as Lu Yu and the team were poised to set off, an alarming piece of news suddenly emerged. Players had discovered that malevolent forces appeared to have caught wind of their movements and were dispatching minions across various locations in an attempt to thwart them. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu felt a tightening in his chest. He understood that their time was limited, and they needed to act swiftly. Lu Yu and Ying urgently convened a meeting to discuss strategies for their response. Ultimately, they resolved to set forth ahead of schedule, evading the watchful eyes of malevolent forces in their quest to swiftly locate the site that sealed away the darkness. At dawn the following day, Lu Yu and his companions bid farewell to the town and embarked on an adventure fraught with uncertainty and peril. Their destination was a distant, enigmatic realm, rumored to harbor the crucial clues necessary to bind the evil powers once more. Throughout their journey, they encountered numerous hardships and trials. They faced inclement weather, formidable beasts, and assaults from the minions of malevolence. Yet, the team remained undaunted, fortified by unwavering faith and resolute determination. They overcame each obstacle, steadfastly advancing toward their goal. After several days of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the precipice of the mysterious land. An aura of enigma enveloped the area, instilling a sense of unease. Lu Yu inhaled deeply and led his team into this shrouded territory, fully aware that their true challenges were only just beginning. Chapter 13. The Sanctum of Light. Lu Yu guided the adventuring party with utmost caution into the mysterious realm. The terrain was intricate, with undulating mountains and dense forests, all cloaked in a veil of ethereal mist. Drawing upon the clues inscribed on the quest scroll and his understanding of the game, Lu Yu diligently sought the path forward. As they progressed, they were met with relentless assaults from various creatures. These beasts were far more ferocious and powerful than any they had previously encountered. Seemingly under the thrall of some dark force, their attacks unpredictable and chaotic. The team synergized their efforts, utilizing their unique skills and weapons to repulse the onslaught of the monstrous adversaries time and again. As they ventured deeper into the enigmatic realm, the crises they encountered multiplied. On one occasion, they inadvertently triggered an ancient magical trap, causing the ground to suddenly collapse, plunging the team members into an abyssal cavern. Fortunately, among them was a wizard who promptly cast a levitation spell, ensuring that they descended safely to the cavern's floor. The cave was dim and damp, permeated by a foul stench. Lu Yu and his companions cautiously advanced, only to discover a vast underground labyrinth concealed within. The maze was riddled with various mechanisms and traps, where a moment's carelessness could lead to irrevocable doom. Utilizing his intellect and knowledge of traps, Lu Yu skillfully guided his compatriots through the treacherous passages. They evaded trap after trap, unraveled riddle after riddle, and ultimately located the maze's exit. Upon emerging from the labyrinth, they were awestruck by the sight before them. A vast valley unfolded, dominated by an ancient castle that loomed in the distance. The castle walls were inscribed with mysterious runes, exuding a formidable aura of malevolence. Lu Yu realized that this castle was likely the prison of the evil forces. Just as they prepared to advance towards the castle, a swarm of dark figures suddenly appeared in the sky, swiftly descending upon them. It was a cadre of malevolent sorcerers, sent by the dark forces to thwart Lu Yu and his companions. Without uttering a word, the wicked sorcerers launched their assault, unleashing a barrage of dark magic, fireballs, lightning, and poisonous mists upon Lu Yu and his allies. Lu Yu and his companions swiftly dispersed, seeking cover while simultaneously launching a counterattack. The mages among the team unleashed various elemental spells, engaging in fierce magical duels against the malevolent sorcerers. The warriors brandished their weapons, charging towards the dark mages in an attempt to strike at close range. Meanwhile, the assassins utilized their agility and stealth skills to stealthily approach the evil wizards, delivering lethal blows. The priests remained at the rear, bestowing various enhancements and healing spells upon their comrades to ensure their safety. The battle was extraordinarily intense, with heavy casualties on both sides. Lu Yu, leveraging his unique understanding and adept application of magic, deftly countered the assaults of the nefarious sorcerers time and again. He discerned that despite their formidable power, the dark mages exhibited certain vulnerabilities within their spells. By meticulously observing their magical attack patterns, Lu Yu eventually identified their weaknesses. He communicated his findings to his teammates, who felt a surge of hope upon hearing his insights. Following Lu Yu's guidance, they adjusted their attack strategies. The mages concentrated their efforts on exploiting the weaknesses of the dark sorcerer's spells, while the warriors seized the opportunity to launch fierce assaults. Through their collective endeavors, the line of the malevolent sorcerers was finally breached, leading to their defeat. Having triumphed over the dark mages, Lu Yu and his companions continued their advance toward the castle. Upon reaching its entrance, they discovered the grand door firmly shut, adorned with intricate, mysterious runes. Lu Yu recognized that these runes constituted a powerful magical seal, and that they must uncover a method to dispel it in order to gain entry. Thus, Lu Yu and his comrades commenced their search for clues around the castle's perimeter. They meticulously observed the castle's walls, the ground, and the surrounding environment, striving to uncover a method to break the seal. After considerable effort, Lu Yu finally discovered a hidden stone tablet in a corner of the castle. The tablet was inscribed with ancient characters and patterns, and Lu Yu, drawing from Chapter 14, the mysterious Black Panther Man, found himself, as a player from the real world, inexplicably transformed into an NPC within the game. In this realm filled with peril and opportunity, he struggled to survive. At this moment, he stood at the edge of the enigmatic magical forest within the game, where a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, as if whispering untold secrets. During his previous adventures, Lu Yu had befriended several indigenous inhabitants of the game, who informed him of a hidden tome of mystical magic deep within the forest, reputed to possess the power to alter one's fate. A spark ignited within Lu Yu. He sensed that this could be the key to breaking the shackles of his NPC identity and returning to reality. As he ventured into the forest, towering trees enveloped him, casting shadows that obscured the sunlight, while the ground was blanketed with a thick layer of fallen leaves, each step eliciting a faint crunch. With utmost caution, Lu Yu proceeded, his eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, a deep growl echoed from afar, causing his heart to race. He concealed himself behind a large tree, anxiously watching the source of the sound. Before him emerged an enormous beast, its body cloaked in black scales, eyes glimmering with a crimson light, with every step it took. The ground trembled slightly. A sense of foreboding washed over Lu Yu. The level of this beast clearly surpassed his current capabilities. As Lu Yu pondered his escape, a shadowy figure swept overhead and landed before the beast. Clad in a dark robe, the figure's features remained obscured, yet his formidable aura suggested he was far from ordinary. In his grasp was a staff, its apex adorned with a gem radiating an eerie luminescence. The robed figure began to chant incantations directed at the beast, causing the magical elements in the air to tremble with intensity. The beast, sensing a threat, roared furiously and lunged at the figure. Unperturbed, the robed man waved his staff, unleashing a violet beam that struck the creature. The beast howled in agony as its scales began to shed. Lu Yu stood transfixed by the spectacle of such formidable magical prowess, realizing that this enigmatic figure might hold the key to unraveling the secrets of the enchanted forest. As the battle subsided, the beast collapsed, devoid of life. The robed man stowed his staff and turned to depart. Lu Yu hurriedly emerged from his hiding place, calling out, "Please wait." The figure paused, slowly turning to face him, his gaze as frigid as ice, instilling a sense of dread. "Who are you? What brings you here?" he inquired, his voice deep and gravelly. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yu recounted his transformation into an NPC and his quest for the magical tomes. After a moment of silence, the robed man replied, "Indeed, the magical tomes exist, but they are guarded by formidable magical forces. Obtaining them is no simple feat." A flicker of resolve ignited in Lu Yu's eyes. "No matter how arduous the task, I shall endeavor to try. Pray tell, what must I do?" The figure cloaked in black scrutinized Lu Yu, seemingly immersed in contemplation. After a brief pause, he uttered, "I can assist you, but you must agree to one condition." Lu Yu nodded eagerly. "I shall accept any condition." The cloaked figure smiled faintly. "Once you acquire the Tome of Magic, you must share a portion of its power with me." Lu Yu hesitated momentarily, uncertain of the mysterious figure's intentions, yet he found himself devoid of alternatives. Ultimately, he nodded in agreement. "Very well, I accept your terms." The cloaked figure smiled with satisfaction and informed Lu Yu that the tome was sealed within an ancient ruin deep in the forest, a place fraught with numerous traps and formidable guardians. To access the ruin, he must locate 3 keys, each concealed in 3 enigmatic locations throughout the forest. Lu Yu committed the cloaked figure's words to memory, preparing to embark on the quest for the keys. Before departing, the cloaked figure bestowed upon Lu Yu a magical emblem, instructing him to shatter it in times of peril, at which point he would sense it and come to his aid. Lu Yu accepted the emblem. His curiosity about the cloaked figure's identity piqued, yet he understood that his paramount objective was to find the keys and unravel the seal of the tome. After bidding farewell to the cloaked figure, Lu Yu set forth in the direction of the first key's hiding place as indicated. Along the way, he encountered several assaults from magical beasts, but thanks to the skills and experience he had amassed in the realm of gaming, he deftly evaded them. At last, he arrived before a cave, and according to the cloaked figure's description, the first key was hidden within this very cavern. Lu Yu took a deep breath and stepped into the cave. The cavern was dim and damp, permeated by a foul odor. He cautiously advanced, tightly gripping a sword in his hand. Suddenly, a sharp shriek pierced the air as a swarm of vampire bats lunged toward him. Lu Yu swung his sword, attempting to fend off the onslaught, but the sheer number of bats began to overwhelm him. Just as despair threatened to consume him, he recalled the magical emblem bestowed upon him by the figure in the black cloak. Without hesitation, he crushed the emblem, and in an instant, a violet radiance enveloped him, causing the bats to retreat in fear of its brilliance. Moments later, the cloaked figure appeared before him. "It seems you have encountered trouble," he said coolly. Lu Yu offered an awkward smile and replied, "Thank you for your assistance." The figure waved his hand dismissively. "This is our pact. I shall not allow you to perish so easily." With the black-cloaked figure's aid, Lu Yu successfully located the first key, a shimmering artifact radiating a cerulean glow, adorned with enigmatic runes. He carefully stowed the key away, his heart swelling with joy, for he knew he had drawn closer to the arcane tome. After bidding farewell to the cloaked figure, Lu Yu resumed his quest for the second key. Unaware of the perils that lay ahead, he was filled with unwavering resolve. No matter the challenges, he was determined to uncover the magical tome, shatter the shackles of his NPC identity, and return to the realm of reality. Chapter 15. Crisis. Lu Yu struggled to survive in the game world as an NPC, ever vigilant against the threat of being discovered by players. On that day, he was playing his role in the town as usual when, suddenly, a mysterious system notification echoed in his mind. A hidden quest had been triggered, to seek the lost quest scroll. This scroll was said to be concealed upon a secret bookshelf in the town's abandoned library, possessing the power to alter the very rules of the game. Gathering 3 of these scrolls would unlock the ultimate secret. A spark ignited within Lu Yu. This might be the key to breaking free from the status quo and returning to reality. Seizing the moment when the other players were distracted, he stealthily made his way towards the forsaken library. With utmost caution, he navigated his path, evading patrolling guards and wandering players. The abandoned library was steeped in an air of antiquity, its shelves shrouded in layers of dust. Lu Yu searched diligently within, when suddenly, the sound of footsteps caught his attention. He quickly concealed himself behind a bookshelf, witnessing 2 players entering the dimly lit space. "I heard there are clues for a hidden quest here," one player remarked. "Who cares? Let's search. Perhaps we'll strike it rich," the other replied. Lu Yu's heart raced as he remained hidden, anxious about being discovered. Fortunately, the 2 players overlooked his presence and left after a brief search. He exhaled in relief, resuming his quest for the enigmatic bookshelf. At last, in a secluded corner of the library, he stumbled upon a peculiar shelf, its books arranged in a disordered fashion, as if hastily rifled through. As Lu Yu meticulously sifted through the tomes, he finally uncovered a quest scroll radiating a soft glow. Just as he grasped the scroll, the library's door was abruptly flung open, and a throng of players surged inside. "It's him. That peculiar NPC must be up to something." A player pointed at Lu Yu. who inwardly cursed his misfortune and promptly turned to flee. The players pursued him relentlessly, yet Lu Yu, drawing upon his familiarity with the game's terrain, navigated through the narrow alleys of the town and ultimately evaded their chase. Upon returning to his abode, Lu Yu cautiously unfurled the quest scroll, which bore an array of peculiar symbols and inscriptions. After considerable study, he discerned that these symbols and texts indicated the next quest location, Black Wind Valley. Lu Yu was acutely aware that Black Wind Valley was a perilous area teeming with monsters, yet he had no alternative if he wished to complete his mission. He commenced preparations for the supplies necessary for his journey to Black Wind Valley while meticulously crafting a detailed plan of action, eagerly anticipating the discovery of the second quest scroll that would unveil the hidden secrets of the game. Equipped with provisions collected from the town, Lu Yu embarked on his expedition to Black Wind Valley. Along the way, he encountered numerous players, but fortunately, his disguise was effective enough to evade their suspicions. Upon his entrance into Black Wind Valley, a chilling aura enveloped him. The valley was shrouded in a dense black mist, intermittently pierced by the roars of lurking monsters. Lu Yu advanced cautiously, gripping his weapon tightly. Suddenly, a massive black wind wolf lunged from the mist, claws bared and fangs glistening as it charged at him. Lu Yu deftly sidestepped, swinging his sword towards the beast. However, the black wind wolf nimbly evaded his strike and lunged again. Aware that he could not afford to engage in a protracted battle, Lu Yu keenly observed the wolf's attack patterns, searching for its vulnerabilities. At the very moment the black wind wolf lunged once more, Lu Yu swiftly crouched down and forcefully thrust his sword upward, piercing the creature's abdomen. The black wind wolf let out a piercing howl before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. With the beast vanquished, Lu Yu pressed onward. However, he had not ventured far when he encountered a swarm of black wind bats. These bats were exceedingly swift and capable of emitting corrosive venom. Lu Yu, wary of the threat, brandished his sword to fend off their assaults while seeking an opportunity to escape. Just as he found himself in a precarious predicament, a fellow player happened to pass by. Observing Lu Yu besieged by the bats, the player immediately came to his aid. Through their combined efforts, they managed to repel the black wind bats. "Thank you for the assistance," Lu Yu expressed his gratitude. "You're welcome. You don't seem like an ordinary NPC. What brings you alone to such a perilous place?" The player inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Startled, Lu Yu quickly replied, "I am merely completing a special task and inadvertently found myself here." The player nodded, refraining from further questions. Concerned about arousing suspicion, Lu Yu bid him farewell and continued deeper into the Black Wind Valley. In the depths of the valley, Lu Yu finally uncovered a clue pertaining to the task scroll. It was an ancient ruin, its walls adorned with enigmatic symbols. Following the hints from the task scroll, he discovered a second task scroll within the ruins. Just as he was preparing to depart, the ruins began to tremble violently, as if something was on the verge of awakening. Realizing that danger was imminent, Lu Yu hastily sprinted toward the exit of the ruins. However, at the exit, he encountered an enormous guardian beast, its form towering like a mountain. With eyes gleaming with a crimson light, obstructing his path and heralding an impending fierce battle. Chapter 16, The Guardian Beast. Lu Yu gazed at the colossal guardian beast before him, a wave of despair washing over him. Yet he understood that retreat meant certain death. He gripped his sword tightly, determination radiating from his gaze. The guardian beast let out a thunderous roar, stirring a fierce wind that sent dust and debris swirling through the air, before it lunged ferociously at Lu Yu. Swiftly, Lu Yu sidestepped as the beast's massive claws crashed down onto the ground, creating a substantial crater. Seizing the moment when the guardian beast's attack faltered and its balance was compromised, Lu Yu dashed towards it, swinging his sword at its legs. However, the beast's skin was as tough as iron, leaving only a shallow scratch upon impact. The guardian beast, in pain, turned its head in fury, opening its cavernous maw to unleash a torrent of searing flames. Lu Yu quickly rolled backward, the flames grazing the hem of his clothing, singeing a portion of it. Realizing that a frontal assault was nearly futile against the guardian beast, he resolved to discover its vulnerabilities. He began to circle around the beast, keenly observing its movements and attack patterns. The guardian beast continuously pivoted, attempting to strike Lu Yu, but he adeptly evaded, causing its attacks to miss time and again. During this process, Lu Yu noticed that each time the beast turned, a small opening appeared on its back. A surge of excitement filled him as he awaited the guardian beast's next rotation. When the opportunity arose, Lu Yu exerted every ounce of his strength. Leaping high into the air, his sword aimed precisely at the vulnerable spot on the guardian beast's back. This time, the blade successfully pierced the creature's body, eliciting a pained roar that reverberated through the air as the guardian beast staggered. However, before Lu Yu could revel in his triumph, the beast, in a frenzied reaction, violently shook its body, casting Lu Yu aside like a rag doll. He crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Struggling to regain his footing, he realized that his strength was nearly depleted, while the guardian beast appeared to remain unscathed, poised to launch another assault. In this critical moment, the player who had previously aided Lu Yu reappeared. Upon witnessing Lu Yu in peril, he unhesitatingly joined the fray, brandishing a formidable weapon. The player fought alongside Lu Yu against the guardian beast. Through their synchronized efforts, the beast gradually began to falter. They relentlessly targeted its weaknesses, causing its movements to grow increasingly sluggish. Eventually, the guardian beast emitted a final mournful cry before collapsing to the ground, lifeless and still. Both Lu Yu and the player exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. After this fierce battle, they were utterly fatigued. But Lu Yu understood that he was one step closer to unraveling the secrets of the game. He carefully stowed the second quest scroll and bid farewell to the player, preparing to embark on his next destination. Chapter 19. The Trail of the Mysterious Organization. After departing from the Black Wind Valley, Lu Yu followed the clues inscribed on the quest scroll, leading him to a quaint, enigmatic town. The town appeared remarkably tranquil. However, Lu Yu sensed that it concealed some hidden secrets. He inquired around the quaint town and eventually learned of a mysterious organization that had recently been operating in the vicinity, seemingly intertwined with the task scrolls. Lu Yu resolved to delve deeper into the enigma of this clandestine group. He commenced his search for the members of the organization, and after considerable effort, he uncovered a suspicious stronghold. This stronghold was situated on the outskirts of the town, surrounded by several guards patrolling the area. Lu Yu stealthily approached the stronghold, meticulously observing the guards' patrol patterns. Seizing the opportunity during a shift change, he successfully infiltrated the stronghold. Inside, the atmosphere was dark and damp, permeated by an unsettling aura. Lu Yu treaded cautiously, when suddenly, he overheard a low murmur of conversation. The 2 task scrolls have already been taken. We must locate the third one swiftly, or our plan will falter, one voice declared. Do you know who took them? Another voice inquired. It appears to be a peculiar NPC. We have dispatched someone to investigate, came the reply. A jolt of realization struck Lu Yu. He understood that he had caught the attention of this enigmatic organization. Hesitant to proceed further, he prepared to slip away unnoticed. However, just as he turned, a guard spotted him. Halt! Who are you? The guard shouted. Lu Yu did not respond. Instead, he fled. The guards immediately pursued him, and Lu Yu darted through the stronghold, skillfully maneuvering through the terrain to evade capture. In the course of his escape, he stumbled upon a hidden chamber. With little time to contemplate, he dashed inside and swiftly shut the door behind him. The guards pounded furiously on the door from the outside, but the entrance to the chamber was remarkably sturdy, preventing them from breaching it for the moment. Lu Yu searched frantically for an exit within the confines of the secret chamber when he suddenly stumbled upon a concealed compartment in the wall. Upon opening it, he discovered a sheet of paper emanating a faint glow. As he picked it up, he realized it was a map, indicating the location of the third task scroll. Just then, the door of the chamber was violently forced open by the guards wielding their weapons. Lu Yu hastily tucked the map away, preparing to face the guards in a fight to the death. However, in the very instant the guards burst in, a mysterious light flashed, and Lu Yu vanished from sight, leaving the guards in a state of bewilderment. He found himself transported to an unfamiliar location, precisely where the map had indicated the third task scroll awaited him, along with the unknown challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 17. Crisis and Antagonist. Lu Yu had been transformed into a game NPC for some time now. Utilizing the insights of real players regarding the game, he endeavored to survive in this realm and had formed bonds with like-minded companions. However, the tranquility of his days was not to last. A new crisis loomed ominously on the horizon. One day, as Lu Yu patrolled the town within the game, as was his custom, a system notification echoed in his ear. Urgent mission. A mysterious organization is secretly plotting a grand conspiracy aimed at disrupting the balance of the game world. As player Lu Yu in NPC form, you are required to investigate and thwart the actions of this organization within a limited time frame. Successful completion of the mission will reward you with the unlocking of a special skill. Failure will result in a random deduction of one mastered skill. A wave of apprehension washed over Lu Yu as he grasped the gravity and peril of the task at hand. Yet, he did not falter. Instead, he immediately set about gathering clues. He first arrived at the town's intelligence station, inquiring of the old informant about the enigmatic organization. The old informant, frowning and exuding an air of mystery, remarked, "Indeed, there have been some suspicious individuals lurking around the vicinity of the town lately. Their movements are shrouded in secrecy, and each appearance is accompanied by peculiar magical fluctuations. I have also heard whispers that they are in search of an ancient artifact, said to possess the power to alter the very fabric of the world." Grateful for the information, Lu Yu resolved to investigate the locations where this mysterious organization had been sighted. Accompanied by a few trusted friends, he stealthily ventured to a deserted forest on the outskirts of the town. This forest had once served as a dungeon within a game, fraught with various traps and monsters. Lu Yu proceeded with utmost caution, ever vigilant of the sounds around him. Not long after they delved deeper into the woods, a swarm of shadowy figures suddenly emerged from all directions, encircling them. These phantoms moved with an ethereal grace, their features obscured, wielding weapons that emitted an eerie glow. A jolt of realization struck Lu Yu. These individuals were likely members of the enigmatic organization. "Who are you? Why do you obstruct our path?" Lu Yu demanded loudly. A shadowy figure replied coldly, "Who we are is of little consequence. What matters is that you should not be here. If you know what is good for you, depart at once, or do not blame us for being unkind." With a scoff, Lu Yu retorted, "You think we will simply leave? I fear it will not be that easy. We are already aware of your schemes, and we have come to thwart you." In an instant, tensions escalated into a fierce confrontation. The members of the mysterious organization possessed formidable strength, their attacks both elusive and fierce, plunging Lu Yu and his companions into a dire predicament. As Lu Yu evaded the onslaught of their adversaries, he pondered strategies for counteraction. He discerned that although the shadow strikes were potent, they seemed to follow a certain pattern. If he could unveil this pattern, their vulnerabilities might be revealed. With unwavering focus, Lu Yu meticulously observed the foe's assault techniques. At last, he noted that each time the shadows launched a powerful strike, the weapons in their hands would flicker with light. A spark of insight ignited within him, and he promptly relayed this discovery to his comrades. "Listen closely," he proclaimed, "whenever their weapons shimmer, it heralds the onset of an attack. We must seize this moment to evade and retaliate." His companions nodded in understanding. During the ensuing battle, guided by Lu Yu's instructions, they successfully dodged numerous assaults and seized opportunities to counterattack. After a fierce struggle, the members of the mysterious organization began to falter, scattering in retreat. Yet, Lu Yu remained vigilant, acutely aware that these foes were likely mere pawns of the enigmatic organization, with the true mastermind yet to reveal themselves. He led his companions deeper into the forest, in search of the organization's trail. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a mysterious cave nestled within the forest's depths. An eerie aura permeated the cave, sending chills down their spines. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yu steered his companions into the cavern. Inside, the atmosphere was dim and damp, with faint glimmers of light flickering upon the walls. They proceeded with utmost caution when suddenly, a deep roar echoed from ahead. Lu Yu and his companions immediately halted, their vigilance heightened as they focused on the source of the sound. As the roar drew nearer, a colossal figure gradually emerged from the shadows. It was a massive beast, its body enveloped in black scales, with eyes glimmering like crimson embers, and flames continuously spewing from its maw. Lu Yu's heart raced. He had not anticipated such a formidable creature lurking within this cavern. He realized that this beast was likely employed by a mysterious organization to safeguard their secrets. "Be cautious. This beast possesses immense strength. We must unite our efforts to overcome it," Lu Yu exclaimed. His companions nodded in agreement, each drawing their weapons in preparation for the impending battle. Lu Yu took the lead, skillfully evading the beast's assaults by leveraging his knowledge of the game, all while seeking its vulnerabilities. Under Lu Yu's guidance, his companions showcased their prowess. Some diverted the beast's attention, while others launched flanking attacks. After a fierce confrontation, the beast gradually exhibited signs of fatigue. Seizing the opportune moment, Lu Yu executed a powerful strike. The weapon in his grasp shimmered with brilliance as it plunged toward the creature's heart. With a resounding cry, the beast collapsed, devoid of any signs of life. Lu Yu and his companions exhaled in relief and ventured deeper into the cavern. Eventually, at the tunnel's end, they uncovered the secret base of the enigmatic organization. The base was adorned with an array of peculiar instruments and magical artifacts, with a radiant relic gleaming at its center. Lu Yu understood that this artifact was precisely what the mysterious organization sought. Without hesitation, he rushed forward, attempting to thwart their endeavors. However, just as he approached the artifact, a figure suddenly emerged from the shadows, blocking his path. "Do you believe you can hinder us?" Such naivety, a chilling voice resonated. Lu Yu looked up in astonishment. The figure obstructing him was none other than the game's formidable antagonist, the Dark Mage. Lu Yu realized that the true challenge had only just begun. Chapter 18. Identity Crisis. Having just found his footing within the game world, Lu Yu encountered significant troubles during a routine quest. As an ordinary tavern NPC, his daily duties consisted of serving beverages to adventurers, listening to their tales of valor, and relaying this information to the tavern owner to advance the main storyline. However, today, a sharp-eyed adventurer entered the tavern, his gaze lingering on Lu Yu for an unsettlingly long time. "You, come here," the adventurer beckoned, his voice low and commanding. With trepidation, Lu Yu approached, forcing a professional NPC smile onto his face. "Esteemed guest, what can I get for you? We have the finest ale and freshly roasted meat." "I do not desire those things. Tell me, how well do you understand the history of this continent?" The adventurer's piercing gaze bore into Lu Yu's eyes, as if seeking to penetrate his very essence. Alarmed, Lu Yu realized that although he was a player transported from reality, his grasp of the historical backdrop of this game world was superficial at best. As an NPC, he was expected to possess an intimate knowledge of such lore. He strained to recollect the lore of the game, stammering a response. This continent experienced a cataclysmic war between gods and demons in ancient times, and afterward, it took on its current form. Is that all? Are you not the informant of the tavern? You don't even know the legends of the Dark Forest? The adventurer's tone was rife with skepticism. Cold sweat trickled down Lu Yu's back. He truly was unaware of the legends surrounding the Dark Forest. In his reality, he had never paid heed to these ancillary backstories while playing the game. Just as he pondered how to respond, the tavern owner approached. "This gentleman is merely a newcomer, still unfamiliar with many matters. As for the legends of the Dark Forest, I would be delighted to share them." The tavern owner smiled, deftly alleviating the tension, and began to narrate with great enthusiasm. Lu Yu breathed a silent sigh of relief. He realized he had narrowly escaped a predicament. However, he also recognized that, as an NPC, his reservoir of knowledge was woefully inadequate, which could very well lead to greater complications. That evening, Lu Yu returned to his modest chamber and commenced a meticulous study of the historical records within the game. He discovered that the history of this game world was exceedingly intricate, brimming with enigmatic legends and concealed tales. These narratives were likely intertwined with his ability to return to the realm of reality. Just as he immersed himself in his research, a shadow flitted past the window. Lu Yu, on high alert, rose and approached the window to investigate. Outside, all was engulfed in darkness, revealing nothing. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that a pair of eyes was watching him from the shadows. Meanwhile, in a mysterious corner of the gaming realm, a figure cloaked in black murmurs to a crystal ball. "Interesting. It seems that someone from the real world has inhabited an NPC. It appears this game world is about to become quite lively." After grappling with an identity crisis, Lu Yu resolved to take the initiative and seek more information about this enigmatic world. He learned from the tavern owner that a clandestine organization operated within the underground black market of the city, seemingly privy to the core secrets of the game. To avoid arousing suspicion, Lu Yu donned a disguise and ventured into the black market under the cover of night. The market thrummed with life, teeming with people and an array of bizarre items displayed on every stall, accompanied by the cacophony of haggling voices. Lu Yu navigated the crowd with caution, searching for clues regarding the mysterious organization. Suddenly, he overheard the conversation of two adventurers. "Have you heard? That mysterious organization is recruiting newcomers again." "Indeed, but their requirements are exceedingly high. Ordinary individuals stand no chance of entry. Furthermore, it is rumored that some who joined them have never returned." Intrigued, Lu Yu stealthily trailed the two adventurers. After winding through a maze of alleys, they arrived at the entrance of a concealed basement. Two imposing guards stood sentinel at the door, their expressions stern. Lu Yu recognized that this was likely the stronghold of the mysterious organization. He found a corner to conceal himself, observing the surroundings intently. After a while, a young man approached the basement entrance, exchanged a few words with the guards, and was granted entry. Lu Yuling had a sudden inspiration. He resolved to mimic the appearance of the young man to infiltrate the gathering. He meticulously recalled the young man's attire and demeanor, then employed the disguise techniques he had mastered in the game to transform into the likeness of that young individual. With audacity, he approached the entrance of the basement, where the guards scrutinized him and inquired, "What is the password?" A wave of anxiety washed over Lu Yu, for he had no knowledge of the password. Nevertheless, he feigned composure and replied, "It's me. I just met you today. Have you forgotten so soon?" The guard furrowed his brow, and just as Lu Yu feared he would be exposed, another guard interjected, "Never mind. He indeed visited today. Let him in." Lu Yu breathed a sigh of relief as he successfully entered the basement. The space was dimly lit, permeated by an air of antiquity. He observed numerous individuals engaged in various activities. Some were poring over ancient tomes, while others tinkered with enigmatic instruments. Quietly, Lu Yu inched closer to one person engrossed in a book, attempting to overhear their discourse. At that moment, a voice rang out behind him. "Who are you? What brings you here?" Chapter 19. The mysterious organization ever since Lu Yu was transported into the role of an NPC within the game. Each day had been filled with thrilling uncertainties. On this particular day, he stood at the entrance of the tavern in the novice village, fulfilling his narrative role by dispensing simple tasks to the players passing by. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in his mind, shattering the veneer of tranquility. Ding! Special main quest triggered. The Rise of the Dark Forces. Please assist the player, Lu Yu, in NPC form, in aiding the protagonist in thwarting the Dark Forces from opening the Forbidden Gate on the night of the full moon in 3 days, which would unleash an ancient demon. Should this mission fail, the game world will face catastrophic peril, and the real world may also experience unforeseen repercussions. Upon hearing this ominous message, Lu Yu felt a jolt of apprehension. He was acutely aware that the difficulty of this task far surpassed any previous endeavors, and as an NPC, his actions were subjected to numerous constraints. However, he had no time to hesitate and needed to promptly find the protagonist to devise a strategy. At that moment, the protagonist, Lin Feng, was training in the forest outside the village, and Lu Yu hurriedly made his way there. Upon locating Lin Feng, he conveyed the details of the mission. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, expressing concern. "This task sounds exceedingly arduous. The minions of the Dark Forces are pervasive. Where should we begin?" Lu Yu pondered for a moment before responding. "I recall from the game guide that the Dark Forces have established a stronghold in an abandoned mine. It is likely that crucial items for opening the Forbidden Gate are concealed there. We should first investigate that location." The two ventured into the forsaken mine, and as they crossed the threshold, a putrid stench assailed their senses. The mine was shrouded in darkness and dampness, with eerie, flickering lights occasionally illuminating the walls. They proceeded cautiously, when suddenly, a swarm of shadows surged forth from the surroundings. It was the minions of the Dark Forces. These minions were nimble and brandished sharp blades, lunging at them with wild ferocity. Although Lu Yu was merely an NPC, he adeptly evaded their attacks, drawing upon his gaming experience to counterattack using the environment to his advantage. Lin Feng, too, demonstrated formidable combat prowess, wielding his long sword with glimmering precision. However, the minions of the Dark Forces were multiplying, and the two found themselves gradually ensnared in a predicament. Lu Yu realized that this course of action was unsustainable. While fending off the assaults, he scrutinized the cavernous surroundings. Suddenly, he discerned a loose rock at the apex of the cave, and an idea sparked within him. "Lin Feng, concentrate your attacks on that rock overhead," Lu Yu exclaimed. Lin Feng immediately understood, and together they unleashed their powers, the radiant energies converging upon the stone. With a thunderous crash, the rock crumbled, sending a cascade of debris crashing down, incapacitating many of the dark minions. Seizing this opportunity, they pressed onward into the depths of the mine. In the cavern's innermost recesses, they stumbled upon a colossal magical array, at the center of which lay an ancient tome emanating a sinister black glow, the Dark Codex, the crucial artifact for unlocking the Forbidden Gate. Just as they prepared to seize the codex, a figure cloaked in black suddenly materialized. The figure let out a chilling laugh. Did you truly believe you could so easily claim the codex? You are woefully naive. With that, the dark figure gestured dramatically, unleashing a torrent of formidable dark energy towards them. Lu Yu and Lin Feng swiftly evaded, engaging in a fierce battle with the cloaked entity. The black-robed figure's power far surpassed that of the minions, each of its strikes laden with lethal menace. Yet, Lu Yu and Lin Feng did not falter. They coordinated their efforts, seeking any chink in the black figure's armor. As the clash intensified, Lu Yu noted that the dark figure momentarily paused during the release of its dark powers. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Feng. Understanding the cue, Lin Feng unleashed a powerful skill aimed directly at the cloaked figure, who hurriedly braced for the impact. At that moment, Lu Yu seized the opportunity to stealthily maneuver behind the cloaked figure, exerting all his strength to strike at its vulnerable point. The figure emitted a piercing scream, its body swaying momentarily. Realizing it was outmatched, it swiftly transformed into a wisp of black smoke and vanished from sight. Lu Yu and Lin Feng successfully obtained the Dark Codex, yet they understood that this was merely the first step of their quest. Far more arduous challenges lay ahead. Chapter 20. Preparations for progress. Lu Yu and Lin Feng returned to the novice village with the Dark Codex. With only 2 days remaining until the night of the full moon, they were acutely aware that the dark forces would not relent, and every moment counted as they prepared for the impending final confrontation. Drawing upon his memories from the game in reality, Lu Yu began gathering various rare materials to concoct potent potions and magical artifacts. He inquired around and learned of a rare herb known as moonlight grass, which thrived in the mysterious marshlands outside the village, serving as a crucial ingredient for enhancing magical potency. Together, Lu Yu and Lin Feng ventured into the enigmatic marsh. A thick fog enveloped the area, and the ground was treacherously slippery, posing the risk of sinking into the mire with the slightest misstep. They proceeded with utmost caution when, suddenly, a colossal marsh toad leaped from the swamp, lunging toward them. This monstrous toad, with its rough skin, unleashed a stream of green venom, exuding a potent corrosive quality. Lu Yu and Lin Feng quickly scattered to evade the toxic onslaught. Lin Feng brandished his longsword, attempting to strike at the toad's weak points, but its defenses were formidable, rendering ordinary attacks nearly ineffective. Observing the toad's movements, Lu Yu noted that after each leap to attack, there was a brief moment of pause upon landing. He promptly informed Lin Feng, "When it lands and pauses, we shall simultaneously unleash our skills to strike at its abdomen." The two coordinated their efforts with remarkable synergy. As the monstrous frog leapt once more, they unleashed their powerful abilities in unison. A brilliant flash illuminated the scene, followed by the anguished cry of the creature as a gaping wound appeared on its belly, oozing green blood. Inflicted with grievous harm, the frog became increasingly frenzied, its assault quickening. Yet, Lu Yu and Lin Feng had discerned its patterns of attack. They adeptly evaded its strikes while seeking opportunities to counterattack. After a fierce battle, they ultimately triumphed over the monstrous frog. Delving deeper into the swamp, they at last discovered the moonlight grass. Having gathered the precious herbs, they returned to the novice village to commence the potion-making process. Meanwhile, Lin Feng diligently trained to enhance his prowess, continually challenging the advanced monsters within the village to refine his combat techniques. During the potion crafting, Lu Yu encountered several challenges. One particular ingredient proved persistently unstable during mixing, thwarting the successful concoction of the potion. After poring over extensive game literature and experimenting with various methods, he finally uncovered the solution. After a relentless day and night of effort, Lu Yu succeeded in creating a potion to amplify magical power, as well as several magical items with unique effects, such as a cloak that grants temporary invisibility and a shield that repels dark forces. Concurrently, Lin Feng achieved a breakthrough in his training, mastering a new sword technique that greatly enhanced his strength. The two were thoroughly prepared, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the full moon night to confront the forces of darkness in their final showdown. At last, the night of the full moon arrived. The moonlight cascades upon the earth, enveloping the entire gaming world in a silvery glow. Lu Yu and Lin Feng arrive at the valley where the Forbidden Gate resides, a place already teeming with members of the Dark Forces. The leader of these dark forces, the Dark Demon, stands before the Forbidden Gate, surrounded by an aura of formidable darkness. Upon spotting Lu Yu and Lin Feng, he erupts into a maniacal laughter. "Do you truly believe you can thwart me? Today marks your demise and the end of this world." Undeterred, Lu Yu and Lin Feng exchange a resolute glance, their eyes brimming with determination. The battle is imminent. As the dark forces surge towards them like a relentless tide, Lu Yu and Lin Feng swiftly unleash their skills, engaging in a fierce struggle against their foes. Lu Yu utilizes the magical artifacts he crafted, occasionally cloaking himself to launch stealthy assaults, while also deploying potions to bolster their combat prowess. Meanwhile, Lin Feng wields his longsword, employing a newly mastered sword technique to push back the adversaries. However, the sheer number of dark forces begins to overwhelm them. At this critical juncture, Lu Yu suddenly notices the dark demon chanting an incantation, poised to activate the Forbidden Gate. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he urgently calls out to Lin Feng, "You hold off these minions. I shall stop the dark demon." Lu Yu dons his invisibility cloak and stealthily approaches the dark demon. As he nears, he suddenly reveals himself and unleashes his most potent skill. The dark demon, sensing the impending attack, immediately channels dark energy to counteract. The clash of their powers creates a tremendous shockwave, and Lu Yu feels the overwhelming strength of the dark demon, gradually finding himself unable to withstand the onslaught. However, he recalled the potential crises looming in the real world, and an unwavering conviction surged within him. The dark demon must never be allowed to open the Forbidden Gate. Amidst the fierce confrontation, Lu Yu discovered a critical juncture within the dark demon's incantation. By interrupting this pivotal point, he could thwart the opening of the forbidden door. He concentrated his mind, awaiting the opportune moment. At last, when the dark demon uttered the crucial spell, Lu Yu summoned all his strength to unleash a magical beam. Successfully disrupting the incantation, the dark demon let out a furious roar, pivoting to unleash the full force of darkness upon Lu Yu. Caught off guard, Lu Yu was struck by the dark energy, his body hurtling backward, just as the dark demon prepared to launch another assault. Lin Feng broke free from his adversaries and rushed to Lu Yu's side. He helped Lu Yu to his feet, and together they amalgamated their energies for one final strike against the dark demon. A brilliant flash erupted, and the dark demon emitted a chilling cry as his form began to dissipate. Witnessing their leader's defeat, the members of the dark forces fell into disarray and fled in panic. Lu Yu and Lin Feng successfully prevented the dark forces from opening the Forbidden Gate, thus saving the game world. As the dark demon vanished, Lu Yu suddenly felt an overwhelming power envelop him, and his consciousness began to blur. When he awoke once more, he found himself back in the real world. Now returned to reality, Lu Yu often reminisced about his adventurous exploits in the game world. He understood that, although merely an ordinary player, he and Lin Feng had become heroes in that realm, rescuing two worlds from peril. This remarkable journey through time has become one of the most unforgettable memories of his life. Chapter 21, Main Quest. Lu Yu has been an NPC for some time now, gradually acclimatizing to this seemingly ordinary yet perilous role within the game. Along the way, he has forged numerous friendships with players. Yet, he has never lost sight of his ultimate goal, to shatter the shackles of his NPC identity and return to the real world. One day, a sudden and eerie chime echoed throughout the game, enveloping the entire map in a shroud of ominous mist. A system notification resonated in the ears of every player and NPC. Darkness invades. Main quest activated. All players and NPCs must unite to fend off the encroaching dark forces and safeguard the heart of the game world. Should they fail, the game would succumb to eternal darkness, and all data would be erased. A sense of urgency gripped Lu Yu. He understood the gravity of this quest. As a unique NPC, he recognized that he could not act as an ordinary NPC would, following the usual protocols. He needed to take the initiative. Thus, he hurried to the town square, a common gathering place for players, hoping to rally a formidable team. Upon his arrival, chaos reigned in the square. Some players lamented the daunting challenge of the task, while others hastily packed their belongings in preparation for flight. Only a select few seasoned players remained composed. Analyzing the situation with clarity, Lu Yu stepped forward and proclaimed, "Everyone, remain calm. Though this mission is fraught with danger, if we unite, we shall find our chance. I possess knowledge of certain weaknesses of the dark forces. With our efforts divided wisely, we can protect the core." Some players cast skeptical glances, yet others found themselves inspired by his unwavering confidence. A seasoned player named Night Shadow stepped forward, proclaiming, "I believe in him. During our previous quests together, he demonstrated extraordinary wisdom. Let us heed his command." With Night Shadow's endorsement, an increasing number of players gathered around Liu Yu. He swiftly devised a strategic plan, dividing the players into 3 groups. The first group would confront the enemy head-on, drawing the main forces of darkness. The second group would maneuver from the flanks, seeking to locate and eliminate the Dark Forces commander. The third group was tasked with safeguarding the core of the game world, preventing any surreptitious assaults by the dark entities. As the battle commenced, the Dark Forces surged forth like a relentless tide, their forms distorted, exuding a repugnant aura, with every step causing flora to wilt and structures to crumble. The first group of players bravely resisted, yet the onslaught of the Dark Forces proved overwhelmingly fierce, and they began to falter. Liu Yu, filled with urgency, understood that should the first group be breached, the entire defense would collapse. Without hesitation, he led the second group into the fray, leveraging his intimate knowledge of the game map to discover a hidden path that successfully circumvented the Dark Forces' flank. Upon arriving behind the Dark Forces, Liu Yu beheld a colossal figure, the very commander of the Dark Forces. Enveloped in a shroud of black mist, it wielded a massive scythe, each swing conjuring a tempest of darkness. Liu Yu and the second group of players stealthily approached before launching a sudden assault. Their assault caught the commander of the Dark Forces off guard, but it quickly regained its composure, unleashing a furious roar before lunging toward them. Liu Yu and the players engaged in a fierce battle with the commander of the Dark Forces. Its strength was formidable, each strike causing the ground to fissure deeply. Liu Yu adeptly evaded its attacks while searching for its vulnerability. After an intense struggle, he finally discerned that the weak point of the Dark Commander lay in its back. Seizing the opportunity during a moment of attack, he leaped and thrust his weapon forcefully into its back. The commander emitted a howl of agony, its body beginning to sway. Observing this, the other players launched their attacks. United in their onslaught, they ultimately brought the commander of the Dark Forces to the ground, dissipating into a cloud of black mist. With the commander vanquished, the Dark Forces descended into chaos. The first group of players seized the moment to counterattack, driving the Dark Forces out of the town. However, just when Liu Yu believed the mission was nearing completion, the system notification sounded once more. The true objective of the Dark Forces was not the town, but the core of the game world. The core's defenses had been breached, and all players and NPCs were required to return immediately. Liu Yu's expression changed drastically as he led the players toward the core of the game world. Upon arrival, they discovered that the core was heavily surrounded by the Dark Forces. The Dark Forces were relentlessly assaulting the core's protective shield, which had developed numerous cracks, threatening to shatter at any moment. Liu Yu and the players unhesitatingly charged into the encirclement of the Dark Forces, engaging in a final showdown. Amidst the fierce combat, Liu Yu discovered that his strength was continually augmenting, a realization stemming from his deepening comprehension and mastery of the game world. He wielded his power to repel the Dark Forces relentlessly, inspiring the other players to unleash their utmost abilities. After a brutal struggle, they succeeded in driving back the Dark Forces, safeguarding the core of the game world. The system notification chimed once more. Main quest completed, the game world restored to peace. All players and NPCs were rewarded handsomely. Liu Yu exhaled in relief, knowing that this crisis had been averted for now, yet he understood that it was merely the beginning, with countless challenges awaiting him in the future. Chapter 22. Solitude. Following the conclusion of the battle, Liu Yu and the players returned to the town. They were warmly welcomed by other NPCs and players, celebrated as heroes of the game world. However, Liu Yu did not succumb to pride. He recognized that more pressing matters lay ahead, finding a way back to the real world. During the celebratory feast, Liu Yu overheard an elderly NPC speaking of a mysterious ancient tome. It was said that this tome contained secrets regarding the origin and culmination of the game world, and perhaps it held clues on how to break free from the shackles of NPC identity. Intrigued by the tome, Liu Yu resolved to seek it out. After some inquiry, he learned that the ancient tome was housed in a venerable library located at the edge of the game world. The library was ensconced in layers of magical protection, accessible only to those possessing a special key. Undeterred by the challenges ahead, Liu Yu embarked on a quest to discover the means of entry. He scoured every corner of the town, inquiring with every NPC and player who might hold a clue. After several days of diligent searching, he unearthed a significant lead. The key might reside with a reclusive wizard dwelling deep within the mountains. Without hesitation, Liu Yu set forth on his journey to locate the wizard. He traversed dense forests and scaled steep peaks, ultimately discovering the wizard in a secluded cave. The wizard, an elderly man marked by deep wrinkles, possessed remarkably sharp eyes. Upon hearing Lu Yu's intentions, the wizard did not acquiesce immediately. Instead, he proposed a condition. Lu Yu must first assist him in completing a task before he would relinquish the key. This task involved retrieving a sealed spell book from a cursed castle, rife with perilous traps and formidable monsters guarding its secrets. Determined to secure the key, Lu Yu readily accepted the wizard's terms. He returned to the town and enlisted a group of adventurers willing to join him on this dangerous expedition. Equipped with supplies and potions, they set forth towards the ominous castle. As they approached its foreboding entrance, an eerie aura enveloped them. The castle's gates stood firmly shut, shrouded in a thick veil of black mist. Cautiously, Lu Yu stepped forward in an attempt to open the door. Suddenly, it swung open of its own accord, a powerful force drawing them into the dark unknown. Lu Yu and the players encountered various dangers within the castle. They faced mechanisms that shot poisoned arrows, shape-shifting monsters, and magical traps that induced illusions. Yet, they did not falter. With their wisdom and courage, they transformed peril into safety time and again. Deep within the castle, they finally discovered the sealed Tome of Magic. Just as Lu Yu was about to grasp the book, a colossal beast erupted from the shadows. This creature was immense, cloaked in black scales, and breathed forth torrents of flame. Lu Yu and the players immediately engaged in combat with the monster. They adeptly utilized the castle's terrain and mechanisms to launch continuous assaults on the beast. After an intense battle, they ultimately triumphed over the creature and secured the magical tome. Lu Yu returned to the sorcerer's cavern with the book, presenting it to the mage. The sorcerer, greatly pleased, honored his promise and bestowed upon Lu Yu the key to the library. Holding the key, Lu Yu approached the ancient library. The moment he inserted the key into the lock, the grand doors creaked open, releasing a wave of ancient and mysterious energy. Stepping into the library, Lu Yu was surrounded by an array of books and scrolls. He diligently searched for the enigmatic ancient text and, after considerable effort, finally located it in a secluded corner. As he opened the tome, a blinding light flashed before him, and a series of strange images flooded his mind. In these scenes, one can discern the origins of the gaming world, the truth of his transcendence, and a prophecy concerning the future. Chapter 23, The Enigmatic Dream. After our adventures in the Valley of Twilight, Lin Feng and I returned to the city, yet an unsettling calm lingered in our hearts. The Twilight Pearl felt akin to a time bomb, poised to unleash an unknown crisis at any moment. That night, as I lay in bed, I tossed and turned, unable to find solace in sleep. My mind was inundated with vivid images from the Valley of Twilight, alongside the enigmatic words of that mysterious voice. Suddenly, a wave of drowsiness overcame me, and I slipped into slumber. In my dream, I found myself in an unfamiliar forest, shrouded in dense mist that obscured the path ahead. I tread cautiously, each step echoing the rhythm of my heartbeat. Abruptly, a shadow darted through the fog, startling me into instinctively retreating a step. "Do not be afraid. Follow me," a familiar voice called out beside me. Turning, I was astonished to see Lin Feng. He grasped my hand, urging me to run forward. The shadow pursued relentlessly, emitting low growls. We navigated through thickets and crossed babbling brooks until we finally arrived at a clearing. In the clearing stood a peculiar altar, identical to the one in the Valley of Twilight. Lin Feng came to a halt and declared, "This is the place we seek." Puzzled, I gazed at him and asked, "What is this place? Why have we come here?" Lin Feng offered no response, but approached the altar, reaching out to touch the symbols etched upon its surface. Suddenly, the altar emitted a blinding light, enveloping us entirely. I felt a powerful force surging into my body, and in an instant, a multitude of images flashed before me. Among them, I beheld an ancient civilization that wielded immense power, only to be brought to ruin by a cataclysm. Before their demise, they sealed their strength within the Moonlight Pearl, hoping that one day, a worthy successor would arise to inherit this formidable gift. So it was that we had been chosen. I was taken aback. Lin Feng nodded, stating, "It appears that the mysterious power within us originates from the Moonlight Pearl." At that moment, the Moonlight Pearl suddenly trembled violently, emitting a beam of dark light that surged towards us. Instinctively, I closed my eyes, bracing for the unknown fate that awaited. When I opened my eyes again, we found ourselves back in the city. Everything seemed to have returned to normal, Yet both Lin Feng and I were acutely aware that our bodies had undergone a transformation. We could feel the potent force coursing through our veins, awaiting our command. In preparation for the impending adventure, Lu Yu began to meticulously recall various details from the game. He remembered a hidden quest that seemed to pertain to a mysterious castle, although he had not delved deeply into it at the time. It now struck him that this castle might very well be the Dark Castle. Lu Yu opened his backpack to inspect its contents. He discovered that he possessed a few ordinary weapons and potions, which might prove insufficient in the face of unknown dangers. Thus, he resolved to visit the town market within the game, hoping to procure more useful equipment and items. Upon arriving at the bustling marketplace, Lu Yu navigated through the throngs of people. Various stalls showcased an array of items, selling weapons, armor, potions, and magical artifacts. With meticulous care, Lu Yu selected his purchases, utilizing the gold coins he had accumulated from completing quests. He acquired a razor-sharp longsword, a sturdy leather armor, and several vials of superior healing potions. After securing his equipment, Lu Yu made his way to the library. He was aware that this place might harbor clues regarding the Dark Castle and its guardian spirits. Within the library's vast collection, Lu Yu perused countless tomes and eventually discovered references to the Dark Castle in an ancient manuscript. The text revealed that the Dark Castle lay at the far western edge of the game world, perpetually shrouded in darkness and inhabited by various malevolent creatures. Surrounding the castle were the guardian spirits of water, fire, and wind, each possessing formidable powers. Only those with pure hearts and unwavering resolve could earn their recognition. Closing the manuscript, Lu Yu gained a clearer understanding of the challenges that lay ahead. He recognized that gaining the Guardian's favor would not be a simple task, yet he had no path of retreat. Departing from the library, Lu Yu commenced his quest to find the Dark Castle. He journeyed along the western frontier of the game world, encountering numerous monstrous assaults along the way. There were towering ogres, venomous spiders, and skeletal mages casting dark spells. Drawing upon the experience he had amassed from gaming in the real world, Lu Yu adeptly confronted these adversaries, skillfully evading their attacks and seizing opportunities to counterattack. After a fierce battle, he successfully repelled the monstrous beings and continued his journey westward. As he delved deeper, the surrounding environment grew increasingly sinister and foreboding. The sky darkened, and the earth was permeated with a putrid stench. Lu Yu knew he was drawing closer to the Dark Castle. At last, amidst a desolate valley, Lu Yu beheld the fabled Dark Castle. Towering into the clouds, its black walls exuded a chilling aura, adorned with flickering, eerie runes. A shroud of black mist enveloped the castle, deterring any who dared to approach. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yu understood that the true challenge was only beginning. Gripping his longsword tightly, he advanced towards the castle. Just as he neared its ominous gates, a sudden jet of water erupted from the ground, sending him sprawling. Lu Yu clumsily rose to his feet, aware that this was surely the water guardian testing him. He looked up to see a colossal humanoid figure formed of water standing before him, its eyes shimmering with a blue glow, radiating vigilance. "Outsider, why have you trespassed here?" The voice of the water guardian resounded like a cascading torrent through the air. Chapter 24. The crucial moment since Lu Yu had traversed into the realm of an NPC within the game. His days had been a tumultuous whirlwind. After successfully completing several seemingly insurmountable tasks and unexpectedly acquiring mysterious hidden artifacts, his reputation within the game world began to flourish. Yet, he was acutely aware that these were merely appetizers. To shatter the shackles of his NPC identity and return to reality, he needed to uncover more pivotal clues. On that day, sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled light upon the forest path. Lu Yu, as per his usual routine, was exploring the realms of the game world, his destination an abandoned temple nestled deep within the misty forest. It was said to conceal secrets pertaining to the origins of this game world, and Lu Yu instinctively felt that it held the key to his return home. Along the way, he encountered numerous indigenous inhabitants of the game, some greeting him with enthusiastic waves, while others regarded him with wary glances. Lu Yu was acutely aware that, as a unique NPC, he had drawn the attention of various factions. Upon entering the temple's vicinity, a wave of ancient and enigmatic energy enveloped him. The walls of the temple were adorned with peculiar symbols, and Lu Yu studied them intently, seeking familiar clues within their cryptic designs. Suddenly, he heard a faint rustling of footsteps behind him. Turning around, he was confronted by a mysterious figure clad in a black robe. The The face of the robed individual was shrouded in shadow, obscuring any discernible features. "You should not be here," the figure's voice emerged, deep and gravelly, as if resonating from a distant realm. A sense of unease gripped Lu Yu, but he quickly regained his composure. He was no longer the helpless NPC he once was. "I have compelling reasons for my presence. The secrets here pertain to my ability to return to my own world." The robed figure emitted a low, sinister chuckle. "Return to your own world? Do you think such a feat is so easily accomplished? This game world is far more intricate than you can fathom." Lu Yu furrowed his brow, detecting an underlying significance in the figure's words. "Who are you, and why are you here?" The figure cloaked in black took 2 deliberate steps forward, his silhouette appearing particularly eerie within the dimly lit temple. "Who I am is of little consequence. What truly matters is that I can assist you in uncovering the answers you seek. However, a price must be paid." Lu Yu regarded the cloaked figure with caution. "What price? I shall not readily acquiesce to your terms." The figure did not respond directly. Instead, he extended a hand, revealing a softly glowing crystal orb. "Behold this." Lu Yu leaned closer, his gaze fixed upon the orb, where vivid images materialized, fragments of his life in the real world, alongside perilous encounters within the realm of the game. Ultimately, the images coalesced around a vast vortex, shimmering with an otherworldly light. "This is a passage to the real world, yet it lies sealed by formidable magic. Only by gathering 3 keys can the seal be broken," the cloaked figure elucidated. A spark of intrigue ignited within Lu Yu. "3 keys? How might I procure them?" The cloaked figure offered a faint smile. "The first key resides within this temple. However, it is guarded in an exceedingly perilous location, surrounded by powerful beasts. Do you possess the courage to attempt it?" Without hesitation, Lu Yu replied, "Indeed, I possess the courage. Please, inform me of its precise location." The cloaked figure gestured towards the depths of the temple. "Proceed through this corridor. At its end lies a stone door. Behind that door is where the key awaits. But remember, do not activate the mechanisms within, for the consequences could be dire." Taking a deep breath, Lu Yu ventured into the heart of the temple. Throughout the journey, he meticulously sidestepped various traps and finally arrived before the stone door. The door was adorned with intricate patterns, and Lu Yu examined it closely, striving to uncover the method to unlock it. Just as he was engrossed in his study, a sudden rustling sound reached his ears from behind. He quickly turned around, only to see a horde of enormous creatures advancing towards him. These monsters exuded a dark mist, their eyes glinting with a crimson glow, presenting a formidable presence. Alarmed, Lu Yu swiftly drew his weapon, bracing himself for combat. The creatures, agile in their movements, promptly surrounded him. Lu Yu lunged and struck, attempting to break free from their encirclement, yet the monsters worked in perfect unison, repeatedly forcing him back to his original position. Amidst the fierce battle, Lu Yu gradually discerned their weaknesses. Although immensely powerful, the creatures' movements were comparatively sluggish. Capitalizing on this insight, Lu Yu adeptly navigated between them, seizing opportunities to strike. After a grueling struggle, he ultimately succeeded in repelling the monsters. As they retreated, Lu Yu exhaled in relief. He refocused his attention on the stone door and, after considerable effort, finally discovered the mechanism to open it. The door creaked open, unleashing a torrent of potent energy. Behind it lay a secret chamber, at the center of which stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a key radiating a golden glow. Filled with excitement, Lu Yu approached the pedestal. But just as he reached for the key, an alarm blared. Instantly, numerous spikes erupted from the chamber walls, lunging toward him. Lu Yu hastily recoiled, yet still suffered a gash on his arm from the spikes. He realized that he had indeed triggered the mechanism. At that moment, the ground of the secret chamber began to collapse, and Lu Yu found himself in a dire predicament. In this critical juncture, he suddenly recalled the words of the man in the black robe. Under no circumstances should one activate the mechanisms there. A thought struck him. Could the solution to the mechanism be simply to do nothing? Taking a deep breath, Lu Yu ceased his actions. Miraculously, the spikes and the crumbling ground gradually reverted to their original state. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yu stepped forward and successfully retrieved the first key. As he exited the chamber with the key in hand, the man in the black robe was already waiting outside. "Congratulations, you have obtained the first key," he remarked. Lu Yu regarded the man in the black robe. "Thank you for your guidance. Yet, I am aware that your assistance comes with ulterior motives. Pray tell, what is your objective?" The man in the black robe smiled. "My aim aligns with yours. We both seek to dismantle the constraints of this game world. However, I require your assistance. Lu Yu furrowed his brow. On what grounds should I trust you? The man in the black robe did not respond directly. Instead, he raised his hand and pointed skyward. Following his gesture, Lu Yu beheld a fissure in the sky, emanating an otherworldly glow. This is a flaw in the game world, and it represents our opportunity, the man explained. If we can gather 3 keys, we can exploit this flaw to shatter the rules of the game world and restore everything to its rightful order. Lu Yu was taken aback. He had never anticipated the existence of such a flaw within the game. He fell into deep contemplation, uncertain whether to place his trust in the man in the black robe. You need not rush to a decision. The figure cloaked in black seemed to perceive Lu Yu's thoughts. Once you obtain the second key, we shall converse in greater detail. The second key resides in a place known as the Dark Castle, a domain fraught with peril. You must be prepared. With that, the enigmatic figure turned and vanished into the shadows. Lu Yu gazed at the first key in his hand, his heart a tumult of emotions. He understood that his adventure was far from over, and ahead lay challenges even more formidable. Burdened with conflicting feelings, Lu Yu departed from the abandoned temple. He resolved to return to his stronghold within the game world, to rest and contemplate the secrets of this key. As he journeyed, he reflected on his dialogue with the cloaked figure, his mind teeming with questions. Who was this enigmatic individual? What did he mean by breaking the rules of the game world? Upon returning to his sanctuary, Lu Yu sequestered himself in his chamber, meticulously examining the key. It was adorned with mysterious runes, and he endeavored to decipher their meanings, yet found himself at an impasse. He attempted to interact with the key using various items and skills he had acquired in the game, but the key remained unresponsive. Just as frustration began to set in, he recalled a friend he had made in the game world, a venerable wizard well-versed in magic and runes. Perhaps he could assist in unraveling the mysteries inscribed upon the key. With renewed determination, Lu Yu rose and made his way to the old wizard's abode. Nestled in a tranquil valley, the wizard's home was surrounded by an array of magical flora. Upon Lu Yu's arrival, the old wizard was found in the garden, engrossed in the study of a new magical potion. Ah, my young friend, what brings you here? The old wizard beheld Lu Yu with a benevolent smile upon his face. Lu Yu recounted his experiences and confusions to the wizard before producing the first key. The old wizard took the key, scrutinizing it closely, and the expression on his face gradually turned serious. This key is no ordinary object, he remarked. The runes inscribed upon it are an ancient magical script that holds the secrets of the origins and fate of this game world. A spark of hope ignited within Lu Yu. Can you decipher these runes? The old wizard nodded. I shall endeavor to do so, but it will require some time. Please, rest here for the moment. The old wizard retreated to his magical laboratory with the key in hand, while Lu Yu anxiously awaited in the courtyard. As moments ticked by, Lu Yu's anxiety heightened. He was uncertain whether the old wizard would successfully interpret the runes, nor did he know what secrets lay hidden behind them. At last, the old wizard emerged from the laboratory, his face bearing a trace of fatigue, yet predominantly illuminated by excitement. I have succeeded, he exclaimed. I have unraveled the meaning of the runes. This key is the crucial element for unlocking access to the core region of the game world. Within that core, vital clues for breaking the game's rules lie concealed. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Lu Yu. What are we waiting for? Let us hasten to the core region. The old wizard shook his head. It is not so simple. The core region is safeguarded by formidable magical forces. Without 3 keys, entry is utterly impossible. Moreover, even if one were to gain entry, the interior is fraught with myriad dangers and challenges. Lu Yu furrowed his brow and inquired, what shall we do? The old sorcerer pondered for a moment, then replied, I can assist you in crafting some magical artifacts to enhance your prowess. Simultaneously, you must hasten to locate the second key. Only by gathering all 3 keys shall we have the opportunity to access the core area and unveil the truths of this gaming realm. Lu Yu nodded, affirming, very well. I shall expedite the search for the second key. Thank you, esteemed sorcerer. After bidding farewell to the old magician, Lu Yu returned to his stronghold. He understood that his adventure was about to embark upon a new phase, to return to the realm of reality and to unravel the mysteries of the gaming world. He must devote himself entirely. He began organizing his equipment and devising a plan to venture into the Dark Castle in pursuit of the second key. Though the path ahead was laden with uncertainty and peril, Lu Yu was imbued with unwavering conviction. He believed that as long as he did not relinquish hope, he would surely find his way home. Chapter 25. Peril lurks everywhere. Lu Yu managed to stabilize his emotions with great difficulty. Beginning to contemplate how to extricate himself from his current predicament, he had just realized that he had not only transformed into an NPC, but had also been ensnared in a chaotic melee between players and formidable monsters. A situation most precarious. At this crucial juncture, he suddenly recognized that despite being an NPC, he possessed a unique advantage akin to that of a real player: the knowledge of game mechanics and the vulnerabilities of the monsters. At this moment, the roars of the monsters reverberated around him, intertwined with the battle cries of the players. Lu Yu concealed himself behind a massive boulder, his heart racing wildly. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm, and quickly recalled the information about the creature before him. It was a lava titan, possessing formidable attack and defense capabilities, with flames that could instantly reduce players to ashes. However, Lu Yu remembered that its underbelly was its weak point. If he could find the opportune moment to strike there, perhaps he could turn the tide of battle. He leaned forward, surveying the battlefield. He noticed a player wielding a great sword, desperately engaging the lava titan, but each attack was thwarted by the creature's impenetrable scales. Anxiety gripped Lu Yu. He recognized that if this continued, the players would be in grave danger. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he shouted, "Attack its underbelly. That is its weak point." The players, initially taken aback by his command, quickly adjusted their strategy. However, the lava titan seemed to sense the impending threat, its movements becoming increasingly frenzied. It violently swung its tail, sending nearby players flying. Lu Yu's heart raced. He knew he could no longer remain passive, so he decided to take a risk. He picked up a long sword from the ground. Although his strength as an NPC was limited, his familiarity with the game allowed him to skillfully evade the titan's attacks as he charged toward its underbelly. Just as Lu Yu was about to close the distance, a burst of flames surged toward him. He swiftly sidestepped, the flames singeing the edge of his garment, leaving a charred scent in the air. Undeterred, he seized the moment. Leaping high into the air and thrusting the long sword forcefully into the lava titan's underbelly. A pained roar erupted from the creature as it trembled violently. The players, invigorated, launched their assault in unison. Under the relentless barrage of their combined efforts, the movements of the lava behemoth gradually slowed. Ultimately, it collapsed with a resounding crash, transforming into a heap of experience points and equipment. The players erupted in joyous cheers, flocking to express their gratitude to Lu Yu. However, as Lu Yu surveyed the scene before him, a sense of joy eluded him. He understood that this was merely the beginning. Far greater challenges lay ahead. After concluding the battle, Lu Yu resolved to depart from this tumultuous place. He was acutely aware that, as a unique NPC, his every action could potentially incite unnecessary trouble. Thus, seizing the opportunity while the players busied themselves collecting loot, he discreetly slipped away from the battlefield, wandering aimlessly through the game world. Lu Yu was engulfed in a sense of bewilderment. He was uncertain how to return to the realm of reality and what further encounters awaited him in this world. Just as despair began to envelop him, a melodious sound of a guqin drifted through the air. Following the enchanting melody, he discovered a woman clad in a flowing white robe, seated beneath a tree, skillfully playing the instrument. Her beauty was unparalleled, yet her eyes bore a hint of sorrow. Sensing Lu Yu's presence, she lifted her gaze and smiled gently. "Greetings, distant traveler." Taken aback, Lu Yu had not anticipated encountering such a gentle soul in this perilous game world. He politely replied, "Hello, my name is Lu Yu. May I inquire where this place is?" The woman spoke softly. "This is Serenity Valley, a forgotten corner of the world. I am Ling Er, the guardian of this place." Lu Yu felt a stirring in his heart, believing that Ling Er might assist him in discovering a way back to reality. He recounted his experiences to her in detail. Upon hearing his tale, Ling Er furrowed her brow slightly. "I have heard whispers of legends concerning temporal disturbances, yet I have never encountered a situation quite like yours. However, I am aware of a mysterious relic deep within this continent, said to harbor the power to traverse time and space. Perhaps you might seek answers there." A flicker of hope ignited within Lu Yu upon her words. He quickly inquired, "Where is this relic located? How can I reach it?" Ling Er shook her head. "I do not know its precise location, only that it lies within the depths of the Death Desert. It is fraught with peril, and countless adventurers have ventured there, never to return. Should you decide to go, you must exercise utmost caution." Lu Yu clenched his fists, resolutely declaring, "No matter the danger, I must try. I am willing to do anything to return to the real world." Ling Er, touched by the determination in his eyes, produced a jade pendant from her bosom and handed it to him. "This pendant is a token of my family. It may aid you in critical moments. Take it. And once you arrive in the Death Desert, seek out a man known as the Sand Thief King. He will guide you to the entrance of the relic." Lu Yu accepted the pendant, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Ling Er. If I return safely, I shall repay your kindness." Ling Er smiled gently. "There is no need for thanks. I hope you find your way home soon." After bidding farewell to Ling Er, Lu Yu embarked on his journey toward the Death Desert. Throughout his journey, he encountered a myriad of monsters and perils, yet through his own wit and courage, he deftly transformed each danger into a mere memory. At long last, he arrived at the brink of the Death Desert. Gazing at the boundless expanse of sand before him, Lu Yu took a deep breath, fully aware that the true challenge was only beginning. After organizing his belongings, he ventured into the depths of the desert. After several days of traversing the arid landscape, Lu Yu finally confronted the king of sand thieves. This formidable figure was a towering man, his eyes radiating a fierce intensity. When Lu Yu produced the jade pendant, the king's expression shifted slightly. "From whence did you acquire this jade pendant?" Lu Yu relayed Ling Er's instructions. After a moment of contemplation, the king replied, "For Ling Er's sake, I shall guide you to the entrance of the ruins. However, you must remember that once inside, all will depend upon your own abilities." Lu Yu nodded in understanding. Under the king's guidance, he eventually reached the entrance of the ruins. It was a cave, concealed deep within the desert, emanating an aura of mystery. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yu stepped forward with resolute strides into the cavern. The air inside was thick with dampness, and the walls shimmered with an eerie luminescence. Cautiously, he advanced, only to be startled by a low, rumbling growl that echoed through the darkness. He halted, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. Suddenly, a colossal spider emerged from the shadows, its body as large as a car, and its 8 eyes gleaming with a sinister red light, sending chills down his spine. Lu Yu was taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering such a formidable creature at the very entrance of the ruins. He swiftly drew his longsword, preparing to engage in battle. The spider seemed to sense Lu Yu's hostility and lunged forward with ferocity. Lu Yu deftly sidestepped, evading the creature's attack. He then swung his sword, aiming for the spider's head. The spider reacted with remarkable speed, blocking Lu Yu's strike with its forelegs before unleashing a spray of green venom. Lu Yu quickly leaped aside, watching as the venom sizzled upon contact with the ground, corroding a substantial crater in the earth. Realizing that a direct confrontation would be futile, he knew he must discover the spider's weakness. As Lu Yu contemplated his strategy, the spider launched another assault, its 8 legs scuttling across the ground towards him. While evading the creature's strikes, Lu Yu observed its movements carefully. Suddenly, he noticed a soft spot on the spider's abdomen, which appeared to be its Achilles heel. A surge of hope filled Lu Yu. He resolved to take a risk. Intentionally exposing a vulnerability, he lured the spider into attacking. The creature fell for the ruse, lunging at him with ferocity. Just as the spider drew near, Lu Yu crouched low and thrust his sword powerfully into its abdomen. A guttural roar of pain erupted from the spider as its body convulsed violently. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yu withdrew his sword and thrust it once more into the creature's soft underbelly. After a fierce struggle, the spider finally collapsed to the ground, motionless. With the spider vanquished, Lu Yu pressed onward into the depths of the cave. As he ventured further, the light dimmed and the atmosphere grew increasingly eerie. Suddenly, a stone door appeared before him, adorned with strange and intricate symbols. Lu Yu stepped forward to scrutinize the symbols before him. He discerned that these symbols appeared to form a riddle, and only by unraveling it could he unlock the stone door. Lost in contemplation, Lu Yu recalled the knowledge he had acquired in the mortal realm, striving to discover a method to decipher the enigma. Just as confusion began to envelop him, he suddenly remembered the jade pendant gifted to him by Ling. He retrieved the pendant and noticed that the patterns upon it bore a striking resemblance to the symbols on the stone door. A spark of realization ignited within him, and he placed the pendant into a recess on the door. Miraculously, the pendant emitted a radiant light, and the stone door slowly creaked open. An ancient and mysterious aura wafted forth from within, prompting Lu Yu to take a deep breath and stride confidently through the threshold. Inside lay a vast palace, its walls adorned with countless gemstones that radiated a dazzling brilliance. At the center of the palace stood a colossal crystal orb, within which vibrant hues flickered and danced. Lu Yu approached cautiously, feeling an immense power emanating from the orb. As he drew nearer, an eerie laughter echoed through the chamber. Did you think this place would be so easily accessible? Startled, Lu Yu spun around to find a dark figure materializing from the shadows. The figure became clearer, revealing a man clad in a black robe, his face obscured by a mask that concealed his expression. The robed man spoke coldly. The power here is not for you to covet. You shall remain here today. With that, he brandished his staff, and a beam of darkness surged toward Lu Yu. Lu Yu swiftly evaded, the black radiance grazing his shoulder, leaving a deep mark upon the wall. He recognized that he was faced with a formidable opponent, and he promptly adjusted his demeanor, bracing himself for the impending battle. Wielding his longsword, he charged toward the figure cloaked in black. The man remained unperturbed, murmuring incantations as countless tendrils suddenly surged from the ground, ensnaring Lu Yu. While deftly dodging the onslaught of vines, Lu Yu sought to exploit any vulnerabilities in the black-robed adversary. Amidst the fierce confrontation, he gradually discerned that although the man's magic was potent, his physical form appeared rather fragile. Consequently, he resolved to alter his strategy, opting for close-quarters combat. Seizing the moment when the black-robed figure was preoccupied with casting spells, Lu Yu dashed forward, thrusting his sword toward the man's chest. The sorcerer hastily raised his staff to block, yet he was still forced back several paces by Lu Yu's might. Chapter 26. The ripples of return. Upon returning to the mundane world, Lu Yu's life seemingly regained its tranquility. He resumed his familiar work routine, diligently engaged in daily tasks. However, the extraordinary experiences within the game world lingered in his heart, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples that refused to settle. In moments of leisure, Lu Yu found himself irresistibly reminiscing about the vivid memories of his adventures in the game, the exhilarating battles, the companions he had forged bonds with, and the enchanting, gentle Ling air. He often pondered whether Ling air was faring well in Quiet Valley, and if the forgotten corner she safeguarded remained undisturbed. One day, while sorting through old belongings, Lu Yu stumbled upon the jade pendant he had brought back from the game world. The jade pendant felt warm to the touch, its intricate patterns still vividly discernible. Upon seeing it, Lu Yu was transported back to the moment of parting with Linger. A powerful impulse surged within him, compelling him to return to that enchanting game world, to revisit those familiar landscapes, and to reunite with Linger. He powered on his computer and logged into the game that had once ensnared him in its depths. However, as the game loaded, he was struck by the stark transformation it had undergone. The once bustling town now lay desolate, with scarcely a player in sight, and the monsters moved with an unsettling strangeness. Filled with confusion, Lu Yu maneuvered his character to explore the altered landscape. In the tavern of the town, he encountered a seasoned player. The old player, upon recognizing Lu Yu, initially displayed a look of astonishment, followed by a deep sigh as he recounted the upheaval that had befallen the game world. It turned out that since Lu Yu's departure, chaos had enveloped the realm. Powerful monsters rampaged uncontrollably, wreaking havoc upon the players, many of whom had chosen to abandon the game in despair. Lu Yu listened in shock, realizing that his absence might be intricately linked to the turmoil that had ensued. Determined to investigate further, he resolved to uncover a way to restore order to the game world. Drawing upon his familiarity with the realm, Lu Yu ventured to the location where he had once battled the lava lizard. The remnants of conflict were still evident, and an eerie aura pervaded the air. As he meticulously searched the vicinity, he stumbled upon peculiar magical runes. These runes emitted a faint glow, hinting at the presence of some formidable power within. He recalled that in the realm of the game, Linger had once mentioned certain legends regarding ancient magic. Could these runes be related to those tales? With this question lingering in his mind, Lu Yu commenced his investigation into the runes. He delved into various materials within the game, striving to decipher the meanings behind the runes. After considerable effort, he ultimately discovered that these runes were connected to an ancient magical array, reputed to possess formidable power capable of sealing malevolent forces. Lu Yu surmised that the chaos within the game world might be attributed to the awakening of some sinister power, and this magical array could hold the key to resolving the turmoil. He resolved to seek out the remaining components of the array and activate it to restore order to the game world. During his quest for the magical array, Lu Yu encountered numerous obstacles. Not only did he face relentless assaults from powerful monsters, but he also had to unravel a series of intricate puzzles. Yet, armed with unwavering determination and tenacity, he transformed peril into safety time and again. At last, Liu Yu gathered all the components of the magical array and successfully activated it. In an instant, a brilliant beam of light soared into the sky, and an overwhelming force swept across the entire game world. The once rampant monsters fell silent, and the game world began to gradually regain its former vitality. Just when Liu Yu believed that all had come to a conclusion, he received an enigmatic email. The message contained but a single line: "Thank you for your assistance. We shall meet again." The signature was from Linger. As Liu Yu gazed at the email, a wave of warmth surged within him. He understood that his connection with that game world was far from over. Chapter 27. In distress, Liu Yu had returned to the real world for several days, yet the myriad experiences from the game lingered in his mind like shadows, ever present. The once familiar life now felt inexplicably strange and unsettling. As the morning sun streamed through the window, illuminating his face, Liu Yu awoke from his slumber, a hint of bewilderment still clouding his gaze. Habitually, he reached for the long sword resting by his pillow, only to grasp the softness of the quilt instead. So he truly had returned, he murmured softly, his voice tinged with a sense of loss he had not even recognized within himself. After freshening up, Liu Yu stepped outside, preparing to head to work. As he walked along the bustling street, the cacophony around him set his nerves on edge. Suddenly, a familiar roar echoed in his ears. He whirled around, only to be met with the sight of a busy thoroughfare, devoid of anything amiss. Was it an auditory hallucination? He rubbed his temples and quickened his pace. Upon arriving at the office, the cheerful banter of his colleagues struck his ears as discordant. He settled at his desk. Powering on his computer, the game icon on the screen sent his heart racing. Compelled by an unseen force, he double-clicked the icon, and the familiar interface materialized before him. "Welcome back, adventurer," a message popped up on the screen, causing his fingers to tremble slightly. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to close the game, only to find anomalies in his account data. His character not only retained all the equipment and experience accumulated during his journey, but also possessed several mysterious items that had never appeared in the game's official documentation. A frown creased Liu Yu's brow as a wave of unease surged within him. He attempted to reach out to the game's customer service, only to find the line perpetually engaged. Just as he was on the brink of despair, the computer screen abruptly flickered to life, revealing a familiar figure. "Linger. Liu Yu, you have finally returned," her voice tinged with urgency. "A grave glitch has emerged in this game world. Your actions during your traversal have altered the underlying code. Now, the entire realm teeters on the brink of collapse." Liu Yu stared in shock at the screen. I merely wished to return home. How could this be happening?" Linger sighed in resignation. "Only you possess the ability to mend this flaw. You must once again enter the game world. Seek out the enigmatic crystal orb and harness its power to rectify the code. Otherwise, not only will the game world vanish, but the real world will also face dire consequences." Liu Yu's complexion drained of color, as he never anticipated that his return would herald such an immense crisis. He clenched his fists, torn between conflicting emotions. On one hand, he had finally returned to reality and wished to avoid re-entering that perilous game world. On the other, he understood that failing to act would endanger countless lives. I need to contemplate this," Liu Yu managed to utter. Linger nodded. "You have 3 days. In 3 days, the glitch will erupt completely, and at that point, it will be too late." With that, her figure vanished from the screen. Liu Yu's face turned as pale as a blank sheet of paper, a haunting visage of fear. His once vibrant and expressive eyes widened in disbelief, as if they might pop from their sockets, filled with astonishment and dread as he gazed ahead. His body trembled uncontrollably, swaying like a flickering candle in the wind. He could hardly fathom that the reality he had longed for and endured countless trials to return to would plunge into such a profound crisis due to his mere presence. This entire ordeal felt akin to a nightmare, catching him entirely off guard and leaving him no time to react. He clenched his fists tightly, the pressure causing his nails to dig deeply into his palms, piercing the skin and allowing blood to seep forth. Yet he felt no pain. At that moment, it seemed that only through this means could he find a semblance of relief from the tumultuous emotions surging within him like a relentless tide. Nevertheless, the terror and helplessness that gripped his heart continued to entwine him like a malevolent specter, rendering him unable to escape. Chapter 28. Infinite power. Lu Yu was wholly absorbed in the profound exploration of the mysterious powers of the crystal ball. His mind taut and seemingly isolated from the outside world, as if the entire universe had been reduced to the enigmatic force roiling deep within his consciousness. As his investigation deepened, the crystal ball suddenly erupted with a blinding radiance, the light piercing his eyes like a sharpened blade. Simultaneously, an invisible and formidable force ensnared his body, pulling him as if to drag him into an endless abyss. While his awareness began to blur under the overwhelming strain of this immense power, when Lu Yu regained consciousness once more, he found himself engulfed in a chaotic void, where the concepts of up, down, left, and right ceased to exist, leaving only an endless expanse of darkness and a suffocating silence. Fear surged within him like a tidal wave, prompting an instinctive cry for help, yet his voice dissipated into the eerie blackness, vanishing without a trace, failing to elicit even the slightest echo. Had my efforts utterly failed? What manner of place is this? Anxiety consumed Lu Yu, as unsettling emotions frantically spread within him. He attempted to move, only to be horrified by the realization that his body was ensnared by an invisible restraint, rendering him utterly immobile. Just as he was on the brink of despair, the familiar and gentle visage of Ling Er unexpectedly materialized in his mind, her soft voice seemingly traversing the infinite darkness. Resonating clearly in his ears, "Believe in yourself. You will surely find your way home." A wave of warmth surged through Lu Yu's heart, rekindling the nearly extinguished flame of hope within him, igniting it anew. He endeavored to steady his mind, calming himself to attentively perceive the minutiae of his surroundings, desperately searching for that elusive key to return to the realm of reality. Time became a blur, and at last, Lu Yu discerned a faint current of energy quietly stirring in the darkness. Guided by instinct and intuition, he pushed forward with relentless determination toward the source of this power. As he drew nearer, the force grew increasingly potent, revealing a shimmering portal that emanated a gentle glow, slowly materializing before his eyes. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yu felt an overwhelming surge of excitement that he could hardly contain. He exerted every ounce of strength within him as he raced towards the luminous portal. However, just as his fingertips were about to make contact with the shimmering threshold, an immense and formidable resistance surged forth from the portal, akin to an indomitable invisible wall that forcefully propelled him backward. Lu Yu fell heavily to the ground, feeling as though his bones had shattered, the pain piercing through him. Yet, the conviction in his heart grew ever more steadfast, as he understood this was the final obstacle on his journey back to the realm of reality. If he could successfully surmount this resistance, he would reclaim his former existence. After a brief respite, Lu Yu gradually rose to his feet, his gaze reflecting a resolute embrace of destiny. He inhaled deeply and charged once more towards the portal, this time channeling all his strength, unwavering will, and fervent longing for the real world into a singular purpose, resolutely bracing himself for this ultimate life and death challenge. Just as he was about to collide with the barrier anew, a circle of enigmatic runes suddenly emanated from the portal's periphery. These runes shimmered with a mysterious luminescence, seemingly narrating ancient incantations, each inscribed character brimming with potent energy, introducing an array of unforeseen variables into this journey of return. Chapter 29. The Recollection of Memories. Lu Yu, embodying the spirit of desperation, charged once more towards the softly glowing, yet heavily resistant portal. Just as he was about to touch the enigmatic portal enveloped by mysterious runes, a more formidable force surged forth like a raging vortex, consuming him entirely. In an instant, Lu Yu felt his body being tugged by countless forces, his consciousness plunging once again into chaos. As Lu Yu's awareness gradually clarified, he found himself amidst a familiar scene, his childhood town. The warm sunlight bathed the ancient streets, while the shops along the roadside buzzed with life, and the laughter of children echoed through the air. Lu Yu gazed in astonishment, his heart brimming with perplexity. "Is this my childhood? How have I returned here?" he murmured. At that moment, a small figure came running from the distance. It was none other than his younger self. Watching his childhood incarnation, memories long sealed by time surged forth like a tidal wave. He recalled the carefree days spent in this town, chasing and frolicking with friends in the fields, and catching fish and shrimp by the riverbank. The scene shifted, and Lu Yu was transported back to his first encounter with a video game. It was an old gaming console displayed in the town's general store. The young boy was captivated by the fantastical world on the screen, marking the beginning of his gaming journey. From that moment on, he was filled with curiosity and longing for the myriad of mysterious powers and unknown realms within games. As the memories deepened, Lu Yu recalled his first friend met within a game, Ling Er. Together, they fought side by side in a virtual adventure world, confronting formidable monsters and overcoming daunting challenges. In a moment of life and death, Ling Er selflessly sacrificed her vitality to save him, a bond of shared fate that deeply etched itself in Lu Yu's heart. It dawned upon him that their connection had begun long ago. A myriad of emotions surged within him. Just then, the surrounding scenery began to tremble violently. As if on the brink of collapse, Lu Yu realized that the force of the light gate may be at play, and he must return to reality swiftly, lest he be forever ensnared in this illusory reverie. I cannot remain here. I must return, back to reality, back to Ling Er, Lu Yu resolutely contemplated. He took a deep breath, focused his mind, and endeavored to break free from the shackles of this memory. At the very moment the scene was about to shatter entirely, Lu Yu felt his body lighten, drawn away by a powerful force once more. When he opened his eyes again, he discovered himself back in that chaotic realm. The light gate still standing silently before him, its mysterious runes shimmering with an enticing glow. Lu Yu steadied himself, redirecting his gaze to the light gate. He understood that a secret lay hidden behind it, perhaps linked to his entrapment and memories, and more likely concerning Ling Er's safety. This time, he approached the light gate with caution rather than recklessness, carefully observing the runes upon it. Suddenly, he noticed a subtle pattern in the frequency of the runes flickering, akin to a code. Drawing upon his keen observational skills honed through years of gaming, Lu Yu began to decipher it. As he gradually unraveled the mystery, the light gate resonated in response. A blinding brilliance enveloped him, and he was drawn into its embrace. As he surveyed his surroundings, he found himself ensconced within an expansive, ethereal white space, where Ling Er lay upon a crystalline pedestal at the center, encircled by an array of peculiar energy conduits. Ling Er, Lu Yu shouted, rushing towards her. Yet, a transparent barrier obstructed his path. At that moment, a mechanical voice resonated, declaring, "To save her, you must unravel all the enigmas of memory." Clenching his fists, Lu Yu understood that he must once again plunge into the vortex of memories, but this time, he remained composed, for Ling Er's life depended on it. Chapter 30. Defying fate. The atmosphere was suffused with an eerie mist, resembling a mystical veil that shrouded all within its grasp. A mysterious voice echoed in the air, akin to an enchanting melody that lured Lu Yu deeper into its embrace. He felt as though he were ensnared in a beguiling dream, unable to extricate himself. Suddenly, Lu Yu stumbled upon a peculiar totem, radiating an enigmatic glow, as if it concealed boundless secrets within. Compelled by an irresistible force, he reached out to touch it, inadvertently triggering a defensive mechanism. Sharp spikes erupted from the ground, akin to a swarm of ferocious venomous serpents, lunging towards him. Fireballs, streaking like meteors, hurtled through the air, bearing searing flames that threatened to consume him. Lu Yu deftly evaded these assaults, skillfully maneuvering to avoid their wrath. However, his arm was still pierced by a spike, crimson blood staining his garments. At that moment, a mysterious shadow emerged from the mist, silently launching an attack upon Lu Yu like a phantom. He fought valiantly to resist, but with his injuries, his strength gradually waned. At this critical juncture, the crystal ball suddenly emitted a dazzling radiance, akin to a bolt of lightning cleaving through the darkened night sky. The brilliance repelled the shadows, and Lu Yu realized that he must harness this enigmatic power. Calming his mind, he attuned himself to the essence of the crystal ball. He reminisced about the fragments of his past adventures, the arduous trials and tribulations, the tests of life and death, all of which had become the wellspring of strength within him. He transformed these experiences into a formidable force, infusing it into the crystal ball. The orb's light flickered, reminiscent of the resplendent stars scattered across the night sky. Power surged through Lu Yu like a tidal wave. As if he had been reborn, he learned to manipulate the elemental forces, summoning forth a colossal curtain of water, an impenetrable barrier that could withstand the onslaught of his foes. He could also summon spikes from the earth, rising to deliver lethal blows to his enemies. When confronted once more by the shadow, Lu Yu felt no fear. He wielded his newfound powers to engage in a breathtaking battle against the darkness. The shadow faltered under his relentless assault, ultimately vanquished and dissipating into a wisp of smoke. In that moment, a mysterious voice echoed once again, revealing that to escape this realm, 3 keys must be gathered. Without hesitation, Lu Yu embarked on his quest for the keys. He traversed the Valley of Flames, where molten lava surged like a furious tide and fire creatures roamed unchecked. Utilizing the power of water, he moved like a nimble dragon through the lava, engaging in fierce combat with the fiery monsters. Deep within the valley, he finally discovered the first key. Subsequently, Lu Yu arrived at the icebound castle. The castle lay cloaked in a blanket of ice and snow, the biting wind weaving through the air, rendering it a frigid realm. Ensnared within were treacherous ice magic traps, where even the slightest misstep could lead to irrevocable doom. Undaunted, Lu Yu harnessed the power of the flame element, akin to a blazing sun, melting the ice and vanquishing the ice demons, thereby obtaining the second key. Ultimately, Lu Yu arrived at the Shadow Maze. The labyrinth was dark and intricate, teeming with phantoms and the onslaught of shadow creatures. Guided by the radiant glow of a crystal orb, he illuminated his path forward. He discerned the illusion's deceit, overcoming the attacks of the shadow beings, and ultimately discovered the third key. With all 3 keys in his possession, Lu Yu was engulfed in a sense of joy and accomplishment. He understood that these keys would lead him toward new adventures, unveiling more secrets. Chapter 31. The convergence of space. As he focused his gaze, an unease gripped his heart. The air was thick with a peculiar, eerie mist, so dense it felt almost tangible. With each breath, he could sense the dampness and decay infiltrating his lungs. The surroundings were hauntingly silent, devoid of any signs of life, save for the heavy sound of his own breath and the rapid beat of his heart echoing in the stillness. What manner of place is this? Lu Yu murmured softly to himself, a sense of unease quietly spreading within. He cautiously took a step forward, seeking to explore this enigmatic space, yet with each movement, a soft, yielding sensation met his feet, as if he were on the brink of plunging into an endless abyss. At that moment, a mysterious voice resonated softly in his ear, ethereal and elusive, as if it emanated from the profound depths of a distant time and space. Delve deeper into the unknown. The answers you seek lie ahead. This voice possessed an enchanting power, causing Lu Yu to involuntarily conjure a vague image in his mind. A grand door shimmering with an extraordinary light, behind which seemed to conceal countless secrets. If he could pass through this door, he would unravel all mysteries and discover the path home. Enticed by this voice, Lu Yu found himself irresistibly drawn toward its source. As he ventured further, the mist thickened, obscuring his vision to the point of near blindness. Suddenly, a colossal totem emerged before him, shrouded in ambiguity. This totem was carved upon a massive black stone tablet, exuding an eerie aura. The patterns on the totem were twisted and bizarre, resembling an ancient and enigmatic symbol, or perhaps a colossal beast lurking in the shadows, watching him with keen eyes. A surge of intense curiosity welled up within Lu Yu, compelling him to reach out and touch the totem. Yet, the moment his fingertips brushed against it, the entire space seemed to trigger some mechanism, resulting in a violent tremor. Instantly, sharp spikes erupted from the ground like mushrooms after rain, their speed leaving no time for reaction. Lu Yu's eyes widened in alarm, his body instinctively recoiling, his heart racing wildly within his chest, adrenaline surging as every nerve was gripped tightly by fear. Yet he was still a moment too late. A sharp thorn grazed his arm, and blood gushed forth instantaneously, the warm liquid trickling down his limb, dripping onto this enigmatic land. Before he could regain his composure, fireballs came hurtling towards him from all directions, accompanied by waves of searing heat. Lu Yu dodged and weaved, relying on the agility honed through countless adventures in the virtual realm, narrowly evading the relentless assaults time and again. However, as time wore on, he gradually sensed his strength waning, his movements growing sluggish. This cannot continue. I must devise a means to escape these assaults. Lu Yu pondered internally, gritting his teeth against the pain in his arm, striving to maintain his composure as he began to survey his surroundings for an opportunity to evade. Just as he was becoming overwhelmed, a mysterious shadow slowly materialized through the mist. The silhouette was imposing, its contours indistinct, as if it were conjured from the very fog that enveloped the area. Upon its appearance, the shadow advanced swiftly toward Lu Yu, a formidable pressure bearing down upon him. Startled, Lu Yu immediately assumed a defensive stance, warily fixating on the shadow. The figure swung its colossal fist down upon him with ferocity. Lu Yu sidestepped, the fist narrowly grazing his shoulder, stirring a gust of wind. Seizing the moment, he aimed a kick at the shadow's midsection. Yet the strike felt as though it had struck a mass of cotton, yielding no effect. The shadow appeared incensed, its assaults growing more ferocious. Each strike accompanied by a whistling wind that left Lu Yu struggling to withstand the onslaught. As the battle raged on, the wounds upon Lu Yu multiplied, blood staining his garments in crimson. His breath became rapid and labored, his strength nearly depleted. Was he to perish here? A wave of despair surged within Lu Yu. His vision gradually blurred, and his consciousness began to waver. In this critical moment, the crystal orb that hung before his chest suddenly emitted a blinding radiance. The light, akin to a sharp sword, pierced through the fog and illuminated the enigmatic shadow. The shadow let out a pained howl, its form beginning to wane as if being slowly consumed by this brilliance. Before long, the shadow transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, dissipating into the mist. Lu Yu collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, his heart brimming with gratitude for having survived. He gazed at the crystal orb in his hand, which continued to emanate a gentle glow, as if revealing its mysterious power to him. Through this battle, Lu Yu profoundly realized that to endure in this enigmatic realm, he must harness the deeper powers of the orb. Struggling to rise, a resolute determination shone in his eyes, regardless of the dangers that lay ahead. He would surely find his way home. Lu Yu understood that this adventure had only just begun, and he had no path of retreat. Clutching the crystal orb tightly, he ventured deeper into the mysterious space, where even more unknown challenges awaited him. As he proceeded, Lu Yu treaded with utmost caution. He remained vigilant to the sounds around him while attempting to draw forth greater strength from the crystal orb. With each step, he sensed the lurking danger within this realm becoming increasingly palpable. He understood that he must swiftly enhance his abilities. Otherwise, during the next encounter with peril, he might not be so fortunate. As he progressed, Lu Yu suddenly discerned peculiar lights and shadows emerging from the mist ahead. These flickering apparitions occasionally morphed into humanoid forms and at times transformed into various bizarre creatures. He halted cautiously, scrutinizing these phantoms. Abruptly, one of the shadows darted towards him with astonishing speed, leaving him no time to evade. In that fleeting moment, Lu Yu instinctively raised the crystal orb to shield himself. The orb emitted a radiant glow once more, repelling the encroaching shadow. Following this encounter, Lu Yu realized that these phantoms seemed to fear the light of the crystal orb. Consequently, he held the orb before him, using its luminous aura to disperse the surrounding mist and venture forward. As the fog gradually lifted, he finally beheld the scene ahead. Deep within this enigmatic realm stood a colossal castle. Its walls, constructed from black stone, exuded a chilling and mysterious aura. The castle's grand entrance was firmly shut, adorned with bizarre patterns reminiscent of the earlier totems. A potent intuition surged within Lu Yu. He sensed that this castle concealed significant secrets pertaining to this mystical space, perhaps even clues for his escape. Taking a deep breath, he approached the castle's entrance. As he drew near, a deep, rumbling growl resonated from within the castle, a sound imbued with boundless rage and power, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Regardless of what lies within, I am determined to venture inside. Lu Yu clenched his fists, rallying his resolve. He raised his hand and forcefully pushed open the grand castle doors. As they creaked ajar, a dense aura of darkness surged forth, enveloping him. Lu Yu furrowed his brow and cautiously stepped into the castle. The interior was dim and damp, with a few oil lamps casting a feeble glow on the walls, barely illuminating the path ahead. He advanced along the corridor, his footsteps echoing in the vast emptiness of the castle. Suddenly, a faint sound reached his ears from behind. He spun around abruptly, only to find nothing but the empty air. Could it be an illusion? Lu Yu pondered, pressing onward. Yet, after only a few steps, the sound emerged once more, seemingly closer this time. Lu Yu halted, his senses heightened, eyes scanning the surroundings intently. At that moment, he spotted a shadow plummeting swiftly from the ceiling, lunging towards him. Chapter 32. The Second World in a Moment of Peril. Lu Yu relied on his instincts honed through countless adventures, swiftly sidestepping the impending threat. The shadow grazed his shoulder before crashing heavily to the ground, producing a dull thud that reverberated through the floor. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a colossal creature, its body cloaked in black scales. Its triangular head was grotesquely contorted, while its blood-red, slit-like eyes glimmered with a predatory hunger. Jagged fangs filled its maw, oozing a repulsive green slime between its teeth. After landing, the beast quickly regained its stance and charged once more at Lu Yu. He adeptly dodged its assaults, all the while analyzing the creature's patterns of movement. He discovered that although the creature possessed formidable strength, its movements were somewhat sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yu skillfully utilized the stone pillars within the castle as cover, continuously maneuvering and searching for the monster's vulnerabilities. Suddenly, the creature appeared to be incensed by Lu Yu's agility, letting out a deafening roar, after which its body began to swell, emanating a thick, dark mist. The smoke rapidly enveloped Lu Yu, severely obstructing his vision, forcing him to rely solely on his hearing and instincts to evade the monster's attacks. Just as Lu Yu found himself overwhelmed, the crystal orb in his hand emitted a radiant glow once more. This brilliance not only illuminated the surrounding darkness, but also gradually dispelled the black fog. The creature seemed to be deeply wary of the orb's light, its movements becoming frantic. Seizing the moment, Lu Yu concentrated, merging his will with the power of the crystal orb, feeling an unprecedented force surge within him. "If you fear this light, then taste its might," Lu Yu shouted, as the orb's luminosity intensified, projecting a powerful beam directly at the creature. The monster let out a pained wail, and under the beam's illumination, its form began to dissolve, ultimately transforming into a pile of black ashes. Having triumphed over the beast, Lu Yu, utterly exhausted, leaned against the castle wall, panting heavily, his heart quietly relieved. Thank goodness for the crystal orb, otherwise, this encounter could have been perilous. After resting for a moment, Lu Yu continued along the corridor of the castle, and as he walked, he arrived at a massive stone door. The stone door was intricately engraved with complex symbols and patterns, bearing a resemblance to the totems and designs previously observed on the castle gates. Lu Yu, guided by his intuition, sensed that a crucial secret lay concealed beyond this door. He extended his hand and gently brushed against the stone surface. Suddenly, the symbols began to emit a faint glow, followed by a deep rumbling sound as the door slowly creaked open. Beyond the threshold lay a vast circular chamber, at the center of which floated a sphere radiating a gentle blue light. Encircling the sphere were peculiar runes that flickered and flowed incessantly, as if narrating ancient tales. Lu Yu cautiously stepped into the room, feeling the immense power embedded within the sphere, which seemed to possess a subtle connection to the crystal ball. As he approached the sphere, it abruptly unleashed a brilliant blue light, enveloping him entirely. In an instant, he felt himself being drawn by a powerful force, spiraling into a dizzying vortex. Time became an enigma, and when he finally opened his eyes, he found himself in an entirely new world. The sky was adorned with an unusual purple hue, dotted with colossal clouds of various shapes, intermittently illuminated by mysterious flashes of lightning. The ground was carpeted with bizarre flora. Some resembled gigantic vines, twisting freely in the air, while others appeared as luminous mushrooms, casting a kaleidoscope of colors. "Is this the second world?" Lu Yu murmured to himself. He rose to his feet and began to explore this unfamiliar realm. Not long into his journey, he encountered a peculiar group of creatures. These beings were diminutive in stature, their bodies adorned with glimmering silver scales, and their large, round eyes sparkled with an animated brilliance. Upon seeing Lu Yu, they exhibited no signs of hostility. Instead, they approached him with curiosity. One of the creatures spoke in a language that Lu Yu could not comprehend. "Outsider, what brings you to this realm?" To his astonishment, although he could not decipher their words, the meaning resonated clearly in his mind. He speculated that this might be a gift from the crystal orb he possessed, and thus he replied, "I am in search of the path that leads me home and inadvertently arrived here. Do you know where this place is?" The creatures exchanged glances, and one of them responded, "This is the spirit realm, a world intricately woven with yours yet existing independently. It is brimming with wondrous powers, but it also conceals countless dangers. The crystal orb in your possession appears to have a unique origin. It may very well be the key to your departure from this place." A spark ignited within Lu Yu. He realized that this alternate world might be intricately linked to his journey home. He resolved to linger here for a while, in pursuit of further clues regarding the crystal orb and the route back. Guided by the creatures, Lu Yu arrived at a quaint town within the spirit realm. The town's architectural style was distinctive, with houses crafted from various unusual minerals and luminescent flora, casting a gentle glow. In this town, Lu Yu befriended a spirit master named Alice. Alice possessed flowing purple locks and deep blue eyes. She passionately introduced Lu Yu to the myriad wonders of the spirit realm, expressing her eagerness to assist him in unraveling the mysteries of the crystal orb. With Alice's guidance, Lu Yu embarked on a profound exploration of the connection between the crystal orb and the spirit realm, sensing that he was inching closer to his ultimate goal of returning home. Chapter 33. The strange space. Lu Yu's pupils constricted sharply as he instinctively raised his arm to shield his head, simultaneously retreating to the side. A shadow, accompanied by a foul wind, surged past him, crashing heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Upon closer inspection, Lu Yu was taken aback to find that it was a colossal creature resembling a black panther, enshrouded in an almost imperceptible veil of black mist. Its eyes glimmered with a blood-red hue, radiating a fierce aggression. With a ferocious roar, the panther-like beast lunged at Lu Yu once more. Swiftly, Lu Yu adjusted his stance, acutely aware that in this perilous space, each skirmish could mean the difference between life and death. While deftly evading the panther's onslaught, he pondered strategies to counter the threat. Recalling the power of the crystal orb from earlier, he concentrated, attempting to awaken its energy once again to combat the creature before him. However, this time, the crystal orb did not respond as he had hoped, failing to emit its radiance immediately. The panther's attacks grew increasingly relentless, its claws razor-sharp, each swipe etching deep furrows into the ground. In a moment of carelessness, Lu Yu was struck by the panther's tail, sending him hurtling backward to collide forcefully with the castle wall. Coughing violently, Lu Yu spat out blood, struggling to rise to his feet. His body ached unbearably. Yet the fervent desire to survive and the unwavering belief in returning home compelled him not to surrender. Just as the Black Panther prepared to launch its next assault, Lu Yu suddenly sensed a faint surge of energy emanating from the crystal sphere. He grasped the crystal tightly, silently praying for the power to intensify. A miracle occurred. The sphere's radiance gradually brightened. Although not as dazzling as before, it was sufficient to instill a sense of trepidation in the monstrous panther. It prowled in place, emitting a low growl, seemingly hesitant about whether to continue its attack. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Yu diligently regulated his breathing to regain his strength. He understood that this light could only temporarily deter the panther, failing to address the underlying issue. Lu Yu began to meticulously observe the creature's patterns of movement and discovered that before each strike, the panther's tail would twitch slightly, a precursor to its assault. A plan formed in his mind, and he resolved to take the initiative. Drawing a deep breath, he harnessed the glow of the crystal sphere and charged towards the panther. Upon noticing him, the panther immediately swung its claws in Lu Yu's direction. Timing his move perfectly, Lu Yu sidestepped as the panther's tail flicked, forcefully striking the creature's head with the crystal sphere. With a resounding thud, the sphere collided with the panther's skull, eliciting a pained roar that reverberated through the air as the beast staggered, seemingly reeling from the blow. Lu Yu did not afford it a moment's respite. He pressed his advantage, relentlessly targeting the panther's vulnerabilities with the crystal sphere. Under the intensity of Lu Yu's assault, the panther's movements gradually slowed, and the dark mist enveloping its form began to dissipate. At last, the panther-like monster let out a reluctant roar before collapsing to the ground, dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. Lu Yu fell to the earth, gasping for breath, his body utterly exhausted, yet his heart brimmed with the elation of victory. This battle deepened his understanding of the power of the crystal ball and illuminated the truth that in this peculiar realm, survival hinges upon the continuous exploration of one's own potential. After resting for a moment, Lu Yu gradually rose to his feet and proceeded along the corridor. Along the way, he encountered a myriad of strange mechanisms and traps. Some sections of the ground would suddenly crack open, revealing bottomless chasms. Others would unleash sharp arrows from the walls. Utilizing his intellect and the power of the crystal ball, Lu Yu deftly navigated each perilous situation. Time slipped away unnoticed until he arrived before a colossal door. This door, unlike any he had seen before, radiated a golden glow, its surface adorned with intricate runes that seemed to recount ancient tales. A strong premonition surged within Lu Yu. He sensed that behind this door lay significant secrets about this enigmatic space, perhaps even the key to his escape. Cautiously, he approached the grand entrance. and as his hand grazed the surface of the door, it slowly creaked open, a powerful force rushing forth to envelop him, drawing him into an entirely new realm. Chapter 34. Intertwined time. The hue was as dark as ink, the silhouette of Qingyun Mountain faintly discernible beneath the moonlight. I stood atop the mountain, gazing at the distant twinkling lights, yet my heart remained in turmoil. Since my arrival in this game world, I have acclimatized to the lifestyle here. However, recent occurrences have instilled within me an inexplicable sense of dissonance. "Senior Brother Chun, you are here," came Li Yang's voice from behind. I turned to see Li Yang approaching, concern etched upon his face. "Li Yang, why are you still awake at this late hour?" I inquired. "I noticed you were absent from your room, so I came out to search for you," he replied, glancing toward the distant starry sky. "Senior Brother Chun, you seem to be troubled lately." I fell silent for a moment, ultimately letting out a sigh. "Li Yang, do you not feel that something about this world is amiss?" Li Yang paused, then chuckled lightly. "Senior Brother Chen, what are you saying? This world is simply our world, is it not?" I shook my head, choosing not to elaborate further. Perhaps for Li Yang, this world constitutes his entire existence, yet for me, it is rife with enigmas. "By the way, Senior Brother Chen, Master is looking for you," claiming there is something important to discuss. Li Yang suddenly recalled. "Master seeks me?" I furrowed my brow, pondering what could be so urgent at this hour. "I am not certain, but Master appeared quite serious," Li Yang remarked. Nodding, I followed Li Yang toward the grand hall. My heart brimmed with uncertainty. It is rare for Master to summon disciples at night, indicating that this matter is indeed of great significance. Upon entering the grand hall, I beheld Master standing solemnly at its center, an intense expression on his face. Several elders were also present, and the atmosphere felt particularly oppressive. "Qinyu, you have arrived." Upon seeing me, the Master nodded slightly. "Master, did you summon me?" I inquired respectfully. "Qinyu, the activities of the demonic creatures have become increasingly frequent, and we suspect that someone is manipulating them from the shadows," the Master replied gravely. "Manipulating the demons?" I was taken aback. "Master, do you mean that someone is deliberately sowing chaos?" "Indeed," the Master affirmed with a nod. "We suspect this is connected to the recent emergence of the—" I paused momentarily before realizing. "In the world of heaven's revelation" refers to the players. Could it be that players have begun to enter this world on a large scale? "Qinyu, you have previously interacted with the and possess a deeper understanding of them than we do." The Master gazed at me, his eyes filled with anticipation. "I hope you can lead a team to investigate the movements of the and uncover their connection to the demonic creatures." "Yes, Master," I nodded solemnly. Yet a tempest brewed within me. If players have indeed begun to infiltrate this world en masse, what changes will it bring? And as someone who was once a player and is now an NPC, how should I navigate my existence? After leaving the great hall, I walked alone on the path back to my chamber, my mind swirling with myriad thoughts. At that moment, a new system prompt suddenly appeared before my eyes. Task triggered. Investigate the movements of the task reward. 500 experience points, 200 gold coins, and a special item. I couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed I had fully integrated into this world and become a true NPC. Upon returning to my chamber, I reclined upon my bed. Yet slumber eluded me for an interminable stretch. My mind was besieged by a cascade of past reminiscences, the version of myself engrossed in gaming at the computer, and the embodiment of reality that I inhabited. Which of these was the true self? The intertwining of the virtual. I murmured softly, my heart laden with confusion. Perhaps this world is but a fabrication, and I'm merely a character within its narrative. Nonetheless, I remain resolute in my quest for answers that are rightfully mine. At dawn the following day, I set forth with Li Yang and several other disciples on a journey to investigate the movements of the anomalies. My emotions were a tumultuous blend of apprehension and resolve. I was uncertain of what awaited me, yet I understood that whatever lay ahead, I must confront it. "What occupies your thoughts, Brother Chen?" Li Yang inquired as he approached my side. "I ponder the nature of this world and what it truly represents." I replied in a hushed tone. Li Yang paused momentarily, then chuckled. "Brother Chun, you always overthink matters. Is this not simply our world?" Chapter 35. The challenge of dual identities. As Chunyu awakened, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow upon his face, filling him with a long-forgotten tranquility. He lay in his own bed, the echoes of his recent experiences within the realm of phantom domain resonating in his mind. That world, that village, and the elder he once portrayed as an NPC now existed merely as cherished fragments of memory. However, upon glancing at his phone to check the time, he realized he had lost several hours. The passage of time in the real world ran parallel to that of the game. Yet his corporeal form was confined to the reality he inhabited. The challenge of dual identities loomed before him. Chenyu found himself deep in contemplation, realizing that he must learn to strike a delicate balance between two worlds. He stepped out of his room, where his parents were preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Upon noticing his awakening, his mother beamed and handed him a warm glass of milk. "Mother, it seems I missed several hours last night," Chenyu remarked as he sipped the milk. "Is that so? Where did you venture off to last night?" His father inquired with curiosity. "Oh, I was playing a game." Chenyu casually fabricated an excuse, reluctant to reveal the experiences he had encountered in the gaming realm. After breakfast, Chenyu embarked on a new day, aware of his obligations to attend school while simultaneously managing the affairs of his village in the world of Phantom Realm. His schedule was brimming with tasks, and he recognized the necessity of utilizing his time efficiently. At school, Chenyu behaved as he typically did, diligently engaging in his studies and interacting with his classmates. Yet, each afternoon, he could hardly contain his eagerness to return home, log into the world of Phantom Realm, and oversee the management of his village. "Elder, we need to expand our farmland to sustain the continuous development of the village." An NPC villager's dialogue in the game jolted Chenyu back to focus. He swiftly made a decision, commanding the NPCs to commence the construction of new farmland. Concurrently, he had to address the village's security concerns, resolve conflicts with neighboring settlements, and tackle various quests within the game. As time wore on, Chenyu found it increasingly challenging to juggle the demands of both worlds. He felt weary in the realm of reality, while in the gaming universe, he was confronted with an array of challenges. One evening, Chenyu encountered a perplexing conundrum within the game. A formidable adversarial force is besieging his village, and he must lead the NPCs in their defense. "Elder, we cannot hold them off," an anxious NPC soldier exclaimed. Chenyu took a deep breath and calmly commanded the battle. Drawing upon his experience and wisdom acquired within the game, he successfully repelled the enemy forces. After the skirmish, Chenyu felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. He realized he must discover a means to harmonize these two worlds, otherwise, he would be overwhelmed by the burdens of his dual identity. He resolved to seek assistance. He approached his friend Liang, a player who, like him, navigated both the real world and the game, possessing a high-level character within the latter. "Liang, I require your aid," Chenyu said earnestly. Liang paused for a moment before responding. "I will do my utmost, Chenyu. However, remember that you must find the solution to your predicament on your own." Chenyu nodded. He understood that this challenge was not solely a test of his intellect, but also a trial of his resolve. He had to learn how to forge his path between the realms of reality and the virtual. After their conversation, the Guardian guided them to the core data node. It was a magnificent crystal orb, pulsating with intricate streams of data code. Chenyu and Liang gazed at the orb, uncertain of how to proceed. Just as they were engulfed in confusion, a voice resonated in their minds. Touch the runes on the crystal orb in a specific sequence to restore the data. Following the voice's guidance, they cautiously began to touch the runes. With each touch of a rune, the crystal orb emitted a radiant glow, and the data codes continuously morphed. However, just as the restoration was nearing completion, the orb began to shake violently, releasing a powerful surge of energy. It became evident that an unknown force was impeding their efforts to rectify the data. "This is bad. Someone does not wish for us to succeed," Liang exclaimed. They found themselves compelled to fend off the assault of this mysterious force, while simultaneously striving to complete the restoration. Chenyu and Liang exerted every ounce of their strength, their garments drenched in perspiration. In this critical moment, inspiration struck Chenyu as he recalled a fusion spell he had learned in the realm of cultivation. Together with Liang, they executed the fusion spell, amalgamating their powers into a single force aimed at countering the unknown energy. Their formidable magical assault successfully subdued the enigmatic force, affording them the opportunity to hasten the restoration process. At last, with the final rune touched, the crystal orb regained its tranquility, and the data codes returned to their normal state. As the data was restored, the entire game world began to revert to its previous order. The villagers of the novice village ceased their frenzied antics, and the monsters returned to their original habitats. Chenyu and Liang exhaled in relief, fully aware that they had triumphed. At that moment, A flash of white light enveloped them, and they found themselves back in the gaming hall of the real world. The staff, witnessing their safe return and the restoration of the game, wore expressions of gratitude. "We cannot thank you enough. You have not only resolved the major issue within the game, but also salvaged our business." Chapter 36. The Mirror Duel. As dusk descended, Qingyun Mountain lay shrouded in a delicate mist, as if the entire world had succumbed to an eerie tranquility. Standing atop the peak, I gazed into the distance at the flickering lights, yet my heart remained restless. Ever since I uncovered the activities of the otherworldly beings, I have increasingly sensed the intricacies of this world. Today, a more terrifying truth loomed before me. "Brother Chun, you are here," Li Yang's voice called from behind. Tinged with fatigue, I turned to see him approaching, his expression a tapestry of emotions. "Liang, are you all right?" I inquired. He shook his head, drawing nearer. His gaze cast towards the night sky. "Brother Chun, do you not feel that something is amiss in this world?" I paused for a moment, then nodded slowly. "Indeed, I too have sensed it. This world seems to be contorted by some unseen force." Liang sighed, speaking in hushed tones. "Brother Chun, I have just received news that the activities of the otherworldly beings are expanding, and their targets appear to extend beyond mere monsters and villages to the entire world." A pang of anxiety gripped my heart. Their ambitions were far greater than I had imagined. If they truly sought to dominate this world, what fate awaited us, mere NPCs? Just then, a new system notification abruptly appeared before my eyes. Emergency mission triggered. Mirror Duel. Mission objective: defeat the chairman's consciousness mirror avatar. Mission reward: unravel the temporal loop, save the world. Mirror Duel? The chairman's consciousness? I was momentarily taken aback. Then I realized that this task might be intertwined with the very essence of this world. "Liang, I must depart for a while," I said as I turned to him. "Where are you going, Senior Brother Chen?" Liang inquired eagerly. "There are certain matters I must attend to," I replied solemnly. "You stay here and ensure everyone's safety." Liang seemed poised to say more, but ultimately nodded in agreement. "Senior Brother Chen, take care." I left Qingyun Mountain and proceeded in the direction indicated by the task prompt. Throughout the journey, a myriad of questions swirled in my mind. What exactly is the consciousness of the chairman? What is the mirror doppelganger? What does a temporal loop signify? It was not until I reached the task location, a desolate ancient city, that the truth began to unfold before me. In the heart of the ancient city stood two figures. One was a middle-aged man clad in an ornate robe, his gaze profound and indifferent, as if he could see through everything. The other was a biomedic robot that bore my exact likeness, its eyes glimmering with a mechanical light. "Qinyu, you have finally arrived," the middle-aged man spoke, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. "Who are you?" I asked warily. "I am the creator of this world, the chairman," he replied coolly. "And you?" "Merely an NPC I designed, a tool to maintain this world." A heavy weight settled in my heart. So all of this was his design? This world was but a virtual realm crafted to satiate his ambitions? "Why have you done this?" I demanded. "Why?" The chairman chuckled, "For I possess the power. In this realm, I am akin to a deity, capable of wielding control over all, including your fate." I clenched my fists, my heart brimming with rage and resentment. Yet, I recognized that this was not the moment for impulsiveness. I must discover a means to unravel this predicament. The mission prompt stated that I must simultaneously vanquish you and the bionic robot to break the temporal loop. I spoke coldly. The chairman smirked, a flicker of mockery dancing in his eyes. "Indeed, but do you truly believe you can accomplish it?" I refrained from responding, instead drawing the long sword from my waist and charging towards the bionic robot. Concurrently, the chairman waved his hand, unleashing a formidable wave of energy directed at me. The battle erupted in an instant. The bionic robot exhibited exceptional strength, its attacks fluid and varied, equipped with an array of advanced weaponry. Meanwhile, the chairman stood aside, coldly observing the spectacle as if it were mere entertainment. As I fought the bionic robot, I sought opportunities to approach the chairman. However, no matter how diligently I endeavored, I could not breach the bionic robot's defenses. "Qinyu, relinquish your hopes. Victory eludes you." The chairman's voice echoed mockingly in my ears. I disregarded him and continued my pursuit for an opening. At last, during a fierce exchange, I discerned a vulnerability in the bionic robot and plunged my sword into its chest. The bionic robot emitted a mechanical howl, collapsing to the ground. Yet, in that very moment, the chairman's energy wave struck my body. I fell heavily to the ground, blood spilling from my lips. Yet I did not succumb. Instead, I struggled to rise and charged towards the chairman. He was clearly unprepared for my tenacity, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Seizing this moment, I thrust my sword into his chest. The chairman's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he could scarcely comprehend the unfolding events. His form gradually became translucent, ultimately dissolving into a myriad of luminous particles, vanishing into the air. Concurrently, a new system notification appeared in my vision. Task completed, time loop has been broken. I exhaled in relief, my body collapsing weakly to the ground. I understood that this mirrored confrontation had finally reached its conclusion, and this world had at last liberated itself from the chairman's dominion. However, a sense of unrest lingered within me. The truth of this world was far more intricate than I had ever imagined. As a former player turned NPC, how was I to confront this reality? Chapter 37. The Infinite Sword Gate of Precognition. Just when everyone believed the bionic robots to be invincible, a young scientist emerged. His name was Lin Yu, dedicated to devising methods to combat these formidable bionic machines. Lin Yu discovered that utilizing a magnetic field of specific frequencies could disrupt the transition between the two states of the bionic robots. Thus, he led a daring team to stealthily infiltrate the chairman's base. As they approached the bionic robots, they activated the magnetic field device. In an instant, the robot, poised to unleash a quantum decoherent storm attack, found its movements hindered. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Yu dashed towards the data interface on the robot's back, attempting to implant a virus program. However, the chairman, sensing something amiss, rushed in to intervene. Amidst a fierce struggle, Lin Yu ultimately succeeded in implanting the virus. The internal systems of the robots became disordered, unable to seamlessly transition between forms, while the quantum decoherent storm spiraled out of control, rebounding upon itself. With a brilliant flash of light, the robots were rendered utterly incapacitated. The chairman's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom the destruction of his prized asset, while Lin Yu, adorned with a triumphant smile, gazed towards the survivors in the distance. Enraged and humiliated, the chairman pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Yu and bellowed, "Do you think this will thwart my plans? This is merely the beginning." With that, he pressed a concealed button. From the depths of the base, several new types of bionic robots began to rise slowly, emanating a chilling blue glow, evidently more formidable than their predecessors. Lin Yu felt a jolt of surprise, yet maintained his composure. He swiftly examined the device in his hand, only to discover that the previous magnetic field frequency was ineffective against the new robots. At that moment, his teammates gathered around him, their eyes resolute, expressing their willingness to fight alongside Lin Yu to the very end. Suddenly, Lin Yu had an epiphany. Since wave-particle duality was pivotal, perhaps approaching it through quantum entanglement would be viable. He urgently adjusted the device's parameters, attempting to construct a quantum-entangled state to exert reverse control over the new bionic robots. Amidst the tense operation, the device emitted an unusual beam of light, establishing a connection with the new robots. Moments later, the new robots ceased their activation sequence and began to heed Lin Yu's commands. The chairman, witnessing this turn of events, displayed an expression of despair, realizing that all hope was lost. Lin Yu, alongside his teammates, commandeered the robots and advanced towards the outside world, determined to rescue more souls ensnared in the apocalypse. Lin Yu and his companions maneuvered their robot through the desolate landscape, encountering numerous trapped survivors along the way. They deftly cleared a path through the horde of zombies, establishing a secure route. However, as they delved deeper into the apocalyptic ruins, they uncovered that the chairman had a backup plan. A swarm of small self-destructive mechanical insects surged towards them, impervious to the effects of quantum entanglement. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, directing his teammates to evacuate the civilians while devising a strategy. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He utilized the energy field of the robot to generate resonance waves. These waves disrupted the signal transmission of the mechanical insects, causing them to lose their targets and flail about chaotically before self-destructing. After resolving the crisis, Lin Yu and his team pressed onward, seeking out potential threats and additional survivors. They arrived at a once thriving city center, now in a state of disrepair. Here, Lin Yu discovered a colossal energy core, which, if repaired and harnessed, could significantly aid in the reconstruction of the world. Just as they planned to commence their research, the sky suddenly darkened, and a massive alien spaceship loomed overhead. It became apparent that the chairman had long conspired with extraterrestrial forces, intent on dominating Earth. Alien beings dispatched mechanical warriors to attack Lin Yu and his group. Remaining composed, Lin Yu orchestrated a counteroffensive with the bionic robots while instructing his teammates to procure data from the energy core to identify the aliens' vulnerabilities. After a fierce battle, Lin Yu discerned a weakness in the energy shields of the alien mechanical warriors that existed at a specific angle. They concentrated their firepower on this vulnerability, successfully repelling the alien mechanical soldiers. Chapter 38. Mechanical beings. I tightened my grip on the sword of foreknowledge and ventured deeper into the sword gate pass. Each step felt as though I were straddling the threshold between history and the future. Suddenly, the space around me shimmered, and a host of mechanical beings materialized before my eyes. They radiated a chilling metallic sheen, their crimson electronic eyes fixated upon me. I understood that confrontation was inevitable, and with that, I brandished the sword of foreknowledge. This blade seemed to possess an instinct for danger, deftly parrying the assaults of the mechanical entities, while guiding me to discern their vulnerabilities. In the heat of battle, I noticed peculiar runes etched upon the surfaces of these mechanical beings, strikingly familiar. After cleaving one of the constructs, a crystal fell from its core, and as it flickered, it projected a map, marking a concealed energy core beneath the sword gate pass. It became evident that these mechanical beings were guardians of this realm, and my unintentional intrusion had triggered their defensive protocols. I stowed the crystal away, resolved to seek an escape from this place. However, the mechanical beings continued to converge around me, heralding an even more formidable battle ahead. We needed to uncover the weaknesses of these mechanical entities. I had heard whispers that they were governed by a formidable AI, and if we could disable their AI core, we could halt their movements. Li Yang's plan seemed plausible, yet fraught with peril. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Yu nodded. Very well. Let us commence by locating the AI core. I will leverage my standing and resources within the game. They began their investigation, poring over ancient scrolls in the village library and consulting other NPCs and players within the game. At last, they discovered the location of the AI Center, a clandestine laboratory nestled deep beneath the Earth's surface. Qin Yu and Li Yang led a cadre of elite NPCs, poised for an expedition into the subterranean depths. Equipped with the most advanced technology, they braced themselves to confront any peril that might arise. The entrance to the underground laboratory was sealed by a formidable metal door, marked with the imprints of mechanical creatures. Qin Yu and Li Yang approached with utmost caution, acutely aware that detection by these mechanical entities could spell their doom. Are you ready? Qin Yu inquired softly. Ready, Li Yang replied, his gaze imbued with determination. With a low, rumbling sound, the heavy metal door began to part slowly, as if propelled by an unseen force. As the gap widened, a faint glow seeped from within, illuminating the dim surroundings. When the door fully opened, a profound and shadowy corridor unfolded before them, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast, eager to ensnare its prey. Qin Yu inhaled deeply and stepped into the passage first, clutching a dagger that glimmered with a chilling light, his steps resolute yet cautious. Close behind was Li Yang, wielding a pulse rifle, vigilantly scanning the area. They advanced carefully, the ground beneath their feet emitting a faint echo, as if to remind them that they were inching closer to the unknown dangers that lay ahead. Upon entering the laboratory, they were immediately awestruck by the sight that greeted them. The entire laboratory was enveloped in a faint blue mist, rendering the already intricate mechanical devices and screens even more enigmatic. These mechanical contraptions stood like colossal steel beasts, their frigid exteriors reflecting the dim light, instilling a sense of unease. Countless screens of varying sizes adorned the walls, ceiling, and corners, incessantly flashing an array of data and images, leaving one dazzled. At the heart of the laboratory, a massive central console stood out prominently. Towering like a small hill, it was adorned with a multitude of buttons, knobs, and touch panels. This console seemed to govern the movements of all mechanical entities, with each operation potentially leading to unforeseen consequences. After a thorough search, Qin Yu and Li Yang finally discovered the entrance to the AI Center. However, the door remained firmly shut, embedded with a glowing red electronic lock that displayed a series of intricate passwords. Furrowing his brow, Qin Yu murmured, "It appears we must find a way to decipher this password to gain entry." Just as they contemplated their strategy, a piercing alarm suddenly reverberated throughout the laboratory. The shrill sound sliced through the air like a sword, inducing a palpable sense of trepidation. Almost immediately, the roars of mechanical beings echoed in the corridors, rising and falling in a cacophony. Chen Yu's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "This is bad. They've discovered us. Scatter." No sooner had he spoken than the two fled like arrows released from a bow, sprinting in opposite directions. They nimbly navigated through the labyrinth of mechanical contraptions, utilizing obstacles to evade potential assaults. The laboratory had devolved into a chaotic battleground, with mechanical entities fervently pursuing the two uninvited guests. Chapter 39. The Realm Beyond the Immortals. Upon arriving at this enigmatic domain, Chen Yu and Li Yang were met with an eerie silence. Dilapidated structures loomed around them, and the air was thick with the scent of decay emanating from the crumbled remnants. Suddenly, a low, ominous hum resonated through the air, heightening their vigilance. A swarm of mechanical beetles surged forth from the depths of the ruins, their exoskeletons gleaming with a frigid metallic sheen. "Prepare for battle," Chen Yu shouted, gripping his energy firearm tightly. Li Yang swiftly erected makeshift energy barriers around them. The mechanical beetles hurled themselves against the shield, sparking with each violent impact. Just as the swarm was on the verge of breaching their defenses, Chen Yu seized the moment to charge forward, his energy weapon firing relentlessly, each shot striking true against a beetle. Meanwhile, Li Yang remained busy, manipulating a compact magnetic disruption device to hinder the movements of the remaining beetles. After a harrowing and arduous confrontation, the duo finally managed to repel the relentless tide of mechanical insects. However, even though they had temporarily escaped the immediate peril, they were acutely aware that this was merely the inception of a journey fraught with dangers and challenges. Enveloped in this mysterious realm of a post-apocalyptic world, a sinister and oppressive atmosphere hung in the air, as if countless eyes were watching them from the shadows. No one could have anticipated the myriad of unknown and spine-chilling horrors that lay in wait for them on the journey ahead. Yet, despite the path before them being fraught with sharp thorns and dense fog, evoking a sense of trepidation, the unwavering gazes of the two remained resolute, unshaken in the slightest. For them, the only way to survive tenaciously in this intricate world and to gradually unveil the long-hidden, unknown secrets was to forge ahead, undeterred and with unwavering determination. Regardless of the insurmountable challenges or despairing predicaments that awaited them in the near future, they had resolutely committed themselves to endure until the very last moment, even if it meant gritting their teeth and struggle. After a brief respite, the two resumed their journey. Not far along, they encountered a colossal gate of light, within which strange ripples were faintly discernible. As they approached the luminous portal, the temperature around them plummeted, and the ground began to freeze. Suddenly, several icy puppets emerged from the frozen surface, brandishing crystalline arms as they charged towards the duo. Chen Yu and Li Yang reacted swiftly. Chen Yu fired his energy gun, unleashing high-temperature rays in an attempt to melt the snow puppets, while Li Yang released thermal pulses to counteract the cold and thwart the puppets' assault. However, the sheer number of puppets began to encircle them. In a moment of urgency, Chen Yu discerned that the core power source of these puppets was located at their chests. He concentrated his fire on the puppets' chests, while Li Yang collaborated by employing electromagnetic interference, causing some of the puppets to move sluggishly. After a fierce battle, they ultimately vanquished all the ice and snow puppets. The two took a deep breath, exhaling slowly, as if to release all the tension and unease that lingered in their hearts with that single breath. Then, they exchanged a resolute glance, a flicker of determination igniting in their eyes, and without hesitation, they stepped towards the portal that radiated a mysterious glow. The moment they crossed the threshold of the luminous gate, they were beset by an irresistible and formidable force, akin to an invisible giant hand clutching them tightly and mercilessly dragging them into an entirely unfamiliar realm. This space was suffused with an ethereal ambience, with islands floating all around them, varying in size and shape. Some loomed like colossal mushroom clouds suspended in midair, while others resembled exquisitely crafted gems, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. Amidst these levitating islands, a myriad of bizarre creatures flitted about, some soaring gracefully through the skies, while others frolicked playfully between the islands. In the face of such a breathtaking spectacle, the two could not help but widen their eyes and part their lips, momentarily rendered speechless. They were acutely aware that a far more thrilling adventure awaited them, ready to unveil its mysteries. Chapter 40. An unexpected encounter in a world where the virtual intertwines with reality. Chen Yu and Li Yang continued their odyssey. One day, As they immersed themselves in exploration and challenges, they were suddenly confronted by an unforeseen incident. They arrived in an unfamiliar virtual realm, replete with unforeseen dangers and challenges. As they immersed themselves in exploration, a colossal wave of energy surged from the distance, engulfing them. Chenyu and Liang, caught off guard, were scattered by the force of the wave, severing their connection. Chenyu found himself swept into an alien virtual space, surrounded by chaos and peril. He discovered that he was situated within a vast labyrinth, teeming with bizarre creatures and treacherous traps. He must seek an escape while evading myriad dangers. Meanwhile, Liang was thrust into a battleground filled with mechanical beings. He faced relentless assaults from countless automatons, striving to protect himself and find a way to re-establish their link. In the face of this unexpected adversity, both Chenyu and Liang displayed unwavering faith and courage. Each confronted their respective trials, diligently seeking solutions to their predicaments. Chenyu navigated the labyrinth, employing his wits and bravery to chart a path forward. Liang engaged in fierce combat with the mechanical entities, utilizing his combat skills and cunning to discover a means of reconnecting. Amidst their unforeseen encounters, Chenyu and Liang recognized the necessity of collaborating more closely to surmount their obstacles. They began to leverage the attributes of virtual reality technology, sharing information and strategies in real time, collectively confronting the perils and challenges ahead. They persistently experimented with new approaches, supporting and encouraging one another, gradually uncovering the key to resolving their predicament. While awaiting rescue, Chenyu's mind was awash with confusion. He pondered the reasons behind his unexpected ordeal and remained baffled by the sudden appearance of a cyclist who had rescued him. Meanwhile, Liang found himself confronting an unforeseen predicament within the realm of the game. While exploring an ancient ruin, he inadvertently triggered a concealed trap. The trap was fraught with mechanisms and dangers. Despite his utmost caution, Liang was struck by a suddenly emerging mechanical contraption, rendering him unconscious. In the real world, Chenyu faced an unfortunate incident that confined him to a hospital bed for several days. During this time, he was unable to log into the game or communicate with Liang. Anxiety over Liang's safety began to gnaw at him, compounded by his own uncertainties about the future. After several days, Chenyu was finally discharged from the hospital and was eager to return home to log into the game. However, he was met with dismay upon discovering that Liang's online status had vanished, along with his name from the friends list. A wave of unease washed over Chenyu as he commenced an investigation into Liang's disappearance. He initiated a search on the game forum, inquiring among fellow players for any information regarding Liang. At last, a player responded, informing Chenyu that Liang had gone missing while exploring the ruins, which had since been overtaken by mechanical creatures, rendering it perilous. Chenyu's heart sank. He realized he must find Liang. Determined, he resolved to delve deeper into the game world in pursuit of his friend's whereabouts and to uncover the hidden secrets behind this unforeseen event. After vanquishing the mechanical creatures, both Chenyu and Liang recognized that a more profound conspiracy lay beneath the surface. They decided to investigate the origins of the mechanical beings. Through the collection of metal fragments, they discovered an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city, which appeared to be the clandestine base for the production of these mechanical entities. Two individuals cautiously entered the factory, where a pungent chemical odor pervaded the air and the dim lighting flickered erratically. The surroundings were cluttered with an array of bizarre mechanical components and experimental apparatus, presenting a chaotic tableau. "This must be the source of the clues," Chenyu murmured. They scoured the factory, when suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from a distance. Instantly, both became alert and concealed themselves behind a nearby machine. A group of individuals clad in black entered the factory, weapons in hand and expressions taut with vigilance. One of the darkly clad figures spoke into a communicator, stating, "We have arrived at the designated location. No anomalies detected." Chenyu and Liang exchanged glances, surmising that these figures might be connected to the creation of mechanical beings. They resolved to shadow the black-clad individuals to uncover further revelations. After a circuitous exploration of the factory, the group moved towards a concealed underground passage. Chenyu and Liang stealthily trailed them, maintaining a prudent distance. Upon entering the passage, the lighting became even dimmer, with various enigmatic instruments lining the walls. The black-clad figures halted at the end of the corridor and opened a heavy iron door. Just as Chenyu and Liang prepared to follow suit, an unexpected event transpired. An alarm blared throughout the corridor, and the lights shifted to a vivid red. They had inadvertently triggered a concealed alarm system. "This is bad. We've been discovered," Liang exclaimed. Upon hearing the alarm, the black-clad figures immediately pivoted and charged towards them. Qinyu and Liang had no time to ponder. They could only engage in battle with the cloaked figures. Each of these adversaries displayed remarkable agility as they brandished their weapons and launched assaults against Qinyu and Liang. Drawing upon the experience gleaned from previous skirmishes, they adeptly evaded the attacks while simultaneously seeking opportunities to counterstrike. However, as the number of cloaked figures increased, they found themselves gradually encircled. Amidst the fierce confrontation, Qinyu inadvertently sustained a cut on his arm from one of the assailants, blood streaming from the wound. "Qinyu, are you all right?" Liang inquired anxiously. "I'm fine. Let's keep fighting." Qinyu gritted his teeth in response. Just as they found themselves in dire straits, a tremendous rumble echoed through the corridor. A colossal mechanical beast emerged slowly from the depths of the passage, its size surpassing that of any they had encountered previously, exuding an aura of formidable energy. "What manner of creature is this?" Liang exclaimed in astonishment. The mechanical entity opened its mouth and emitted a deafening roar, unleashing a wave of potent energy towards them. Qinyu and Liang hurriedly invoked spells to shield themselves, yet the force of the energy wave was overwhelming, causing them to stagger backward several paces. Seizing this opportunity, the cloaked figures launched another onslaught. Qinyu and Liang were now confronted not only by the relentless assault of the cloaked adversaries, but also by the formidable mechanical beast, plunging them into an unprecedented crisis. "This situation is untenable. We must devise a means of escape," Qinyu declared. Liang surveyed their surroundings and noticed a vent on one side of the corridor. "We can exit through that vent," he pointed out. As the two individuals fought, they gradually approached the ventilation shaft. Just as they were nearing their destination, a colossal mechanical appendage suddenly extended, obstructing their path. It appeared that escape would not be so simple. Qinyu furrowed his brow. Chapter 41. Coexisting Coordinates. Liang stood before a vast and intricate apparatus, his gaze resolute yet tinged with determination. He extended his arm, and the medical robot precisely extracted his blood, tainted with a peculiar contamination. This blood slowly flowed into a specially designed container, where it was immediately transformed into a stream of data, projected into the simulated four-dimensional space. As the superstring spectrum gradually came into focus, the surrounding space began to shimmer. Within the realm of Phantom Domain, the success of Qinyu and Liang invigorated the entire game world. The threat of a temporal loop had been alleviated, only to be replaced by another unknown challenge: the invasion of mechanical beings. These robotic entities, crafted from advanced technology, possessed strength and intelligence that surpassed human capabilities. They were originally designed to execute specific tasks, but due to some unfathomable reason, these mechanical beings had begun to rebel, launching attacks against all living creatures within the game world. "Elder, we must protect the village," an NPC soldier urgently implored Qinyu. As he surveyed the surroundings, he realized that his village had suffered devastating destruction at the hands of the mechanical beings. Fields lay in ruins, homes were ablaze, and villagers scattered in terror. "We need to devise a strategy," Qinyu said, his brow deeply furrowed. He understood that relying solely on NPC soldiers would be insufficient to combat these mechanical foes. Liang appeared beside Qinyu, his eyes glimmering with unwavering resolve. "I have an idea, but I require your assistance." "Speak," Qinyu replied eagerly. "We need to identify the vulnerabilities of the mechanical beings. I have heard that they are governed by a powerful AI. If we can disable their AI core, we can render them immobile." Liang's plan resonated with feasibility, yet it was fraught with peril. After a moment of contemplation, Qinyu nodded. "Very well. Let us commence by locating the AI core. I will leverage my standing and resources within the game." They embarked on their investigation, poring over ancient scrolls in the village library and consulting other NPCs and players within the game. At last, they uncovered the location of the AI core, a clandestine laboratory nestled deep underground. Qinyu and Liang rallied a cadre of elite NPCs, prepared for an audacious descent into the depths. Equipped with cutting-edge gear, they braced themselves for any potential threats. The entrance to the underground laboratory was sealed by a formidable metallic door, adorned with the marks left by the mechanical beings. Qinyu and Liang approached with utmost caution, acutely aware that discovery by the mechanical entities would spell their doom. "Are you ready?" Qinyu whispered. "Ready," Liang affirmed, his gaze brimming with determination. They activated the metallic door, which creaked open to reveal a passage leading into the inky abyss. Chen Yu and Li Yang took the lead, delving deeper into the laboratory. The laboratory brimmed with an array of intricate mechanical contraptions and screens, dominated by a colossal central console that governed the movements of all mechanical beings. They discovered the entrance to the AI center, yet the door remained firmly shut, secured by a complex password. "We must uncover the password," Chen Yu declared. At that moment, an alarm blared throughout the laboratory, reverberating the mechanical being's sounds in the corridors. Chen Yu and Li Yang swiftly dispersed, acutely aware that this was not the time for deliberation. After an intense clash and a battle of wits, they finally deciphered the password to the AI center and successfully deactivated the console. With the closure of the AI center, the mechanical beings ceased their operations. "We did it," Chen Yu exclaimed, leaning wearily against the wall, his heart swelling with the elation of victory. "Indeed, we have succeeded," Li Yang gasped, though his eyes sparkled with satisfaction. Their endeavors not only safeguarded the village but also rescued the entire game world. Chen Yu and Li Yang emerged as heroes within the gaming realm, their names immortalized in the annals of Phantom Domain. Yet, they remained cognizant that new challenges could arise at any moment, and they must ever be prepared. Encountering the unexpected. Chapter 38. Encountering the unexpected. After Chen Yu and Li Yang successfully shut down the AI center, preserving the village and the game world, they anticipated a brief respite. However, fate seemed to delight in irony. One day, Chen Yu was busy preparing for the impending final examinations in the real world, while Li Yang continued his exploration of uncharted territories within the game realm. In their respective worlds, two individuals were engrossed in their own pursuits. Yet fate orchestrated an unforeseen encounter. In the tangible realm, Chen Yu felt a sudden and excruciating headache while on his way home. He rubbed his temples, attempting to alleviate this abrupt discomfort. However, the pain intensified rather than subsided. Realizing that this was likely not a mere headache, he quickened his pace, eager to return home. At that moment, an out-of-control vehicle careened onto the road, hurtling directly towards Chen Yu. Instinctively, he leapt aside. Yet the car's velocity was too great for him to evade it. Just as calamity seemed imminent, a cyclist sped past and forcefully pushed Chen Yu out of harm's way, only to collide with the vehicle themselves. Stunned by the unfolding events, Chen Yu rushed to the scene of the accident. The cyclist lay severely injured, while the car came to a halt at the roadside. Without hesitation, Chen Yu dialed for emergency assistance and rendered aid to stem the cyclist's bleeding. As he awaited the arrival of the ambulance, a whirlpool of confusion enveloped his mind. He pondered the reasons behind such an unforeseen incident and the mysterious appearance of the cyclist who had saved him. Meanwhile, in the realm of gaming, Li Yang faced a different misfortune. While exploring an ancient ruin, he inadvertently triggered a concealed trap. The trap was fraught with mechanisms and hazards. Despite his cautious approach, he was struck by a suddenly activated mechanical device and lost consciousness. Chen Yu's misadventure in the real world confined him to a hospital bed for several days. During this time, he was unable to log into the game or communicate with Li Yang. He began to worry about Li Yang's safety, while also feeling apprehensive about his own future. A few days later, Chen Yu finally discharged from the hospital, eagerly returned home to log into the game. However, he discovered that Li Yang's online status had vanished, and his name was no longer in his friend list. A wave of unease washed over Chen Yu as he commenced his investigation into Li Yang's disappearance. He initiated a search on the game forum, inquiring whether other players possessed any information about Li Yang. At last, a player responded to Chen Yu's query, revealing that Li Yang had gone missing while exploring a ruin that had been overrun by mechanical creatures, rendering it exceedingly perilous. Chen Yu's heart sank. He realized he must find Li Yang. He resolved to delve deeper into the game world, tracing Li Yang's whereabouts and uncovering the hidden secrets behind this unexpected event. In the ensuing adventure, Chen Yu would not only confront the threats posed by mechanical beings, but also unravel the potential connections between the real world and the virtual realm. He understood that this mission would be more challenging than any he had faced before, yet he also recognized the necessity of confronting this trial, for Li Yang's sake, as well as his own. Singularity Assimilation. Chapter 39. Singularity Assimilation. Chen Yu, in his thorough investigation within the game world, stumbled upon a staggering secret. Deep within the realm of illusory domain, a phenomenon known as singularity assimilation was occurring. This enigmatic occurrence transpires in specific areas of the game world, capable of merging creatures and objects from both the real and virtual realms. This convergence not only transforms the structure of the gaming world, but may also exert unpredictable influences on the realm of reality. Qinyu's investigation within the game led him to an area profoundly affected by singularity assimilation, where everything appeared exceedingly bizarre. Trees had morphed into metal, circuits adorned the rocks, and an odd energy fluctuation permeated the air. What could this possibly mean? Qinyu pondered in confusion. At that moment, he received a distress signal from Liang, filled with chaos and fear, indicating that Liang was in grave danger. Liang, where are you? Qinyu immediately responded. Qinyu, I am at the epicenter of the singularity assimilation. It is terrifying here, and I need your help. Li Yang's voice trembled with desperation. Qinyu understood that he could not remain passive. He swiftly assembled a team, preparing to venture into the heart of the singularity assimilation to rescue Liang. Upon their arrival at the epicenter, the sight before them was shocking. Liang was ensnared in a labyrinth composed of energy, with the surroundings continuously shifting. Liang, hold on. We are coming to save you. Qinyu shouted. Cautiously, Qinyu and his team approached Liang, but they soon realized that every turn in this maze could conceal a trap. They would have to rely on their intellect and courage to navigate their way out. Within the labyrinth, Qinyu uncovered several clues pointing towards a potential solution. He realized that to rescue Liang, they might need to find a means to stabilize the energy of the singularity assimilation. We must locate the energy source and devise a way to stabilize it. Qinyu addressed his team members, stating that after a grueling exploration, they had finally discovered the energy source. However, stabilizing this energy source proved to be far more intricate than they had anticipated. They needed to strike a delicate balance, preventing further assimilation of the energy source while avoiding the onset of a greater catastrophe. At a crucial moment, Qinyu wielded his unique skills from the game to successfully activate an ancient device capable of temporarily stabilizing the energy source. We have succeeded. Li Yang's voice echoed through the maze. Qinyu and his team swiftly escorted Liang out of the labyrinth, fully aware that this was merely the beginning. The threat of singularity assimilation had not been entirely averted. They had to persist in their quest for a definitive solution to this dilemma. Chapter 42. The Observer's Mark. During their in-depth investigation, they uncovered a pivotal clue, the Observer's Mark. This mark appeared to be intricately linked to the real world within the game universe, acting as a mysterious force with the potential to influence the interaction between reality and the virtual realm. The Observer's Mark? Qinyu inquired of Liang in the game. It sounds like some form of supernatural power. Indeed, Qinyu, Liang replied. According to my research, the Observer's Mark may be a sigil that records the presence of the observer and influences the world they behold. Qinyu was taken aback by this revelation. They began to delve into the origins and functions of this mark. In the game world, whenever a player or NPC observed a specific location or event, the Observer's Mark would leave an imprint within their consciousness. The trace appears to be invisible, yet its existence has the potential to alter certain rules within the game universe. This implies that our actions may indeed exert a tangible influence on the game world, remarked Qinyu. Indeed. And this influence may be far more profound than we can fathom, Liang added. In pursuit of deeper understanding of the observer's imprint, Qinyu and Liang resolved to conduct a series of experiments. They selected a relatively safe zone, attempting to invoke some form of change through collective observation. During the experiment, they assembled a group of players and NPCs, instructing them to simultaneously observe a specific location. As time elapsed, they observed that the scenery of this location began to transform, with certain elements that had previously been non-existent materializing before their eyes. Look, what is happening? An NPC exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at the screen. Qinyu and Liang exchanged glances, realizing that the power of the observer's imprint was far more formidable than they had anticipated. They began to contemplate how to harness this power to safeguard the game world, and perhaps even to combat the threat of singularity assimilation. However, as the experiments progressed, they discovered that the observer's imprint was not entirely benign. In certain instances, it could yield unpredictable consequences, potentially jeopardizing the real world. We must exercise caution, Qinyu warned. The power of this imprint is exceedingly potent. We cannot allow it to fall into the wrong hands. Liang nodded in agreement, stating, we need to devise a plan to ensure that the power of the observer's imprint is directed appropriately. They commenced their collaboration with fellow players and NPCs within the realm of the game, collectively delving into the mysteries of the observer's mark. Their aspiration was to discover a means to balance the positive and negative ramifications of this power through their united efforts. Throughout this journey, Chen Yu and Li Yong recognized that they were not merely contending with the challenges posed by the game world, but also tasked with safeguarding the real world from the potential threat of the antimatter roses at the ocean's depths, which suddenly began to wither en masse. Li Yong's lingering consciousness floated amidst the decaying petals. Fragments of protective suits, which were supposed to dissipate, unexpectedly reformed into a Klein bottle, focusing the mechanical wreckage from the seabed into an 11-dimensional ocular totem, precisely the symbol inscribed at the heart of the observer's mark. Chen Yu's lattice-like body trembled in the four-dimensional space, each crystalline facet reflecting apocalyptic visions from alternate timelines. The coordinates of September 28, 2023, remained an absolute point of stasis within these images, akin to a gravitational singularity preceding a supernova explosion. I inhaled deeply, striving to concentrate my mind, attempting to activate that unique ability. As my consciousness gradually became clearer, a formidable force surged from within me, aimed directly at the core of the observer. Li Yong, retreat quickly, I shouted. Li Yong swiftly moved aside, while I focused all my strength to unleash that special ability towards the observer's core. The core emitted a tremendous roar, and the spherical eye-like entity began to tremble violently, as if on the verge of detonation. Success! I felt a surge of joy in my heart, and quickly retreated. However, just as the core of the observer was about to explode, a powerful force suddenly erupted from its center, targeting me directly. Chun, be cautious. Li Yang's voice echoed from a distance, tinged with a hint of fear. I swiftly sidestepped, yet the force grazed my body, sending a sharp pain coursing through me, nearly causing me to lose consciousness. No, I must persevere. I gritted my teeth, striving to concentrate and continue unleashing that unique ability. At last, the core of the observer erupted with a tremendous explosion, and the eye-shaped sphere vanished entirely. The surrounding world gradually returned to its normal state, and the overwhelming gravitational pull dissipated. Breathless, I collapsed weakly onto the ground. Li Yong rushed over and supported me. Brother Chen, are you all right? He inquired with genuine concern. I'm fine, just a bit fatigued, I replied with a smile, yet within me stirred an unprecedented sense of relief. Chapter 43. The residual poison of the device. Upon entering the ancient ruins, Chen Yu and Li Yong navigated through the enigmatic, shadowy passage, where the walls shimmered with peculiar luminescence, as if concealing countless mysteries. Suddenly, Chen Yu's body swayed, and he felt an overwhelming surge of chaotic information flooding his mind, causing a splitting headache. Chen Yu, what is happening to you? Li Yong quickly steadied him. Chen Yu, enduring the agony, said I sense a strange force stirring within me, seemingly linked to the device we used earlier. It turned out that the device they initially employed to enter the game world harbored residual toxins. As they traversed different realms repeatedly using the device, these toxins gradually accumulated within them. Now, under the influence of the mysterious energy within the ruins, the residual poison began to manifest. At that moment, a colossal holographic projection materialized before them, depicting two civilizations embroiled in fierce warfare. The chaos of battle raged on, with bursts of energy illuminating the entire virtual expanse. What is happening? Li Yong inquired, astonished. A mysterious voice resonated in their ears. Players who have not selected a mode will forever remain ensnared in a quantum state, becoming a neutral buffer zone in the conflict between these two civilizations. The residual toxins from your login device have triggered this mechanism. It was then that Chen Yu and Li Yong comprehended the gravity of their predicament. Their failure to explicitly choose a mode within the device had plunged them into this terrifying circumstance. Their forms began to wane into a spectral existence, gradually merging with the surrounding space. Within this quantum state, they could distinctly perceive the energy fluctuations generated by the war of the two civilizations. One faction was a technologically advanced mechanical civilization, their warships resembling colossal steel beasts, unleashing powerful energy beams. The other was an enigmatic psychic civilization, wielding psychic energy to manipulate vast energy shields and unleash bizarre magical assaults. Chen Yu and Li Yong found themselves positioned in the midst of this tumultuous conflict, serving as a neutral buffer zone. Any attack from either side could potentially engulf them, leading to their utter annihilation. We must find a way to escape this quantum state, Chen Yu exclaimed. They endeavored to concentrate, striving to disentangle their bodies from the quantum realm. However, The potency of the login device's residual toxins proved too formidable, and their efforts were repeatedly thwarted. Amidst the tumultuous aftermath of the warfare, Chen Yu and Li Yang's bodies sustained continuous damage. Their consciousness began to blur, as if they were on the verge of dissipating into the endless expanse of war. Suddenly, Chen Yu recalled the potential existence of a power within the ruins that could counteract the Observer's mark. Perhaps this force could also aid them in liberating themselves from the malevolent influence of the login device. Liang, let us delve deeper into the ruins and seek that power, Chen Yu declared. Despite the extreme difficulty of moving in a quantum state, they gritted their teeth and persevered, advancing further into the depths of the ruins. Along the way, they evaded the energy shocks of the two civilizations at war while confronting various hidden traps within the ruins. He succeeded. A surge of joy filled my heart as I swiftly retreated. However, just as the core of the login device was about to explode, a formidable force suddenly surged forth from the core, aimed directly at me. "Chun, be careful," Li Yang's voice echoed from afar, tinged with fear. I quickly sidestepped to evade it, but the force grazed my body, inflicting excruciating pain that nearly caused me to lose consciousness. No, I must endure. I gritted my teeth, striving to concentrate and continue unleashing that unique ability. At last, the core of the login device erupted with a tremendous explosion, and the sphere vanished completely. The surrounding world gradually returned to normal, and that overwhelming force dissipated. I gasped for breath, my body collapsing weakly to the ground. Liang hurried over to support me. "Chun, are you all right?" he inquired with concern. "I'm fine, just a bit weary," I managed to smile, yet within me stirred an unprecedented sense of relief. The malevolence of the login device had been dispelled, and for the time being, this world was safe. Yet, I am acutely aware that the challenges of this world are far from over. "Liang, what shall we do next?" I inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Liang replied, "Brother Chun, I believe we should continue our investigation to uncover the secrets of this world that remain unknown to us." Chapter 44. The spectrum of original sin. The phenomenon known as the atonement shockwave manifests as an anomaly, seemingly linked to specific events within the gaming realm or the actions of its players. This shockwave propagates at an astonishing velocity, influencing all players within the game, irrespective of their existence in the real or virtual worlds. The ramifications of this shockwave are manifold. It may incite physical transformations within the gaming universe, such as earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, or anomalous weather patterns, while also precipitating ephemeral alterations in player behavior and character traits. Most alarmingly, the atonement shockwave has the potential to disrupt the equilibrium of the gaming world, thereby jeopardizing the stable connection between reality and the virtual domain. "We must investigate this atonement shockwave," Chen Yu declared during an urgent meeting at the Game Command Center. Liang nodded, his gaze solemn and resolute. "We need to identify the origin of the shockwave as well as the conditions that trigger it, to unravel the enigma of the atonement shockwave." Chen Yu and Liang assembled a multidisciplinary team comprising scientists, game designers, and psychologists. They commenced an analysis of the data within the gaming realm, seeking signs and patterns that preceded the emergence of the shockwave. Throughout their inquiry, they unearthed a startling revelation. The atonement shockwave appears to be correlated with certain significant historical events in the game world, particularly those that involve substantial loss of life and tragedy. These events seemingly triggered a wave of atonement. Chen Yu analyzed that a thorough investigation into these occurrences may be necessary. The team delved into the annals of the gaming universe, endeavoring to uncover the direct catalysts behind the atonement wave. They discerned that each manifestation of this wave was intrinsically linked to some form of atoning action, whether stemming from player conduct within the game or rituals observed in the real world. This may represent a compensatory mechanism, wherein the gaming realm seeks to reconcile the negative energies engendered by tragic events. Liang posited a hypothesis. To validate this conjecture, they resolved to simulate a ritual of atonement within the gaming universe to ascertain whether it could preempt the emergence of the atonement wave. They selected a historical incident as the focal point for their simulation and meticulously crafted a corresponding atonement ritual. Throughout the ceremony, they closely monitored the transformations within the gaming world, as well as the interplay between the real and virtual realms. As the ritual commenced, both players and NPCs within the gaming world participated. Contrary to their expectations, the atonement wave did not materialize. Instead, the atmosphere within the gaming universe became increasingly harmonious, alleviating several previously tense situations. "We did it," Chen Yu exclaimed. We have discovered a method to halt the atonement wave. However, they soon recognized that this was merely a temporary remedy. To eradicate the atonement wave entirely, they must address the root issues underlying all historical events within the gaming world. Chen Yu and Li Yang's team embarked on a series of restorative efforts, not only mending the historical records within the game world, but also striving to alleviate the repercussions of tragic events through the very mechanisms of that realm. During this endeavor, they uncovered a connection between the game world and reality that was far more profound than they had previously imagined. Their endeavors not only transformed the game universe, but also exerted a notable influence on the real world. Days later, we arrived at a place known as the City of Atonement. This city stood in stark contrast to Quantum City and Mechanical City, its architectural style imbued with a palpable sense of the sacred, resembling a grand cathedral. The pedestrians on the streets appeared indistinct, as if caught in a state that straddled existence and non-existence. Brother Chun, the people here, Li Yang murmured, his voice laced with unease. I nodded, equally perplexed. The condition of these individuals evoked memories of the chairman's mention of the atonement shockwave, a force capable of purifying all. Li Yang, we must exercise caution. There may be greater secrets concealed here, I replied gravely. We tread carefully into the City of Atonement, where the inhabitants seemed indifferent to our presence, engrossed in their own affairs. Yet their movements bore an unsettling mechanical quality, as though manipulated by an unseen force. Brother Chen, look over there. Li Yang suddenly pointed towards a distant structure that glimmered with an otherworldly light. We swiftly made our way in that direction, and upon entering the building, we discovered a vast altar adorned with intricate symbols and patterns. Is this the penitential shockwave? I was momentarily taken aback, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of oppression. The penitential shockwave? What is that? Li Yang inquired. I took a deep breath, striving to organize my thoughts. Li Yang, this may be a force capable of purifying all. The chairman once mentioned that the penitential shockwave could eradicate all malevolence, yet it may also yield unforeseen consequences. Unforeseen consequences? Li Yang's eyes widened, clearly struggling to fully grasp my words. I nodded, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. Li Yang, this world may merely be a battlefield for two warring civilizations, and we are but pawns in this conflict. Li Yang fell silent for a moment before finally saying, Senior Brother Chun, regardless of what lies ahead, I shall face it alongside you. I smiled, feeling a flicker of warmth within. However, just as we prepared to depart from the altar, a new system notification suddenly appeared on the screen. Warning, the penitential shockwave has been activated. Players who have not selected a mode will be eternally trapped in a quantum state, becoming a neutral buffer zone in the war between two civilizations. Mission triggered. Dispel the penitential shockwave. Mission objective. Locate the core of the penitential shockwave and dispel it. Mission rewards. 10,000 experience points. 5,000 gold coins. And a special item. The penitential shockwave? I was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized that this might be my only opportunity. I must find the core of the penitential shockwave and dispel it. However, just as we were preparing to act, the altar suddenly emitted a tremendous roar, and the entire structure began to tremble violently. We must flee this place, I exclaimed, hastily pulling Li Yang towards the exit. Yet, the intensity of the tremors exceeded our expectations. As we barely escaped the building, a formidable force knocked us back several steps. Brother Chen, what shall we do? Li Yang asked anxiously. I clenched my teeth, my mind racing to devise a strategy. The power of the atonement shockwave was overwhelmingly potent. It would be exceedingly difficult to dispel it with our strength alone. Li Yang, we must locate the core of the atonement shockwave to neutralize it, I said resolutely. Li Yang nodded, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. We swiftly advanced deeper into the City of Atonement, the surrounding structures continuing to quake violently, as if they might collapse at any moment. Chapter 45, The Emergence of the Nuclear Bomb in that realm shrouded by an unknown force. Lu Yu endured considerable hardship to finally obtain the second key from the Icefield Castle. At that moment, he was racing towards the Shadow Labyrinth, filled with hope that gathering the 3 keys would enable him to break the curse of the world and find his way home. However, the instant he stepped into the entrance of the Shadow Labyrinth, the surroundings transformed dramatically. The once serene and dim labyrinth was suddenly filled with blinding red light, and piercing alarm sirens echoed incessantly. A wave of intense unease washed over Lu Yu as he focused his gaze. only to behold a massive nuclear bomb hovering not far away, its casing glinting with an eerie metallic sheen, while the countdown timer raced forward. What on earth is happening? How could there be a nuclear bomb? Liu Yu was taken aback, instinctively retreating a step. In his understanding, this mysterious world, despite being rife with the unknown and perilous, should not harbor such modern and devastating weaponry. Just as his bewilderment deepened, an ethereal figure gradually materialized before him. The figure's visage was indistinct, yet its voice resonated as if emanating from all directions. Liu Yu, this nuclear bomb is the embodiment of the dark forces within this realm. Once it detonates, the entire world shall be reduced to ashes, and you will have no chance of returning home. Liu Yu furrowed his brow, gripping the crystal ball tightly, and inquired loudly, "How can I prevent it?" The spectral figure emitted a chilling laughter. To thwart it is no simple task. However, if you can locate and destroy the 3 energy sources that control the bomb, there may yet be a glimmer of hope. Each energy source is heavily guarded by intricate mechanisms and formidable protectors. Do you dare to take on this challenge? Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Yu resolutely declared, "I dare." He navigated the winding corridors of the labyrinth, racing toward the direction of the first energy source. Along the way, various shadowy creatures sprang forth from the darkness, baring their fangs and claws in an attempt to impede his progress. Utilizing the power of the crystal ball, Liu Yu occasionally commanded boulders to crash down upon the shadowy beings, while at other times, he concentrated beams of light to repel them. After a fierce struggle, Liu Yu finally discovered the first energy source. It was a sphere radiating an eerie green luminescence, perched upon a pedestal constructed from obsidian rock. Before Liu Yu could approach, a colossal shadow spider descended from above. The spider was adorned with sharp spines, its venomous fangs glinting ominously, and it moved with remarkable speed. Liu Yu sidestepped nimbly, evading the creature's assault. He focused intently, commanding the surrounding debris to hurl itself at the spider. The arachnid swung its long limbs to deflect the onslaught of stones, while simultaneously ejecting strands of silk, attempting to ensnare Liu Yu. He darted left and right, keenly observing for the opportune moment to concentrate the power of the crystal sphere in his palm, and then unleashed a brilliant beam of light that struck the spider. It emitted a piercing scream before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Liu Yu hastened towards the elevated platform, shattering the first energy source. Without pause, he sought the second and third sources. Along the way, he encountered numerous formidable challenges, including disorienting fog traps and the fiercely aggressive shadow warriors. Yet, through sheer determination and the power of the crystal sphere, Liu Yu overcame each obstacle with unwavering resolve. He pressed onward into the shadowy labyrinth, his weary yet steadfast steps echoing in the eerie silence that enveloped him, starkly contrasting with the earlier cacophony of battle. As if the entire maze momentarily held its breath in astonishment at his success in thwarting the nuclear explosion. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently without warning. Fissures erupting like the gaping maws of monstrous beasts, swiftly spreading beneath Liu Yu's feet. He stumbled, nearly falling into the abyss, but quickly regained his footing, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. From the cracks emerged towering stone pillars, each inscribed with mysterious runes, exuding an ancient and perilous aura. Before Liu Yu could fully comprehend the situation, a flash of light erupted from the tops of the pillars, and several shadowy mages clad in black robes materialized before him. With a flourish of their staffs, dark magical energy surged forth like a tumultuous tide towards Liu Yu. He, aware of the impending danger, hastily raised his crystal orb, conjuring a defensive barrier before him. The magical energy collided with the shield, producing a deafening roar and showering sparks in all directions. Liu Yu understood that mere defense would not suffice. He concentrated his mind and directed the orb to emit a radiant golden light, retaliating against the shadow mages. Wherever the light reached, the shadow mages recoiled, their magical assaults interrupted. However, it was evident that these shadow mages were formidable adversaries, not to be easily vanquished. Chanting incantations in unison, they coordinated their efforts to unleash even more potent spells. In an instant, the sky was alight with flashes of thunder, black lightning striking down like serpents towards Liu Yu. He deftly navigated through the bolts, searching for a flaw in the shadow mage's formation. He observed that one mage's incantation was slightly delayed, seemingly the weak link in the entire magical array. Without hesitation, Liu Yu concentrated all the power of the crystal orb into a single point, launching a beam of light akin to a sharp arrow towards that mage. The beam struck true, and with a piercing scream, the mage vanished into thin air. With the loss of a member, the shadow mage's formation faltered. Lu Yu seized the opportunity, launching a series of relentless attacks, successfully driving back 2 more mages. Sensing their predicament, the remaining shadow mages transformed into a cloud of black smoke and fled hastily. Having dealt with the shadow mages, Lu Yu pressed onward. As he continued his journey, he arrived at a vast circular plaza. In the center of the square stood a towering statue, adorned with a mysterious symbol strikingly reminiscent of a mark he had encountered in an ancient tome. A flicker of intuition sparked within Lu Yu, suggesting a profound connection between this statue and the elusive third key. He approached the statue with utmost caution, scrutinizing the symbol etched upon it. The moment his fingers grazed the symbol, the statue erupted into a violent tremor and began to rotate slowly. As it turned, a deep passageway emerged from the ground, exuding an enigmatic aura that seemed to beckon Lu Yu forward. Taking a deep breath, he grasped the crystal sphere tightly and resolutely stepped into the passage. The corridor was suffused with a soft blue light, and the walls sparkled with peculiar crystals, illuminating his path ahead. Time became an abstraction as he traversed the passage until he found himself in a vast cavern. Before him, a sphere emanating a gentle glow floated serenely, encircled by a halo of golden light. Indeed, it was the third key he had desperately sought. Just as Lu Yu reached out to touch the key, a deep, resonant roar echoed from the depths of the cave. A colossal shadow dragon, its size rivaling that of a mountain, emerged slowly, its eyes ablaze with fierce black flames, and its immense wings unfurling, stirring up a tempestuous wind. Chapter 46. An unexpected turn of events. Lu Yu's gaze locked onto the shadow dragon, the crystal sphere in his hand radiating an intense brilliance, causing the very air around him to warp with the force of its energy. Just as he prepared to confront this formidable foe with all his might, an unforeseen event transpired. Without warning, the ceiling of the cave began to collapse, with massive stones plummeting like rain. The shadow dragon, incensed by this sudden turn of events, let out a deafening roar, unleashing black flames that incinerated several of the falling boulders. Lu Yu swiftly pivoted, evading the descending debris, inwardly lamenting that the cave's collapse was an unfortunate exacerbation of his plight. In the midst of the chaos, he was caught off guard by a shard of rock that struck his shoulder, eliciting a muffled groan as he staggered. Seizing the opportunity, the shadow dragon lunged at him with its colossal claws. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Lu Yu harnessed the power of the crystal ball to teleport to safety, narrowly dodging the ferocious attack. However, the situation worsened as the collapse triggered a disturbance in the cave's energy. The third key, which had been suspended in midair, flickered erratically, seemingly on the verge of being consumed by the chaotic energy. Lu Yu was frantic. He understood that if the key were to be destroyed or vanish, all his previous efforts would be rendered futile. Simultaneously, the crystals within the cave, influenced by the energy turmoil, began to emit bizarre, frenzied luminescence. These lights intertwined, forming turbulent energy currents that rampaged through the cavern. The shadow dragon, too, found itself in disarray, twisting in the air to evade the impacts of the energy surges while also contending with the falling rocks. Lu Yu gritted his teeth, desperately seeking an opportunity to approach the key amidst the turmoil, all the while fending off the intermittent assaults of the shadow dragon and dodging both the energy currents and the debris. Just as he finally approached the key, a powerful surge of chaotic energy swept towards him and the key. Lu Yu had no time for hesitation. He shielded the key with his body, attempting to harness the power of the crystal ball to withstand this force. The tremendous impact hurled Lu Yu away, crashing him heavily against the cave wall, causing a trickle of blood to escape the corner of his mouth. Yet, his hands remained steadfastly protective of the key, ensuring it sustained no harm. The shadow dragon, witnessing this, lunged at Lu Yu once more, seemingly determined to prevent him from taking the key. In the moment of imminent peril, as the shadow dragon bared its fangs and claws, a mysterious portal of light suddenly appeared beside Lu Yu. A powerful yet gentle force enveloped both him and the key, and when Lu Yu regained his senses, he found himself in a tranquil and deep forest. A delicate mist enveloped the surroundings, with towering trees blocking out the sun, allowing only fragmented rays of light to filter through the dense foliage. Lu Yu cautiously rose to his feet, the pain in his shoulders still sharp, and he noticed an eerie silence enveloping the place. devoid of any chirping insects or singing birds. Just as he prepared to explore this forest, he realized his memories were becoming increasingly hazy. Thoughts of the Shadow Labyrinth. The crystal ball and his mission to return home were shrouded in a veil of fog, becoming faint and elusive. All he could recall was the key tightly clutched in his hand, which seemed of utmost significance, yet the reason for its importance eluded him. Wandering aimlessly through the forest, he suddenly heard a faint whisper calling out to him. The voice was gentle, yet filled with strength, as if guiding him forward. Following the direction of the sound, Lu Yu discovered a colossal ancient tree, its trunk adorned with a visage that seemed to flicker in and out of existence. "Brave traveler," the tree intoned, its voice deep and resonant. "You have arrived bearing the key to break the curse, yet the power of forgetfulness has eroded your memories." Lu Yu, perplexed, inquired, "Who am I? Why am I here? What is this key?" The ancient tree spoke slowly. "You are the one destined to fulfill a mission. This realm is the forest of forgetting. All who tread here gradually lose their past. However, the key you hold is pivotal in shattering the curse of the shadowed world. If you can locate the fountain of life deep within the forest and nourish the key with its waters, perhaps you will awaken your memories, and the key shall reveal its true power." With determination, Lu Yu gripped the key and ventured deeper into the forest. Along his journey, he encountered an array of peculiar flora and enigmatic traps. Some vines would suddenly writhe, attempting to ensnare his feet. Some swamps appeared tranquil, but concealed treachery beneath their surfaces. Yet, guided by the mysterious call, Lu Yu navigated through peril time and again. After an indeterminate passage of time, he finally stumbled upon the fountain of life nestled within the depths of the forest. The waters were crystal clear, radiating a gentle blue luminescence. He cautiously submerged the key into the fountain, and in an instant, a brilliant light erupted, flooding his mind with a powerful torrent of memories. Shadows of a labyrinth, a shadow dragon, a crystal orb, and an overwhelming yearning for home crystallized in his consciousness, and Lu Yu's gaze regained its resolute strength. He understood that he must depart from this place swiftly to continue his mission of breaking the curse. At that moment, at the forest's edge, it seemed that the portal to the shadow world had reappeared. Chapter 47. The No Man's Land. Lu Yu, carrying the key of restored memories and awakened powers, strode toward the flickering portal. The instant he stepped in, he was enveloped by a swirling vortex of energy, and after a dizzying whirl, he found himself in a desolate expanse. The wind howled fiercely, sand and stones flew about, and before him lay a lifeless wasteland. The somber sky loomed low, enveloping everything in a profound silence. Lu Yu furrowed his brow, surveying his surroundings, only to discover that even the most basic undulations of the terrain were difficult to discern, revealing nothing but an endless expanse of cracked earth and scattered, gigantic metallic remnants of unknown purpose. As he pondered, a low rumble echoed from afar, reminiscent of some colossal machinery at work. He followed the sound and discovered its source, a massive structure partially buried in the rubble. The surface of the building was etched with peculiar symbols, emanating waves of unknown energy. As Lu Yu approached, the building suddenly unleashed several beams of laser barriers, trapping him within. Simultaneously, a horde of mechanical sentinels surged forth from the shadows of the structure. Towering in stature, their metallic exoskeletons glimmered with a cold light, and their mechanical arms were armed with various weapons. Without hesitation, Lu Yu raised the crystal orb, conjuring a defensive shield to withstand the laser assaults. Confronted by the onslaught of mechanical sentinels, he manipulated the orb to release energy waves, sending the nearest foes sprawling. However, the sentinels were numerous and possessed self-repair capabilities, relentlessly pressing their attack. In the midst of the fierce battle, Lu Yu discerned a correlation between the attack frequency of the mechanical sentinels and the flickering symbols on the building. He focused intently, analyzing the underlying patterns, and discovered that when the symbols pulsated in a specific rhythm, the sentinels experienced a brief cessation in their assaults. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yu unleashed the full power of the crystal ball, breaking through the encirclement of the sentinels during their momentary pause and dashing towards the edifice. Upon reaching the entrance, he noticed a groove in the door that perfectly matched the shape of the key he held. As Lu Yu inserted the key, a resounding surge of energy resonated from within the structure, causing the laser barriers to dissipate and the mechanical sentinels to halt their attacks, standing by in anticipation. Upon entering the building, he was enveloped by a musty atmosphere. On a dust-laden control panel, Lu Yu discovered an ancient video archive. After playing it, he learned that this desolate area had once served as the world's core energy hub, which had fallen into chaos due to the encroachment of dark forces, culminating in a catastrophic disaster that transformed it into its current state. The key in his possession was, in fact, the linchpin for reactivating the energy hub and purifying the dark forces. However, to accomplish this, he needed to locate 3 energy sources that resonated with the key, each concealed within the perilous expanses of this wasteland, the electromagnetic storm zone. Clutching the key tightly, Lu Yu inhaled deeply, resolutely determining to first venture into the electromagnetic storm zone in search of the initial energy source. After departing from the enigmatic structure, he painstakingly navigated in the direction indicated by the obscure map from the video archive. The howling winds lashed against Lu Yu's face like a blade, with swirling sands incessantly invading his eyes and nostrils, making each step arduous. Yet, fortified by unwavering resolve, he persevered, inching closer to the ominous electromagnetic storm zone, which shimmered with an eerie blue light. As he drew nearer, a pungent scent of charred remnants filled the air, while the surrounding metallic debris began to tremble violently, emitting a piercing shriek as if to caution him of the impending peril ahead. At last, Lu Yu found himself at the precipice of the electromagnetic storm zone. Within this realm, electric arcs flickered ominously, and robust bolts of lightning rampaged through the heavens like ferocious dragons, saturating the atmosphere with potent electromagnetic interference that caused the luminescence of his crystal sphere to flicker erratically. With utmost caution, Lu Yu stepped into the tumult, each movement executed with meticulous care. He was acutely aware that should he be struck by the tempest, the repercussions would be dire. Shortly after his entrance, he sensed a formidable force attempting to draw him into the heart of the storm. Swiftly, he harnessed the power of the crystal sphere to stabilize his position, laboriously searching for the trace of the energy source amid the chaos. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning surged towards him with alarming speed. Lu Yu's reflexes faltered, and he was struck upon the arm, an excruciating pain radiating throughout his body as his arm charred from the electric shock. Nevertheless, Lu Yu did not waver. Gritting his teeth, he pressed onward. Just as he approached the brink of exhaustion, he discerned a faintly glowing object ahead, encircled by layers of the electromagnetic storm, precisely the energy source he had tirelessly sought. Focusing his mind, Lu Yu commanded the crystal sphere to emit a gentle radiance, endeavoring to dispel the electromagnetic tempest engulfing the energy source. The light and the storm clashed in a fierce struggle, neither yielding to the other. Lu Yu intensified the energy output of the crystal sphere, sweat soaking through his garments as blood continued to seep from the wound on his arm. Yet, he resolutely persisted. And ultimately, through his relentless efforts, the electromagnetic storm was successfully dissipated, revealing the coveted energy source. Lu Yu reached out to grasp the energy source, and a powerful surge of energy instantly coursed through his body, resonating intensely with the key in his hand. He felt his strength further amplified, and his confidence soared. With the energy source in tow, Lu Yu exited the electromagnetic storm zone and rested briefly before setting off towards the irradiated wasteland, prepared to confront the next challenge. Upon reaching the edge of the wasteland, a potent aura of radiation assailed him. He donned the rudimentary protective gear he had salvaged from the mysterious structure and stepped onto this land steeped in the scent of death. As he surveyed the surroundings, he beheld grotesquely deformed remnants of flora and fauna, ravaged by radiation, while green fumes occasionally billowed from the ground, instilling a sense of dread. Lu Yu navigated cautiously through the wasteland, ever vigilant against lurking perils. Suddenly, a low, menacing roar echoed in the air. Turning his gaze, he beheld a colossal mutated beast bursting forth from the ruins, radiating a luminous glow of radiation. Towering 2 stories high, its skin displayed an eerie shade of purple, adorned with sharp spikes, while it spewed forth viscous, radioactive slime. In the face of this formidable creature, though astonished, Lu Yu's resolve remained unwavering. Just as the beast lunged with ferocity, his peripheral vision caught sight of a small puddle nearby, where a tiny fish valiantly swam against the relentless current. Undeterred, it tirelessly fought to swim upstream. This sight shone like a beacon, igniting a fierce determination within Lu Yu. Even a tiny fish struggles upstream for survival. How could I possibly retreat? Lu Yu roared softly, a powerful conviction surging within him, causing the crystal ball in his hand to radiate with intensified brilliance. He swiftly sidestepped, evading the corrosive slime emitted by the monster, while simultaneously directing the crystal ball to unleash a wave of energy that struck the creature forcefully. The monster staggered back a few steps from the impact, but was not severely injured. It roared in fury and launched another attack. As Lu Yu nimbly dodged, he keenly observed the monster's attack patterns. He noticed that the creature's spines shivered slightly before each strike, a crucial detail for his predictions. The battle reached a stalemate, and Lu Yu's stamina began to wane, with multiple wounds inflicted upon him by the monster's sharp spikes. At that moment, the little fish leapt from the water, soaring directly towards Lu Yu and merging into the crystal ball in his grasp. Instantly, the crystal ball blazed with radiant light, infusing Lu Yu with a peculiar power. He sensed a profound connection with the natural forces surrounding him, as if he could harness every ounce of energy in the desolate wasteland. With a mighty shout, he concentrated his entire strength and, with the aid of the crystal ball, released an unprecedented surge of energy. This force surged forth like a torrential flood, charging towards the monster with unstoppable momentum. Upon contact, it erupted in a dazzling brilliance. As the light faded, the creature collapsed with a thunderous crash, dissolving into a mound of glimmering dust. After vanquishing the monster, Lu Yu wasted no time resting and continued his quest in the irradiated wasteland, seeking the source of energy. Throughout his journey, he encountered various radiation traps and bizarre mutated creatures. Yet, each time he recalled the fish swimming upstream, he found the courage to transform peril into safety through his wisdom and the power of the crystal ball. At last, deep within the wasteland, Lu Yu discovered a source of energy emanating a ghostly green glow, enveloped in a thick layer of radioactive crystal. Just as he prepared to extract the energy source, the ground around him began to tremble violently, and countless radiation vines erupted from the earth, encircling him completely. Lu Yu was tightly bound by the dense mass of radiation vines, which were covered in sharp thorns. With every struggle, the thorns embedded deeper into his skin, and the radiation energy seeped in, bringing excruciating pain. However, Lu Yu remained calm. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and focused on the wondrous force connecting him to nature within. He realized that while these radiation vines appeared ferocious, they were, in essence, also a part of the wasteland's ecosystem, influenced by the same natural force. Lu Yu attempted to communicate with the vines through his thoughts, conveying his goodwill and determination to break the dark curse and restore vitality to the world. Initially, the vines remained unyielding, thrashing wildly in an attempt to suffocate him completely. Undeterred, Lu Yu persisted in sending out his intentions, sweat trickling down his forehead and dripping onto the ground beneath him. Finally, one vine trembled slightly, as if it had received his signal. Soon after, more and more vines ceased their assault, gradually releasing Lu Yu. Regaining his freedom, Lu Yu showed no signs of complacency as he approached the radioactive crystal encasing the energy source. The crystal was remarkably hard, emanating a perilous aura of radiation that could erode one's essence with the slightest misstep. Lu Yu summoned the resonant power within him, surrounding his hands with a golden protective barrier before pressing them against the crystal. As he continuously infused energy into it, fissures began to emerge on the surface, with an ethereal green light seeping through, intensifying with each moment. Suddenly, the crystal emitted a sharp crack and shattered completely, revealing the energy source within. Lu Yu grasped the energy source, and in an instant, a refreshing force coursed through his entire being, alleviating the pain inflicted by the prior radiation. At this juncture, Lu Yu had successfully gathered two energy sources, bringing him one step closer to reigniting the world's core energy nexus. He carefully secured the two energy sources and, guided by the map, set forth towards his final destination, the quicksand abyss. Upon reaching the precipice of the quicksand abyss, the sight before him sent a tremor through his heart. Before him lay an expansive sea of sand, with howling winds swirling yellow dust into the air. Massive whirlpools occasionally manifested within the sandy expanse, seemingly intent on devouring all that approached. Lu Yu understood that the peril of the quicksand abyss far surpassed that of the previous electromagnetic storm zone and the irradiated wasteland. Yet he felt no inclination to retreat. He carefully stepped onto the sandy sea, each stride a cautious probe, fearful of sinking into the treacherous quicksand. Not long into his journey, he sensed the sand beneath his feet begin to shift, a formidable pull drawing him downward. Swiftly, he harnessed the power of the crystal sphere to generate an upward thrust beneath him, temporarily stabilizing his stance. Just as Lu Yu struggled against the quicksand, a shadow loomed ominously in the sky above. He looked up and beheld a colossal sand eagle soaring above, its wings spanning over 10 meters, with talons as sharp as hooks and a gaze that exuded ferocity. Upon spotting Lu Yu, the sand eagle emitted a piercing cry and descended rapidly. Chapter 49. The final frenzy. The sand eagle dove down with astonishing speed, creating a powerful gust that stirred the surrounding sands into a frenzied tempest. Lu Yu acutely understood that he was beset on all sides. The situation was dire. Without a moment to ponder, he swiftly manipulated the crystal ball to unleash a protective barrier, enveloping himself within its shield. The eagle's razor-sharp talons struck the barrier with a jarring clang, sending ripples cascading across its surface. Lu Yu sensed the immense power of the sand eagle. The energy of the barrier was depleting rapidly. Simultaneously, the quicksand beneath him grew increasingly voracious, as if intent on dragging both him and the barrier into an endless abyss. With gritted teeth, Lu Yu intensified the energy output from the crystal ball to sustain the shield, while concentrating his thoughts on devising a strategy. Suddenly, he recalled his previous communion with the forces of nature and contemplated the possibility of establishing a connection with this abyss of quicksand. Closing his eyes, Lu Yu gradually extended his consciousness, seeking to perceive the flow patterns of the quicksand and the behavioral rhythms of the sand eagle. Just as the barrier seemed on the brink of collapse, he appeared to grasp a crucial insight. He discerned a subtle resonance between the currents of the sand sea and the movements of the sand eagle. If he could disrupt this resonance, perhaps he could avert the impending crisis. Drawing a deep breath, Lu Yu summoned all the strength within him and, through the crystal ball, emitted an energy wave of a unique frequency. The wave of disturbance rippled through the serene surface of the lake like a stone thrown into it, triggering a chain reaction between the sea of sand and the sand eagle. The once ferocious sand eagle suddenly wavered in the air, losing its balance. A flicker of panic evident in its eyes. Below, the quicksand began to churn chaotically, its pull momentarily weakening. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yu extricated himself from the quicksand. Hovering in midair, he offered neither the sand eagle nor the quicksand a moment's respite, continuing to manipulate the crystal ball, channeling the resonant power of the two energy sources within him to its utmost potential. In an instant, a resplendent light erupted, the formidable energy radiating outward from Lu Yu's core. The sand eagle emitted a desperate cry, and under the overwhelming force of energy, it disintegrated into countless grains of sand. Meanwhile, the abyss of quicksand began to writhe violently, as if engaged in a final struggle. Enormous whirlpools emerged one after another, only to vanish swiftly, plunging the entire sea of sand into chaos. Lu Yu understood that this was the dark power's last stand. Unyielding, he soared towards the heart of the quicksand abyss. There, he sensed the presence of the third energy source. Acquiring it would shatter the dark curse and reignite the core energy nexus of the world. As Lu Yu approached the center of the abyss, an unprecedented wave of dark energy surged towards him, attempting to repel him. With unwavering focus, Lu Yu engaged in a breathtaking confrontation with the dark force. His body swayed perilously under the onslaught, yet his gaze remained resolutely steadfast, the brilliance of the crystal ball unwavering in his grasp. Ultimately, through Lu Yu's relentless endeavor, the dark power began to yield. He beheld the third energy source, enshrouded in a layer of black mist, hovering atop a colossal pillar of sand. Without hesitation, Lu Yu surged forward, extending his hand to grasp the energy source. The moment his fingers made contact, a chilling and malevolent darkness surged through his arm, an insidious force intent on consuming his consciousness and rendering him a puppet of the shadows. Lu Yu felt as though his very soul were being pierced by countless steel needles, a pain so excruciating it threatened to shatter his mind. Gritting his teeth, veins bulging upon his forehead, he summoned the potent resonance of the previous two energy sources within him, striving to expel the invading darkness. The two forces clashed violently within his body, causing him to tremble slightly, as black and golden luminescence flickered beneath his skin, intertwining and colliding. In that critical moment, memories flooded back to him. Every hardship endured since the fortuitous discovery of the crystal ball, the struggles for survival in perilous lands, and the cherished recollections with Ling air surged forth like a tide. These precious memories coalesced into a formidable mental strength, fortifying his will to an unyielding resolve. "I shall never bow to the darkness," Lu Yu roared, channeling his indomitable spirit to converge the light within him into a powerful torrent. which he unleashed upon the encroaching darkness. Under the force of this overwhelming surge, the dark power began to falter, ultimately expelled from his being. As the shadows dissipated, the black mist enveloping the energy source gradually lifted, revealing its true form. The energy source emitted a gentle white glow, seemingly harboring an infinite vitality and hope within. Lu Yu grasped 3 energy sources tightly in his hand, and they resonated intensely, casting a radiant light that illuminated the entire quicksand abyss. With the energy sources in hand, Lu Yu swiftly departed from the abyss, hastening back to the mysterious structure that housed the core energy hub of the world. Upon entering the edifice and placing the 3 energy sources in their designated positions, the entire building began to tremble violently, ancient runes shimmering with dazzling brilliance. As a powerful wave of energy radiated outward, the energy hub was successfully activated, and the purified energy surged forth like a mighty tide, flooding into the dark corners where malevolent forces lingered. The world, once shrouded in darkness, began to gradually regain its vitality. Withered plants revived, the dreary sky transformed into a brilliant blue, and the devastated mountains and rivers slowly healed. Chapter 50. The appearance of Ling Er as Lu Yu and Ling Er's figures gradually vanished within the embrace of purified energy, returning to their original world. Lu Yu felt a flash of light before him, followed by a wave of dizziness. When his senses cleared, familiar streets and houses came into view. However, before he could fully savor the joy of reclaiming what was lost, the surroundings suddenly began to warp and distort, an eerie aura permeating the air. What was happening? Lu Yu instinctively shielded Ling Er behind him, swiftly scanning the environment. Above, a colossal black vortex slowly emerged in the sky, from which dark energy continuously poured forth, spreading towards the city. A heaviness settled in Lu Yu's heart. Could it be that the dark forces had not been entirely vanquished? At that moment, Ling Er tightly grasped Lu Yu's hand, her eyes brimming with concern. Lu Yu, what is happening? Did we not achieve success? Lu Yu inhaled deeply, his fists clenched, his gaze radiating unwavering determination. Do not worry, Ling Er. No matter the origin of this dark force, I shall not permit it to ravage our world any longer. As soon as he spoke, Lu Yu felt the crystal ball within him and the 3 energy sources resonate violently, emanating a warm and potent force. He realized this might be the key to combating the darkness. Focusing his mind, he summoned his inner strength, and the crystal ball shone brilliantly, temporarily repelling the surrounding dark energy. Ling Er, I must put an end to this. Seek a safe place to hide, Lu Yu instructed her. Yet, Ling Er resolutely shook her head. No, Lu Yu, I will stand by your side. We have endured so much together. I refuse to let you confront danger alone. Lu Yu met Ling Er's steadfast gaze. A wave of warmth surged within him, and he nodded. Very well, then we shall face this together. Hand in hand, they advanced towards the black vortex. Along the way, the dark forces relentlessly attacked, manifesting as various grotesque monsters lunging at them. However, Lu Yu and Ling Er remained undaunted. Lu Yu wielded the crystal ball and energy sources to unleash powerful beams of light, repelling wave after wave of dark creatures, while Ling Er stood beside him, providing emotional support and replenishing his strength. When they finally reached the base of the black vortex, a formidable dark aura assailed them, nearly suffocating in its intensity. Lu Yu showed no signs of retreat. He summoned the full extent of his inner strength to engage in a direct confrontation with the forces of darkness. In an instant, light and shadow intermingled, illuminating the entire city with the intensity of their fierce battle. At a pivotal moment, Lu Yu suddenly sensed an unprecedented surge of fervent power coursing through him. This force was imbued with vitality and vigor, as if it were a tangible manifestation of the courage, conviction, and love for the world that he had accumulated throughout his journey. Without hesitation, Lu Yu fused this newfound strength with the power of the crystal orb and the energy source, creating an overwhelmingly potent radiance. This brilliance pierced the very heart of the black vortex like a sharp sword. With a thunderous roar, the dark whirlpool began to shrink rapidly, its sinister energy completely dissipated by the light. When the last trace of darkness vanished, the sky returned to its azure hue, and the city regained its former tranquility. Just as Lu Yu and Ling Er reveled in the joy of their victory, an ethereal and distant chime resonated from the heart of the city. The sound of the bell was ancient and profound, each toll seemingly capable of penetrating the soul, stirring one's very essence. Lu Yu and Ling Er exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting curiosity and intrigue, and they resolved to follow the sound to uncover its source. As they strolled along the street, the once desolate city began to awaken in response to the bell's peal. Residents emerged from their homes, their faces a blend of confusion and delight, as if they had just awakened from a long and dreamlike slumber. People began to observe one another, engaging in conversation, and the entire city was infused with life and vitality. Upon reaching the central square, Lu Yu and Ling Er beheld an ancient clock tower standing majestically in the heart of the plaza. The bell tower radiated a gentle golden glow, resonating subtly with the energy within Lu Yu. The great bell atop the tower swung slowly, producing a mysterious chime. Beneath the tower stood an elderly man clad in a flowing white robe. His countenance was kind, and his gaze profound, as if he possessed an understanding of the universe's myriad wonders. Upon seeing Lu Yu and Ling Er approach, he nodded slightly, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. "Brave children," he intoned, "you have successfully safeguarded this world." His voice was deep and resonant, echoing across the square. Lu Yu stepped forward respectfully and inquired, "Elder, what is the significance of this chime? What secrets does this bell tower hold?" The elder replied slowly, "This bell tower is the sacred artifact of the world's guardianship. Its chime possesses the power to awaken and purify. During the onslaught of dark forces, it fell into slumber. Yet, your valiant struggle has awakened it, along with the hope of this realm." As he spoke, the elder raised his hand, directing a beam of light towards the crystal orb and energy source held by Lu Yu and Ling Er. In an instant, the orb and energy source surged with brilliance, as an even greater power infused their beings. "This is a gift from the world," the elder continued. "With this power, you shall bear the weighty responsibility of protecting it. In the future, unknown dangers may yet arise, but as long as the flame of belief within you remains unextinguished, you shall surely safeguard this land." Lu Yu and Ling Er nodded solemnly, feeling the heavy mantle of responsibility upon them. From that day forth, they became the guardians of the city. They wield their power to assist residents in rebuilding their homes and resolving various challenges. Whenever signs of danger emerge, Lu Yu and Ling Er are always the first to rise to the occasion. As the days pass, the tale of Lu Yu and Ling Er safeguarding the world spreads throughout the city, transforming them into legends in the hearts of the people. Their courage and fervor inspire generation after generation, infusing the entire world with hope and valor. The ancient clock tower continues to stand silently at the heart of the city, witnessing the ebb and flow of time, as well as the countless moments of Lu Yu and Ling Er's guardianship. Chapter 51. Abounding virtue's sunlight bathes the streets and alleys of the city, enveloping it in a serene tranquility. Lu Yu and Ling Er patrol the city as usual, greeted by the respectful and grateful gazes of the residents, who smile and wave. Under their vigilant protection, the city has long since regained its former splendor, with people living in peace and happiness. Suddenly, a strange shadow darts across the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Lu Yu and Ling Er immediately become alert, exchanging a glance that reveals their shared concern. "What was that just now?" Ling Er furrows her brow and inquires. Lu Yu shakes his head, uncertain. "I don't know, but my intuition tells me that trouble may be brewing." No sooner had he spoken than a violent tremor erupted from the edge of the city, accompanied by the startled cries of the populace. Lu Yu and Ling Er swiftly harness their powers and race toward the source of the disturbance. Upon their arrival, the scene before them leaves them utterly astonished. A colossal beast ravaged the small town on the outskirts of the city, its form reminiscent of a mountain, shrouded in swirling black mist. With each swipe of its claws, it effortlessly demolished houses. The townsfolk scattered in terror, their cries and screams intertwining in a cacophony of despair. "Cursed creature!" Liu bellowed, channeling energy into his hands, preparing to strike the monster. Ling Er, unwilling to be outdone, summoned the brilliance of her crystal orb, unleashing a potent purifying force. The beast, sensing the threat posed by the duo, turned its gaze upon them, its blood-red eyes locking onto Lu Yu and Ling Er, emitting a deafening roar. Undaunted, they sprang into action, dashing toward the creature in unison. Lu Yu's assaults were fierce and powerful, each punch accompanied by a howling wind. Crashing into the beast like cannonballs, Ling Er provided support, utilizing her purifying power to weaken the creature and discern its vulnerabilities. As the battle intensified, Lu Yu and Ling Er demonstrated remarkable synergy, their strength escalating with each clash. A surge of indomitable spirit surged within Lu Yu. He felt an inexhaustible reservoir of power coursing through him, embodying the essence of martial virtue. Though formidable, the beast began to show signs of fatigue under their relentless onslaught. Its movements slowed, wounds multiplied, and the black mist surrounding it began to dissipate. Just as Lu Yu prepared to deliver the final blow, the beast emitted a piercing shriek, its body swelling as a formidable force of self-destruction coalesced within. "This is bad. It's going to explode. Everyone, take cover," Lu Yu shouted loudly. He and Ling Er swiftly harnessed their powers to erect a protective barrier around the town, safeguarding the residents. With a thunderous roar, a magical beast detonated, its formidable shockwave causing the barrier to tremble violently. Lu Yu and Ling Er gritted their teeth, exerting every ounce of strength to maintain the shield. After what felt like an eternity, the remnants of the explosion gradually dissipated. As they lowered the protective barrier, they beheld the devastated town before them, their hearts heavy with sorrow. "We must rebuild the town and allow everyone to live in peace once more," Lu Yu declared with unwavering resolve. Ling Er nodded in agreement. "Yes, we can certainly do this." The residents gathered around, their eyes brimming with gratitude and trust as they looked at Lu Yu and Ling Er. "Thank you, brave guardians," an elderly man said, tears glistening in his eyes. Chapter 52, Blade of Impact. The efforts to reconstruct the town commenced with great urgency. With Lu Yu and Ling Er wholeheartedly immersed in the task, the residents collaborated tirelessly, transporting bricks and repairing homes, creating a scene of bustling activity. Yet, amidst the flurry of work, Lu Yu felt an unsettling apprehension stirring within him. The appearance of the magical beast was too peculiar. He sensed that this might merely be the beginning. One evening, while Lu Yu pondered alone at the edge of the town's ruins, a mysterious light soared from the distance and landed directly before him. As the radiance faded, it revealed a blade emanating an extraordinary energy. Curiously, Lu Yu picked up the blade, and as soon as he made contact, a powerful surge of information flooded his mind. This formidable blade, known as the Blade of Impact, possesses the power to shatter all obstacles, an artifact forged by a hero of ancient times to safeguard the world. Sensing the profound protective will and strength within Lu Yu, it actively sought out a new master. As Lu Yu attentively examined the Blade of Impact, Ling Er hurriedly approached. Upon seeing the weapon in Lu Yu's grasp, a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. "Lu Yu, this is..." Lu Yu shared the lore of the Blade of Impact with Ling Er. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she responded, "This must be a divine gift bestowed upon us. With it, we can better defend the world." Lu Yu nodded, gripping the Blade of Impact and attempting a swing. In that instant, a powerful wave of energy radiated from the blade, sweeping outward. Where it passed, the chaotic ruins were instantaneously cleared, leaving the ground smooth and even. What an incredible force, Lu Yu marveled. Just then, the city's alarm bells rang out ominously. Both Lu Yu and Ling Er's expressions shifted. They knew danger was imminent. They rushed to the city center, where they beheld a colossal black vortex in the sky, from which countless dark tendrils emerged, spreading towards the city. Wherever the tendrils reached, buildings crumbled, and terrified screams filled the air. Without hesitation, Lu Yu swung the Blade of Impact, sending forth a blinding beam of light that cleaved through the dark tendrils. As the light touched them, the tendrils were instantly severed, dissipating into black smoke. Ling Er also summoned her purifying power, fighting alongside Lu Yu. Through their combined efforts, the onslaught of the dark tendrils was temporarily halted. However, from the depths of the black vortex, a low, sinister laughter suddenly emerged. "You two little brats think you can thwart me?" With the sound of laughter, a colossal shadow slowly materialized from the vortex, revealing a mysterious figure shrouded in a dark robe, exuding a presence of darkness even more formidable than that of the previous beasts. The enigmatic figure raised a hand and unleashed a column of black energy directed at Lu Yu and Ling Er. Lu Yu raised his impact blade to defend, but the immense force propelled him backward repeatedly. "Be careful." Ling Er hurriedly invoked the power of purification, diminishing the potency of the black energy column. Steadying himself, Lu Yu felt a surge of indomitable fighting spirit. Gripping the impact blade tightly, the power within him resonated with that of the blade, reaching an unprecedented zenith. "Ling Er, let us charge together," Lu Yu shouted, dashing towards the mysterious figure with Ling Er closely behind, their silhouettes tracing a dazzling arc across the city skyline. Thus commenced an even more intense battle, Lu Yu wielded the impact blade with relentless strikes, each attack imbued with tremendous force, while Ling Er employed her purifying energy to create openings for Lu Yu's assaults. Although the mysterious figure's dark powers were formidable, they began to falter under the combined onslaught of Lu Yu and Ling Er. Humph! Not without skill, the mysterious figure sneered, swiftly forming hand seals. As the dark energies within the vortex began to coalesce frantically. This is bad. He is about to unleash a stronger attack. Lu Yu sensed the impending danger, taking a deep breath and channeling all his strength into the impact blade. The blade of impact radiated with brilliance, gathering an overwhelming force upon its edge. With a mighty roar, Lu Yu swung the blade of impact, unleashing an unprecedentedly powerful wave of sword energy towards the enigmatic figure. The sword energy, imbued with boundless impact, shattered the dark defenses of the mysterious being, striking his corporeal form. A piercing scream escaped the mysterious figure as his body disintegrated into countless black fragments. Dissipating into the air, the dark vortex gradually closed with the vanishing of the mysterious entity, and tranquility returned to the city at last. Exhausted, Lu Yu and Ling Er descended to the ground. Chapter 53. A glimpse into the past and the days following their triumph over the enigmatic figure. The city seemed to pulse with newfound vitality. Lu Yu and Ling Er wandered through the streets, surrounded by the hearty laughter and genuine greetings of the residents. Once devastated areas had been rejuvenated, with pristine buildings rising and the streets bustling with life. During this period of peace, Lu Yu and Ling Er resolved to delve deeper into the mysteries of the Blade of Impact. They ventured to the ancient library of the city, sifting through towering piles of tomes in search of records pertaining to the Blade of Impact. After several days of diligent effort, they uncovered that the blade not only possessed formidable offensive power, but also concealed a mysterious attribute that resonated with the forces of nature. One day, while practicing with the Blade of Impact, Liu inadvertently summoned the surrounding wind elements. A gentle breeze swirled around him and the blade, as if engaged in a joyful dance. Ling Er, witnessing this spectacle, was illuminated with surprise and excitement. She rushed towards Lu Yu, exclaiming, "Lu Yu, look! Could this be a manifestation of the Blade of Impact resonating with the forces of nature?" Lu Yu nodded with a smile, his face aglow with uncontainable joy. In pursuit of further unraveling the mysteries of the Impact Blade, they ventured to a mystical forest on the outskirts of the city. The forest was steeped in an enigmatic aura, with various peculiar flowers and trees shimmering under the sun's embrace. Grasping the Impact Blade, Lu Yu closed his eyes, attuning himself to the natural energies surrounding him. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful vitality surging from the earth, intertwining with the force of the impact blade. As he slowly opened his eyes, he beheld the flora around him rapidly flourishing. The once barren land was instantly adorned with vibrant blossoms, exuding an enchanting fragrance. Ling Er was awestruck by the breathtaking scenery, her jubilant laughter echoing through the forest as she danced among the blossoms. Observing Ling Er's exuberance, Lu Yu felt his heart swell with joy. In that moment, they shed all weariness and danger, reveling in the rare tranquility and beauty that enveloped them. Upon returning to the city, Lu Yu and Ling Er shared their discoveries from the forest with the residents. Everyone rejoiced in their findings, and a jubilant atmosphere filled the city. People began to believe that under the guardianship of Lu Yu and Ling Er, the days ahead would be brimming with hope and happiness. As night fell, Lu Yu and Ling Er stood atop the highest point of the city, gazing down at the twinkling lights below. A gentle breeze caressed their faces, bringing with it a sense of warmth. Since the last successful repulsion of the dark forces, the city had regained its former tranquility and peace, allowing Lu Yu to gradually return to the rhythm of ordinary life. However, whenever the night deepens into silence, he finds himself involuntarily reminiscing about the days spent fighting alongside Ling Er. Those adventures and challenges have long since become an indispensable part of his existence. On this particular day, Lu Yu strolled through the city streets as he usually did. Passing by the places where they once battled together, memories surged like a tide. Suddenly, a familiar wave of energy emanated from behind him, prompting Lu Yu to abruptly turn around, only to find the space behind him empty. Is it merely an illusion? Lu Yu murmured to himself. Yet, that wave of energy intensified, and soon a dazzling light illuminated before him. As the brilliance faded, Ling Er's figure gradually emerged. "Ling Er," Lu Yu exclaimed, both startled and overjoyed, rushing forward to embrace her tightly. A gentle smile graced Ling Er's face as she softly spoke, Lu Yu, I have returned. Overcome with emotion, Lu Yu's eyes brimmed with tears as he released Linger, scrutinizing her closely. How did you suddenly appear? I thought. Linger gently placed a finger over Lu Yu's lips, smiling as she said, Don't ask so many questions. I am truly delighted to see you again. The two were enveloped in the joy of their reunion, completely oblivious to the subtle changes unfolding around them. The once bustling street grew quiet, with pedestrians' footsteps slowing and their expressions turning numb. A faint gray mist began to permeate the air, seemingly imbued with a strange enchantment that clouded one's thoughts. Lu Yu was the first to sense the anomaly. He cautiously scanned his surroundings and said to Linger, Linger, something seems amiss. Linger also retracted her smile, nodding earnestly. I too sense it. This aura feels hauntingly familiar, seemingly linked to the dark forces we encountered previously. Just then, a deep and sinister voice echoed in their ears. Did you truly believe you could vanquish me entirely last time? How naive. This time, none of you shall escape. As the voice reverberated, the surrounding structures began to twist and contort, gray mist swiftly coalescing into fearsome monsters, lunging toward Lu Yu and Linger. Lu Yu immediately summoned the crystal orb and energy source within him, illuminating the surrounding darkness with a radiant glow. Linger too harnessed her purifying power, fighting alongside Lu Yu. However, these creatures appeared more formidable than before. Their bodies were exceptionally resilient, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective against them. This impasse was untenable. Furrowing his brow, Lu Yu pondered a strategy. Suddenly, he recalled the fervent power he had awakened last time. Perhaps it could serve him again. Focusing intently, Lu Yu endeavored to awaken that power once more. Simultaneously, Linger explored new purification methods. She discovered that when she combined her purifying energy with the natural elements around her, its potency significantly increased. Swiftly, Linger summoned the elements of wind, water, and wood, creating a formidable purifying barrier that temporarily thwarted the monster's assault. Under Linger's protection, Lu Yu finally succeeded in awakening the fervent power within him. This force harmoniously fused with the energies of the crystal orb, radiating an even more resplendent light. With a resounding shout, Lu Yu transformed his formidable strength into radiant blades of light, cleaving towards the monstrous fiends. Wherever these luminous blades traversed, the creatures disintegrated into nothingness. As the abominations were vanquished one by one, the surrounding gray mist gradually dissipated, and the streets along with the buildings began to regain their former appearance, while the pedestrians regained their vitality. Chapter 54. The Unspeakable Malady. After repelling the monsters, Lu Yu and Ling Er remained vigilant, fully aware that the forces of darkness would undoubtedly return. In pursuit of amplifying their powers, the two commenced a period of seclusion, fervently exploring innovative methods to merge their energy sources with their own strength through the crystal orbs. Days later, upon emerging from their retreat, they discovered an eerie atmosphere pervading the city. The streets were filled with the sounds of quarrels and the greedy shouts of vendors. The once harmonious residents, now at odds over trivial matters, exchanged harsh words, as selfishness and avarice proliferated among the populace. Confounded by this transformation, Lu Yu and Ling Er resolved to investigate further. During their pursuit of the malevolent aura, they traced its origins to a derelict ancient mansion at the city's heart. As they stepped into the forsaken abode, a dense wave of darkness enveloped them. Suddenly, a swarm of shadowy figures surged forth from the gloom, infiltrating the bodies of unsuspecting passers-by with astonishing swiftness. Those possessed by these shadows exhibited vacant stares and increasingly reckless behavior, their vices magnified to an alarming degree. Ling Er exclaimed in shock. These shadows are exploiting people's vices to amplify the forces of darkness. Clenching his fists in a fit of rage, Lu Yu declared, we must not allow them to succeed. With that, he launched the first strike, channeling his inner power as beams of light shot forth like lightning towards the encroaching shadows. Ling Er swiftly invoked her purifying power, striving to dispel the shadow's grip on the residents. However, the shadow proved to be exceedingly cunning, evading their attacks by continuously altering its form and employing the residents' vices as a shield, rendering Lu Yu and Ling Er's efforts largely ineffective. The battle reached a stalemate, and witnessing the residents under control, Lu Yu and Ling Er felt a profound urgency. At that moment, Lu Yu suddenly realized that in order to vanquish the shadow, it was imperative to first purify the malevolence residing in the hearts of the people. He shared this revelation with Ling Er, and they resolved to adopt a dual approach. attacking the shadow while simultaneously awakening the inherent goodness and reason within the residents. Lu Yu concentrated his mind, merging the forces of his fervent energy, the crystal orb, and the power source into a warm and formidable radiance, enveloping the residents within its reach. The emptiness in the eyes of the residents gradually faded, and they began to regain their awareness. Meanwhile, Ling Er exerted her purifying powers to engage the shadow directly, restraining its movements. Through their combined efforts, the residents slowly liberated themselves from the shadow's control, and their inner vices were purified. As the people regained their clarity of thought, the shadow lost its source of strength and became vulnerable. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yu delivered a decisive blow, and the radiant light instantaneously obliterated the shadow. The dark aura within the ancient mansion dissipated, restoring harmony and tranquility to the city. The residents expressed their heartfelt gratitude towards Lu Yu and Ling Er, who came to a profound understanding that safeguarding the world necessitates not only the confrontation of external dark forces but also an unwavering vigilance against the negative elements within oneself. Chapter 56. The Echoes of Darkness. After vanquishing the shadows and purifying the city, Lu Yu and Ling Er emerged as heroes in the eyes of the residents. However, they remained unperturbed by the accolades, becoming even more vigilant than before. They understood that dark forces lurked like venomous serpents in the shadows, poised to strike at any moment. In pursuit of a deeper understanding of these sinister powers and a way to eradicate them for good, Lu Yu and Ling Er immersed themselves in the city's ancient library. This library, steeped in history, was filled with a plethora of ancient tomes, said to harbor countless secrets. The two spent several days within its hallowed halls, subsisting on meager rations and sips of clear water, their eyes tirelessly scanning the yellowed pages. Their diligence bore fruit, as they eventually uncovered a lead regarding the dark forces within a tattered, dust-laden manuscript. It revealed that at the dawn of creation, light and darkness were like eternal adversaries, locked in a perpetual struggle. Periodically, the dark forces would launch ferocious assaults, seeking to plunge the world into an abyss of unending despair. Only guardians with pure hearts and formidable strength could thwart these incursions, restoring peace to the realm. It seemed our mission was even more formidable than we had anticipated. Lu Yu gently closed the ancient text, his expression grave, brow furrowed in thought. Ling Er, steadfast beside him, nodded resolutely, her eyes shimmering with determination. No matter how arduous the journey, we shall not falter, shall we? She proclaimed. Lu Yu gazed at Ling Er, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, as long as you are by my side, I fear nothing. However, before they could glean more insights from the ancient texts, chaos erupted in the city. Some residents fell ill without any warning, exhibiting identical symptoms, a persistent high fever, leaving them in a state of unconsciousness, shrouded by an eerie aura of darkness that sent chills down the spine. Upon hearing the news, Lu Yu and Ling Er hastily made their way to the homes of the afflicted. Lu Yu summoned the power of his crystal orb and energy source, illuminating the dimly lit rooms in an instant. Ling Er also invoked her purifying force, striving to dispel the malevolent darkness. Yet this time, the dark aura seemed to have acquired an invigorating resilience, proving far more obstinate than before. Despite their considerable efforts, the results were negligible. The darkness appeared to be even more formidable than previously encountered. Ling Er furrowed her brow, her face etched with concern. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yu slowly remarked, "Perhaps we need to seek a more potent purifying force to completely eradicate it." Just as they were engulfed in worry, an elderly man with silver hair suddenly recalled a mysterious spring located on the outskirts of the city. Legend had it that the water from this spring possessed miraculous purifying abilities. Anything tainted would emerge spotless after a single wash in its waters. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu and Ling Er's eyes sparkled with hope, and they resolved to embark on an immediate quest. They followed a winding path that led them into the serene forest on the outskirts. The woods were enveloped in a tranquil silence, cloaked in a delicate mist that imparted an air of mystique. Guided by the elders' directions, they searched diligently until they finally uncovered the fabled spring. The crystalline spring water was clear and transparent, allowing one to glimpse the bottom effortlessly, while it emanated a gentle blue glow, as if it harbored boundless energy within. Lu Yu and Ling Er carefully collected some of the spring water and hastened back to the city without delay. They administered the water to the ailing residents, and a miraculous transformation unfolded. The dark aura enveloping them dissipated rapidly, like a demon fleeing from light, and their body temperatures gradually stabilized. Before long, they began to awaken. Chapter 55. In dire straits, Lu Yu and Ling Er gazed up at the billowing dark clouds, caught unprepared as several streaks of black lightning, akin to furious dragons, lunged towards the city with ferocity. Lu Yu swiftly pushed the crystal ball and the source of energy to their utmost limits, radiating brilliance, while Ling Er exerted all her strength to maintain a purifying barrier. Nevertheless, the force of the black lightning exceeded their expectations. Each strike threatened to shatter their defenses, causing their arms to tremble under the immense pressure. "Hold on, Ling Er," Lu Yu shouted, yet unease gnawed at his heart. The intensity of this dark power was beyond reckoning, rendering their efforts seemingly insignificant. A shadowy figure gradually descended from the swirling clouds, the very master of the dark forces. He let out a piercing, maniacal laugh. "Your struggles are utterly futile. This city shall surely be engulfed by darkness today." With that proclamation, he gestured dramatically, gathering dark energy into a colossal orb infused with a sense of annihilation, which he hurled towards the city. In that critical moment, Lu Yu recalled an ancient ritual mentioned in the old texts, resonating with the elements of nature. Perhaps it could awaken a mightier force. He urgently called out to Ling Er. "Ling Er, the ritual recorded in the ancient texts. We must give it a try." Ling Er nodded emphatically, her gaze resolute. The two closed their eyes tightly, immersing themselves wholly in communion with the elements of nature. Lu Yu felt the earth's steadfast strength, the searing heat of fire, and the fluid grace of water, striving to draw these forces within him, merging them with his own essence. Ling Er focused intently on guiding the purifying force to resonate with the natural elements, allowing the essence of purity to flow through her being. As the ritual progressed, a kaleidoscope of colors enveloped them, fiercely countering the dark forces. Observing this, the Dark Master exhibited a flicker of panic in his eyes, swiftly intensifying the power of the dark energy sphere, attempting to obliterate them before the ritual could reach its conclusion. The black energy sphere, imbued with boundless darkness, descended upon the city with a cataclysmic force. The residents collapsed in despair, engulfed by an overwhelming fear. Just as the energy sphere was poised to make contact with the city, Lu Yu and Ling Er opened their eyes simultaneously, unleashing an earth-shattering power. The vibrant light burst forth like the noonday sun, illuminating the sky in an instant. The clash between light and darkness erupted with a deafening roar, the energy rampaging forth, sending rocks and debris flying from the mountains at the city's edge. A fierce blaze ignited abruptly, as molten lava surged from the depths of the earth, creating a sea of fire. The inferno intertwined with the dark forces, waves of heat radiating outward, while Lu Yu and Ling Er struggled to maintain their footing amidst the chaos. The Dark Master let out a furious roar, commanding the dark forces to merge with the sea of flames, black fire soaring into the heavens, the temperature rising sharply, as if the very air had been set ablaze. Lu Yu and Ling Er were forced to retreat repeatedly by the overwhelming force, their radiance dimming. Just as they were about to take a desperate gamble and merge all their powers, a sudden whirlwind engulfed them, plunging them into a peculiar space. Surrounding them was an abyss of darkness, eerily silent, save for the faint, distant echoes of anguished moans. Where were they? Ling Er grasped Lu Yu's hand tightly, her voice trembling with fear. Lu Yu scanned the surroundings warily, attempting to locate an exit, but all he could perceive was the impenetrable darkness. Before they could comprehend their predicament, countless shadows surged from all directions, morphing into the manifestations of their deepest fears, friends and family, grotesquely transformed by the encroaching darkness, lamenting that it was their own impotence that had precipitated this catastrophe. In an instant, Lu Yu and Ling Er's emotional defenses crumbled, as guilt and sorrow overwhelmed them. "Do not heed their words. This is merely an illusion," Lu Yu shouted, striving to maintain clarity for himself and Ling Er. Yet, the shadows drew nearer, their cries intensifying, coalescing into a tremendous psychological pressure that threatened to split their heads asunder. Simultaneously, the voice of the Dark Master reverberated throughout the space. "This is an endless nightmare. You shall be eternally trapped here, tormented by the fears and guilt festering within your hearts." Gritting his teeth, Lu Yu focused intently, attempting to summon the strength within him to shatter this predicament. However, each time he gathered his power, the shadows would surge forth, ravenously consuming his energy. rendering his efforts futile time and again. Linger was also struggling desperately, her purifying power equally hindered by the shadows, unable to exert its intended effect. The two were akin to being ensnared in quicksand. The more they struggled, the deeper they sank. Amidst this boundless darkness and anguish, Lu Yu suddenly recalled the ancient texts regarding inner strength. Linger, we must not be swayed by these illusions. Our steadfastness within is our greatest power, Lu Yu declared to Linger. They closed their eyes, casting aside all distractions, concentrating on the glimmer of light and hope deep within their souls. They reminisced about the moments spent safeguarding the city, the trusting gazes of its residents, and their unwavering belief in protecting the world. Gradually, their hearts became tranquil, and their strength began to coalesce within them. As their inner power surged, the assaults of the shadows diminished significantly. Lu Yu and Linger opened their eyes, their gazes ablaze with determination. They unleashed their combined strength, the energy within them erupting like a tumultuous tide, dispersing all surrounding shadows. The dark space began to tremble violently, fissures appearing as light seeped through. The Dark Master emitted a furious roar, continually infusing dark power in an attempt to sustain this nightmare realm. Nevertheless, Lu Yu and Linger did not falter. They continued to gather their strength and launched an assault towards the core of the space. In a dazzling burst of light, the endless nightmare realm crumbled, and they found themselves back in reality. Chapter 56. New clues. Lu Yu and Linger gazed at the city shrouded in darkness, their hearts burning with urgency. As they prepared to recklessly charge towards the Dark Overlord, the crystal orb upon Lu Yu's chest suddenly emitted a brilliant radiance, unlike any they had witnessed before, imbued with an urgent pulsation as if beckoning them forward. Lu Yu, what is happening with the crystal orb? Linger inquired anxiously. Lu Yu furrowed his brow, concentrating intently on deciphering the message conveyed by the orb. I am uncertain, but it seems to be guiding us to a specific location. Following the orb's direction, the two navigated through the shadows and arrived at the entrance of an ancient temple nestled within the city. This temple, typically devoid of visitors, now exuded an aura of mystery. Lu Yu and Linger cautiously stepped inside, where an ancient atmosphere enveloped them, the walls adorned with peculiar symbols and intricate designs. As they surveyed their surroundings, Linger suddenly noticed an anomalous section on the wall. She approached and gently touched that area, prompting a soft click as the wall slowly parted to reveal a hidden chamber. Within this chamber, a faint glow illuminated the space, and at its center lay an ancient tome radiating a gentle blue light. Lu Yu and Linger exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with astonishment, and hastened into the chamber to retrieve the tome. As they opened it, the contents within left them utterly astounded. It revealed that, in ancient times, during the war between light and darkness, a formidable emissary of light had sealed the source of dark power deep within the world. However, the potency of this seal was gradually waning, leading to the recurrent resurgence of dark forces. Even more crucially, the tome spoke of a mysterious realm, the source of light. It is said that a sacred artifact capable of utterly sealing the forces of darkness is hidden there, finding it could permanently resolve the looming crisis. Additionally, ancient manuscripts depict a map leading to the source of light. Though intricate and difficult to decipher, Lu Yu and Linger managed to grasp a portion of it, thanks to the knowledge they had accumulated in the library. Linger, this may very well be the key to our ultimate victory over the dark forces, Lu Yu exclaimed with fervor. Linger nodded vigorously. Then what are we waiting for? Let us set forth at once. However, as they prepared to depart from the temple, it seemed that the Dark Master had sensed their movements. A bolt of black lightning struck the temple, causing it to tremble violently as stones began to plummet. The voice of the Dark Master echoed ominously from all directions. Do you believe you can uncover a means to counter my power? You are sorely mistaken. None of you shall leave today. Lu Yu and Linger clutched the ancient tome tightly, their gazes resolute. Lu Yu summoned the energies of the crystal orb and the energy source, enveloping himself in a protective barrier against the falling debris. Linger harnessed her purifying power, striving to dispel the dark aura surrounding them. Amidst the chaos, Lu Yu suddenly noticed the patterns in the ancient book beginning to shimmer, resonating with the power within him. With a flash of inspiration, he followed the guidance of the patterns, channeling his internal energy in a unique manner. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted from his form, temporarily driving back the encroaching dark forces. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Yu and Linger dashed out of the temple, racing toward the source of light. They were acutely aware that the path ahead was fraught with the unknown and peril, yet they pressed on resolutely to safeguard the world. Naturally, the Dark Master would not let them escape easily. A chase quietly unfolded in the shadow-shrouded city. Chapter 57. The Secret of the Forest. Lu Yu and Ling Er fled through the city engulfed in darkness, with ominous black tendrils of dark energy thrashing behind them. Utilizing their agile prowess, they narrowly evaded the attacks time and again, ultimately managing to shake off the pursuit of the Dark Master. They departed the city, stepping into an ancient and enigmatic forest. This forest was thick with heavy mists, with towering trees that obscured the sun, creating an eerily tranquil atmosphere, occasionally broken by the calls of unknown creatures, which added to the haunting ambience. Lu Yu and Ling Er gripped the ancient tome tightly, casting vigilant glances around as they proceeded cautiously. As they walked, Ling Er abruptly sensed a familiar energy fluctuation. She halted, closed her eyes, and concentrated, realizing that the source of this energy emanated from the depths of the woods. Lu Yu, I believe I can sense something just ahead, Ling Er whispered softly. Lu Yu nodded, and together they advanced in the direction of the energy's pull. As they delved deeper into the forest, the surroundings grew increasingly extraordinary. The branches of the trees twisted and coiled, resembling countless arms reaching for the heavens. The ground was carpeted with a thick layer of fallen leaves, each step producing a gentle rustling sound. Suddenly, Liu noticed that the fallen leaves formed peculiar patterns on the ground. He crouched down to examine them closely and discovered that these patterns bore a striking resemblance to the symbols in the ancient tome. The two individuals pressed onward, and before them lay an open clearing dominated by a colossal stone tablet. This monument was inscribed with a multitude of intricate characters and symbols, reminiscent of the ancient script they had encountered in the venerable texts. Lu Yu and Ling Er approached the stone tablet, endeavoring to decipher its enigmatic content. After a laborious effort, they discerned that this forest had once been a battleground for the fierce clash between the forces of light and darkness, concealing within its depths the pivotal clues leading to the source of light. Guided by the tablet's inscriptions, they arrived at the base of a magnificent ancient tree. The trunk bore a hollow, within which flickered a faint luminescence. Lu Yu reached into the hollow, retrieving a crystal that radiated a gentle glow. The moment he grasped the crystal, an overwhelming surge of information flooded into his mind, detailed maps of the source of light and the method to unlock the sacred artifact. Just as they reveled in this momentous discovery, the figure of the Dark Master materialized in the woods, his visage twisted with fury. Do you believe that hiding here will spare you from my grasp? He bellowed menacingly. Surrender what you have found, or face certain death. With that, he raised his hand, summoning dark energy that coalesced into a barrage of ebony blades, hurtling toward Lu Yu and Ling Er. Swiftly, they reacted. Lu Yu wielded the shock blade, severing the incoming dark projectiles, while Ling Er invoked the power of purification in an attempt to weaken the Dark Master's might. Yet, the Dark Master's strength proved overwhelming, and the two began to falter under the relentless onslaught. In a moment of peril, Lu Yu recalled the information he had recently acquired regarding the source of light. He realized that the crystal in his possession might possess extraordinary powers. Focusing his mind, he channeled the energy within him into the crystal, which instantly radiated a brilliant light, unleashing a formidable purifying force that repelled the dark energies. The Dark Master, witnessing this, flickered with a hint of fear in his eyes, yet quickly regained his ferocity. Even if you have uncovered a clue, do you truly believe the source of light is within your reach? With that, he launched another assault, the dark forces surging toward them like a relentless tide. Lu Yu and Ling Er stood back to back, gripping their weapons and the crystal tightly, unwavering in their resolve. They understood that this battle was pivotal to the fate of the world, and no matter how arduous the struggle, they must persevere to safeguard the secrets of this forest and discover the source of light. Chapter 58. The Villager's Enigma. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, a steady sound of footsteps resonated from deep within the woods. A figure gradually emerged, revealing an elderly man with flowing white hair, clad in a simple robe. His eyes exuded kindness. He was none other than the village chief from the nearby settlement. Halt! Everyone, stand down. The chief's voice was not loud, yet it carried an inexplicable authority that echoed through the forest. Strangely, the previously surging dark forces did indeed falter at that moment, and the Dark Master displayed a hint of hesitation. Lu Yu and Ling Er seized the opportunity to catch their breath, casting bewildered glances at the village chief, puzzled by his presence and the power he held to instill caution in the Dark Master. The village chief stepped into their midst, first offering a slight nod to the Dark Master, before turning to face Lu Yu and Ling Er, a gentle smile gracing his features. "Children, cease your resistance. Surrender to me what you have discovered. It is for your own good, and for the welfare of the entire world." His tone was soft, yet the authoritative undertone instilled a sense of caution in Lu Yu and Ling Er. "Chief, what do you mean by this? The clues we have pertain to sealing the dark forces. How can we simply hand them over to another?" Lu Yu grasped the crystal tightly, his gaze resolute. In an instant, the chief's smile vanished, his expression transforming into one of coldness, his tone growing sinister. "Unappreciative children, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." No sooner had he spoken than an eerie transformation began to unfold. His skin darkened ominously, his eyes turned a blood-red hue, and an overwhelming aura of darkness enveloped him. Starkly contrasting with his previous demeanor, Lu Yu and Ling Er stood in shock at the unfolding scene, realizing that the chief had long been corrupted by dark forces. His presence here was solely to seize the clues they held. The Dark Master, witnessing this, erupted into a triumphant cackle. "Did you not anticipate this? Everything within this forest is under my dominion. Even this old fool has become my puppet." Suddenly, the chief extended his arms, dark energy swirling in his palms, coalescing into two massive black serpents that lunged menacingly toward Lu Yu and Ling Er. Lu Yu swung his impact blade with fervor to defend, while Ling Er summoned her purifying power to assail the chief, striving to break the dark control that ensnared him. However, the village chief, completely consumed by dark forces, wielded formidable power, and his attacks grew increasingly ferocious, plunging Lu Yu and Ling Er into a dire predicament. The Dark Master observed the unfolding battle with a cruel smile, occasionally intervening to assist the village chief, making it ever more challenging for Lu Yu and Ling Er to counter. Amidst the fierce combat, Lu Yu suddenly discerned a peculiar pattern in the village chief's formidable assaults. In the brief intervals between each strike, a flicker of pain and struggle flashed in his eyes, as if his consciousness were still engaged in a final battle against the encroaching darkness. Chapter 62. The eerie village. Lu Yu and Ling Er remained utterly focused, scrutinizing every movement of the village chief, seeking the opportune moment to purify him. At the moment when the village chief unleashed another black serpent and a fleeting pause ensued, Lu Yu and Ling Er exchanged knowing glances. Ling Er seized the initiative, her crystal orb radiating with intense light, as waves of purifying energy surged toward the village chief. Meanwhile, Lu Yu gripped his blade of impact, wielding immense strength to sever the dark tendrils attempting to disrupt the village chief, thereby creating a space for Ling Er's purification. Under the enveloping purifying force, the village chief emitted a pained scream, his body writhing and contorting in agony. Witnessing this, the Dark Master's expression shifted. Dramit, he gazed at his hands, his face etched with remorse. "Children, I apologize. I was ensnared by dark forces and committed numerous wrongdoings." Lu Yu and Ling Er breathed a sigh of relief, comforting the village chief. "Chief, it is a relief that you have returned to yourself. Together, we shall confront the Dark Master." The chief nodded solemnly, drawing upon his intimate knowledge of the woods to summon the forces of nature to aid their struggle. Under the combined assault of the trio, the Dark Master began to falter. Sensing his impending defeat, the Dark Master transformed into a shadowy figure and fled the forest. Lu Yu and Ling Er refrained from pursuing him, fully aware that their immediate priority was to seek the source of light. Guided by the chief, they ventured deeper into the woods towards the village, hoping to replenish their supplies and gather further clues. Upon entering the village, they were met with an eerie silence. The once bustling settlement now lay deserted, doors and windows tightly shut, a strange aura pervading the streets. Lu Yu and Ling Er tightened their grip on their weapons, while the chief wore a look of perplexity, calling out the names of the villagers but receiving no reply. Cautiously, they stepped into a house, and the sight within sent chills down their spines. The food on the table still emitted steam, as if the villagers had just been dining, only to vanish without a trace. Ling Er noticed a peculiar set of footprints on the ground, exuding a faint aura of darkness. "These footprints are troubling," she remarked, as though they were left by someone under the control of dark forces. Following the direction of the footprints, Lu Yu discovered that they ultimately vanished beside an ancient well in the heart of the village. A thick shroud of black mist enveloped the ancient well, its depths unfathomable and exuding an eerie chill. The village chief wore a grave expression. This well had long been considered a forbidden place, steeped in legends of a malevolent force imprisoned within. Could the villagers' mysterious disappearances be linked to it? Lu Yu and Ling Er exchanged a knowing glance, resolute in their decision to delve into the abyss. With the chief's assistance, they equipped themselves with ropes and illumination tools, cautiously descending into the well. As they ventured deeper, the oppressive darkness thickened, and faint whispers echoed around them, as if countless unseen eyes were watching from the shadows. Suddenly, a multitude of black tendrils surged from the well's walls, reaching out to ensnare them. Chapter 59. The Forbidden Exploration. Lu Yu brandished the blade of impact, its sharp edge slicing through the encroaching tendrils, severing them into wisps of black smoke that dissipated into the air. Meanwhile, Ling Er centered her energy around the crystal orb, unleashing waves of purifying power that temporarily dispersed the surrounding darkness, momentarily thwarting the onslaught of tendrils. Together, they fended off the attacks while continuing their descent. As they approached the well's bottom, the malevolent aura grew increasingly dense, and the once indistinct whispers became more pronounced, as if revealing ancient and sinister secrets. At last, they reached the well's base. The space was confined, with damp walls exuding a putrid stench. In the center stood a colossal stone door, intricately etched with strange symbols and patterns, emanating an eerie black glow. The very tendrils they had encountered emerged from the crevices of this ominous door. Lu Yu stepped forward, attempting to push it open, only to find it astonishingly heavy, refusing to budge. Ling Er meticulously examined the symbols etched upon the stone door. Drawing upon the knowledge she had acquired from ancient texts, she discerned that these symbols appeared to form a riddle. Lu Yu, these symbols may hold the key to unlocking the stone door. We must unravel this enigma, she remarked, pointing at the door. Lu Yu nodded in agreement, and together they delved into the study of the symbols. Amidst the encouraging shouts from the village elder at the well, the two pondered intently, persistently experimenting with various interpretations. Just as they immersed themselves in solving the riddle, the symbols on the stone door suddenly illuminated, followed by a gentle tremor emanating from the door itself. With a deep resonant sound, the stone door began to creak open, releasing an overwhelming surge of darkness that enveloped them. Once the oppressive aura began to dissipate, Lu Yu and Ling Er cautiously stepped into the space beyond the stone door. Inside lay a vast cavern, its ceiling adorned with innumerable stalactites that glimmered with a ghostly light, while the ground was strewn with bizarre, black rocks. At the heart of the cave stood a colossal black sarcophagus, encircled by a ring of enigmatic runes. As they approached the sarcophagus, they noticed a fierce visage carved into its surface, as if it were guarding some profound secret. Upon closing in to a certain proximity, the runes surrounding the sarcophagus flared to life, and an army of skeletal warriors erupted from the ground, lunging towards them with menacing ferocity. Instantly, Lu Yu and Ling Er shifted into a combat stance. Lu Yu wielded his blade of impact amidst the throngs of skeletons, each strike shattering the skeletal foes into fragments, while Ling Er channeled her purifying power, causing the struck skeletons to disintegrate utterly, rendering them incapable of reassembly. However, the skeletal warriors surged forth incessantly, seemingly inexhaustible. In the midst of a fierce battle, Lu Yu observed two grooves at the eye sockets of the grotesque face on the sarcophagus, reminiscent of the crystal shapes they had acquired in the woods. He promptly conveyed this discovery to Ling Er, and together they resolved to seize the opportunity to embed the crystals into the grooves while continuing to fight. After a grueling struggle, they finally broke through the encirclement of the skeletal warriors and approached the sarcophagus. Lu Yu carefully inserted the crystal into the groove, and in an instant, the runes on the sarcophagus radiated with brilliant light, causing the movements of the skeletal warriors to halt, after which they crumbled to dust. Subsequently, the sarcophagus began to open slowly. As the sarcophagus creaked ajar, a musty, decaying odor wafted forth. Lu Yu and Ling Er gripped their weapons tightly, their gazes fixed intently on the slowly revealing lid. Once the sarcophagus was fully opened, they beheld a humanoid figure draped in a black robe, surrounded by peculiar symbols that emitted a faint purple glow, casting an air of mystery within the dark cavern. Unable to restrain her curiosity, Ling Er stepped forward to examine the symbols closely. However, as she approached, the symbols blazed with intensity, and a formidable force thrust her backward. Lu Yu, quick to react, caught her just in time. Be cautious. These symbols seem to be imbued with powerful magic, he cautioned, furrowing his brow. The two of them calmed their minds and scrutinized the strange symbols. They discerned that these symbols were not haphazardly arranged. Rather, they formed a complex pattern, resembling a mysterious map or perhaps an ancient script. Lu Yu recalled having encountered similar symbols while perusing ancient texts in the library. He closed his eyes, striving to recall the indistinct records, attempting to uncover clues that might unravel the secrets of these symbols. Linger, too, became lost in contemplation, endeavoring to summon the purifying force within her to resonate with the symbols, hoping to glean further information. At that moment, the village chief anxiously called out from the well, "Children, how are you? Are you in danger?" Lu Yu responded loudly, "Chief, we are safe for now. We have discovered some peculiar symbols and are devising a way to decipher them." After a brief silence, the chief replied, "I have heard from the elders that this forbidden land conceals secrets regarding the origins of dark forces. These symbols may be connected to it. You must proceed with caution." With the chief's warning, Lu Yu and Linger felt an even stronger resolve to unravel the mystery of the symbols. They collaborated closely. Lu Yu drew upon his knowledge of ancient texts, analyzing the shapes and arrangements of the symbols, while Linger employed her purifying power, attempting to harness the energy of the symbols to delve into their underlying meanings. After prolonged effort, they finally discerned that these symbols represented an ancient sealing rune, chronicling a method to unlock a certain mysterious power, which was likely closely tied to the source of light. Just as they prepared to further investigate how to utilize these symbols to awaken the mysterious force, a tremendous roar suddenly echoed from outside the cave. Instantly, countless black bats surged into the entrance, their eyes gleaming with a sinister red light, evidently under the control of dark forces. Lu Yu and Linger immediately ceased their actions, entering a state of combat once more. Lu Yu wielded the Blade of Impact, repelling the approaching bats with deft precision, while Linger summoned the purifying force to create a protective barrier, shielding both of them from the encroaching creatures. Yet, the sheer number of bats was overwhelming, surging forth in relentless waves, and they found themselves gradually overwhelmed. In this critical moment, an idea struck Lu Yu. Perhaps they could harness the power of the symbols inscribed upon the sarcophagus to combat the bats. He shared this revelation with Linger, and together they resolved to take a daring risk. Lu Yu concentrated intently, invoking the power within him in harmony with the symbols as recorded. Linger, with unwavering determination, channeled her purifying force to assist Lu Yu in guiding the energy of the symbols. With their combined efforts, the symbols on the sarcophagus began to glow with increasing brilliance, the violet light intertwining to form a colossal pattern suspended above the relic. This emblem radiated potent energy fluctuations, as if imbued with boundless strength. Both Lu Yu and Linger sensed that this force was starkly different from the dark energies they had previously encountered. It bore a mysterious and ancient essence, reminiscent of a protective power from a bygone era. As the light of the pattern gradually spread, the black bats shrieked in piercing cries upon contact with the radiance, their forms twisting and contorting before dissipating into the air as dark smoke. The once overwhelming swarm of bats dwindled dramatically under the radiant influence of the powerful pattern. Yet, the forces of darkness appeared unwilling to concede defeat. As the bats dissipated, the cave walls began to tremble, and from the fissures emerged a multitude of dark creatures. Varied in form, some resembled colossal spiders, while others took the shape of winged serpents, all lunging ferociously towards Lu Yu and Linger. Tightly huddled together, Lu Yu and Linger sensed that these newly manifested dark beings posed a greater threat than the bats before. Nevertheless, they did not falter. Instead, their resolve to harness the power of the pattern strengthened. Lu Yu inhaled deeply, amplifying his resonance with the symbol. The radiance of the pattern intensified, its shape transforming from a mere circle into a colossal sword of light. Grasping the hilt of the luminous blade, Lu Yu felt an immense power contained within, as if a mere flick of the wrist could sever all darkness. Linger, equally determined, combined her purifying energy with the brilliance of the pattern, creating a vast barrier of light that enveloped them in protection. This luminous shield not only deflected the assaults of the dark creatures, but also purified those that dared to approach. Under the dual influence of the sword and the barrier, the onslaught of the dark beings was effectively thwarted. Lu Yu wielded the light sword, each strike cleaving the dark entities in twain. while Ling Er adeptly adjusted the position of the barrier, ensuring their safety. Amidst their fierce battle against the dark creatures, Lu Yu suddenly discerned that the radiance of the patterns concealed new clues. With keen observation, he noticed the emergence of novel symbols within the glow, which resonated harmoniously with those engraved upon the stone sarcophagus, seemingly guiding them towards a specific location. Lu Yu relayed this discovery to Ling Er, and the duo resolved that once they had repelled these sinister entities, they would follow the symbols illuminated by the light in search of further insights. They understood that this might be a pivotal step towards discovering the source of illumination, as well as the beacon of hope for vanquishing the dark forces entirely. Thus, Lu Yu and Ling Er fought with renewed vigor, determined to surmount the challenges before them and continue their adventurous journey. In the vein of an adventure game, the narrative unfolds as follows. Lu Yu and Ling Er fought with unwavering resolve, their luminous swords dancing in concert with the shimmering barriers, rendering the diverse forms of the dark creatures increasingly unable to approach. As the last of the winged serpentine beings fell to Lu Yu's radiant blade, a fleeting tranquility enveloped the cave. With no time to rest, the two immediately turned their attention to the glowing patterns that beckoned them. At this moment, the symbols within the radiant glow grew increasingly distinct, beginning to drift gracefully through the air, ultimately coalescing into a serpentine map, as if delineating a route to an enigmatic destination. It appeared that this was indeed the place we were destined to traverse next, Lu Yu remarked, gesturing toward the path formed by the symbols. Ling Er nodded, her gaze brimming with anticipation. Who knows what challenges await us ahead? Akin to an exhilarating adventure game? They cautiously followed the direction indicated by the symbols, emerging from the cave. As they stepped outside, the surrounding scenery underwent an instantaneous transformation. The once dim and damp cave vanished, replaced by a forest shrouded in mist. Towering trees, robust and intertwined, obscured much of the sunlight, casting the woodland in a gloomy and eerie atmosphere. What is happening? Have we entered another realm? Ling Er exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Yu tightened his grip on the impact blade, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Regardless, if we adhere to the guidance of the symbols, we should uncover the truth. As they ventured deeper into the forest, they soon encountered their first trial. A pack of agile, wolf-like creatures emerged from the thicket, their eyes glimmering with an eerie green light, emitting low, menacing growls. These wolfish beings encircled Lu Yu and Ling Er, gradually closing in. Be cautious. They move with remarkable speed, Lu Yu warned. Ling Er swiftly unleashed her purifying power, creating a protective barrier around them. Meanwhile, Lu Yu brandished the impact blade, proactively launching an assault on the wolf-like entities. These wolf-like creatures resemble monsters from a video game, exhibiting a certain degree of tactical coordination as they seek vulnerabilities in Lu Yu and Ling Er. Amidst the fierce combat, Lu Yu discerns that the creatures possess a weakness in their underbellies. Seizing the moment, he dashes forward and thrusts his impact blade into the abdomen of one such creature, which emits a harrowing cry before collapsing and dissipating into a plume of black smoke. Ling Er, not to be outdone, continuously adjusts the intensity and range of her purifying power, systematically cleansing the approaching wolf-like beings. After a grueling battle, they finally manage to repel this pack of creatures. Before they can catch their breath, a colossal stone door materializes suddenly from the mist ahead, etched with strange symbols. As Lu Yu and Ling Er approach, they recognize that these symbols bear a connection to those they previously encountered on the stone sarcophagus. It appears we must unravel the enigma of these symbols to unlock the door and proceed, Ling Er remarks. Lu Yu nods in agreement, and the duo begins to scrutinize the symbols on the stone door. This feels akin to a puzzle-solving segment in an adventure game. Only by deciphering the riddle can they access the next realm. Recalling their earlier experiences, they endeavor to compare and analyze the symbols from the sarcophagus with those on the door. In the midst of their relentless experimentation and contemplation, an epiphany strikes Lu Yu, prompting him to touch the symbols on the door in a specific sequence. In an instant, the door emits a resonant rumble and begins to creak open. What kind of world lies beyond, and what adventures await them? Lu Yu and Ling Er exchanged a glance, gripping their weapons tightly, their hearts filled with unwavering resolve as they stepped into the radiant light behind the stone door. Chapter 61. Longing upon crossing the threshold of the stone door, Lu Yu and Ling Er were awestruck by the vista before them. An expansive prairie unfolded, adorned with a riot of vividly colored blossoms that bloomed with abandon. A gentle breeze caressed the flowers, causing them to sway lightly, releasing a symphony of sweet fragrances. The sky above shimmered in deep sapphire hues, with fluffy white clouds drifting like cotton candy amidst the azure expanse. In stark contrast to the preceding darkness and oppression, this realm resembled a utopian paradise, igniting within them a yearning to linger eternally in this exquisite haven. "Is this the source of light?" Ling Er murmured softly, her eyes glistening with wonder and desire. Lu Yu, equally mesmerized by the breathtaking scenery, remained vigilant, reminding himself to exercise caution and not to let his guard down. They proceeded along a faintly discernible path, enveloped in a serene tranquility, accompanied solely by the whisper of the wind and the melodic chirping of birds. As they walked, an ancient altar emerged in the heart of the prairie. Constructed from pristine white stones, it emanated a gentle glow, intricately etched with enigmatic symbols. Just as they approached the altar, the ground trembled violently, and a multitude of giants formed from earth began to rise slowly from the depths below. Towering and formidable, each step of these colossal beings sent tremors through the earth, their eyes flickering with an orange luminescence as they brandished their massive arms. Advancing toward Lu Yu and Ling Er. Swiftly, Lu Yu and Ling Er distanced themselves, bracing for combat. Lu Yu brandished his blade of impact, charging at the giants in search of their vulnerabilities, while Ling Er harnessed her purifying power to support him, cleansing any dark essence that the giants might bear. In the midst of battle, Lu Yu discovered that although the giant's movements were sluggish, its immense strength and formidable physique rendered ordinary attacks ineffective. While evading the giant's strikes, he keenly observed its anatomy and noted that the joints appeared relatively vulnerable. "Linger, target their joints," Lu Yu exclaimed, understanding his intent. Lingo concentrated her purifying energy and unleashed it upon the giant's joints. Lu Yu coordinated seamlessly, delivering a powerful blow with his impact blade to the same area. With their harmonious collaboration, one giant collapsed with a thunderous crash, disintegrating into a mound of earth. However, the remaining giants seemed enraged, intensifying their assault. Just as Lu Yu and Linger began to struggle, he noticed the symbols on the altar flickering, as if imparting a crucial hint. While fending off the giants' attacks, he scrutinized the symbols and suddenly realized they served as a guide for combat. Following their indications, Lu Yu adjusted his rhythm and technique, resulting in a more perfect synergy with Linger's purifying power. With their concerted efforts, the giants fell one by one. After vanquishing the giants, Lu Yu and Linger approached the altar. At that moment, the altar radiated a brilliant light, and a spectral figure gradually materialized. This apparition emanated a warm glow, its voice like celestial music resonating across the prairie. "Brave adventurers, you have persevered through trials to arrive here. Throughout this journey, your yearning for light and hope has been evident." Chapter 68, Danger Approaches. The words of the ethereal figure still lingered in the air when suddenly, the sky above the prairie darkened. The once pristine white clouds were swiftly replaced by ominous storm clouds, completely obscuring the azure sky. A palpable aura of darkness surged from all directions, causing the radiance surrounding the altar to flicker erratically, seemingly struggling against the encroaching malevolent force. A sense of foreboding washed over Lu Yu. Danger was imminent. He tightened his grip on the blade of impact, shielding Ling Er behind him while vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Ling Er swiftly summoned her purifying power, conjuring a protective barrier around them. At the edge of the vast grassland, countless shadows surged forth like a relentless tide. As the shadows drew nearer, Lu Yu and Ling Er discerned their grotesque forms, creatures twisted by the dark force, their features contorted and menacing, emitting spine-chilling howls. They moved with alarming speed, leaving a trail of wilting, vibrant flowers in their wake, as the earth beneath them cracked and desolated. "It seems the Master of Darkness has detected our movements and has dispatched these monsters to thwart us," Ling Er remarked, her expression grave. Lu Yu nodded resolutely, his gaze unwavering. "No matter how many come, we shall not retreat." The horde of monsters swiftly surrounded them. Lu Yu was the first to strike, wielding the blade of impact with precision, unleashing beams of radiant light that pierced through the creatures. Those struck emitted anguished cries, dissolving into clouds of black dust. Ling Er, undeterred, unleashed her purifying force, transforming the advancing monsters into nothingness like a cleansing stream. Yet, the sheer number of adversaries was overwhelming. Waves of them continued to emerge, seemingly endless. Lu Yu and Ling Er gradually felt their stamina waning, their attacks growing slower and less powerful. To make matters worse, the monsters appeared to sense their fatigue, adapting their strategy and coordinating their efforts to breach the protective barrier. In the midst of a fierce battle, Lu Yu cast a glance back at the altar, yearning for assistance from the enigmatic symbols and ethereal figures. Yet, the radiance of the altar grew increasingly dim, and the spectral forms became indistinct. A weight settled in Lu Yu's heart as he realized they could only rely on their own strength to confront this impending crisis. At that moment, a colossal creature emerged slowly from the throng of monsters. Its body was cloaked in black scales, eyes gleaming with a blood-red light, and it wielded an enormous black battle axe. Its arrival caused the surrounding creatures to retreat in fear, clearly marking it as the leader of the horde. The monstrous chief unleashed a deafening roar, brandishing its axe as it charged toward Lu Yu and Ling Er. The dark gusts generated by the axe obliterated the flora and foliage in its wake. Lu Yu and Ling Er exchanged a determined glance, inhaling deeply as they braced themselves for this formidable challenge. They understood that the prowess of this beast far surpassed that of the other monsters. Should they fail to vanquish it, not only would they be unable to uncover the truth, but they might also find themselves eternally ensnared in this prairie, gradually succumbing to the encroaching darkness.